personally and come out of Pennsylvania. So Spencer Lee, and you talked about Darian Cruz, what an outstanding young man. Won a Valley Elementary Wrestling League championship, won 2 high school state championships, won an NCAA championship, and how cool would it be, Austin, to see him win an Olympic championship? I know.
So that would be quite an accomplishment for someone local who you and I have watched growing up, and I'm sure you're very close with Darian. I'm close with Darian. He has a daughter and a son the same age as my 2 kids, so every time we see each other, we're talking about being dads now. We've been that way since we were 5, 6 years old and back together. That's the part about wrestling, too. You think of brotherhood, and we were talking about there before. Brotherhood with people, and we go through the quote-unquote trenches with one another. The heart and determination that goes into being a successful wrestler. Darian is a prime example.
And you share parenting tips and all these cool things as well, so really, really outstanding stuff. And we talk about wrestlers, right, and the brotherhood and everything. Some of the best people I've ever met in my life are and were wrestlers. And I think that's the humility that the sport brings to you, and the grind and the fighting through weight cuts and tough situations on the mat, spladles and all those kinds of things, and you endure, and you overcome. And we're looking at 2 young men now wrestling. And a lot of these, first round matches, you have the more inexperienced wrestlers wrestling the experienced wrestlers. And then as we make our way through the tournament today, you'll, weed out the ones who don't have as much experience on the mat. And, then you'll get the studs in the finals. Now, doesn't this gym remind you of Liberty High School, right? It just reminds you of Liberty High School, the way the bleachers go all the way up to the top and the old wooden bleachers and kind of the color scheme and everything. When I stepped in here, and I'm blessed to be able to announce the Muhlenberg wrestling match as the PA announcer over the last couple of years, and I came in here the first time, I'm like, wow. It just brought back memories of the mecca of high school wrestling at Liberty High School, so. And Jason McLean has done such an outstanding job here with the Muhlenberg Mules wrestling program. And we were talking about ladies, right? Ladies wrestling. Muhlenberg's going to have a ladies wrestling program starting this year under the direction of Travis Spencer. So Travis used to work at Lehigh years ago, and he was a wrestler back in the day. And I think he's still an official over in New Jersey, but he is going to take over the women's wrestling program here at Muhlenberg. Comes up with a fall right there. And now we have the young ladies wrestling here in front of us on the Southern Lehigh Spartans wrestling mat, mat number 4. And the young lady on the bottom needs to be careful. She exposed her back and now gives up the points.
Yeah, quite the, for those of you who don't know, freestyle and folkstyle rules, a little bit different, Bob. I mean, right, freestyle, it's all about exposing your opponent's back, whether that's just rolling through, throwing them from their feet. You don't really need to have control, per se, like in folkstyle. Folkstyle, the key is to hold your opponent on their back, get that fall. There are falls in freestyle, but just simply rolling someone across their back is 2 points. So you're going to see a lot of difference in scoring. The referees are going to hold up different fingers, and there's different colors, blue and red, versus Folkstyle, which is red and green. So same sport, but a little bit different when you get to the down and dirty of it.
Yeah, and then you have like the passivity calls and those kinds of things, and they stop it when there's no action, and they restart and those kinds of things, and then you have the push outs and the side, the circle, the outside of the circle has more meaning in freestyle than it does in folk style. So really cool stuff. And I got to be honest, the only time I ever wrestled freestyle was at wrestling camp many years ago. So I'm learning more about freestyle every year, and it's so cool to see, watch the Olympic trials, and you just learn so much more about the sport internationally, especially.
Yeah, and that's the big differential, because we grow up wrestling folk style mostly in high school, college, even before that as elementary kids. And then you get to Olympic level, it's freestyle. So there's a different set of rules and techniques and strategies that some of these guys need to learn as they transition from folk style to freestyle. Fortunately, the women grow up wrestling solely freestyle. So when they get to the Olympic level, they're pretty much the same style that they've always wrestled.
And Mikey Labriola, who was a 5-time All-American at the University of Nebraska, 2-time Pennsylvania's, Interscholastic Athletic Association state champion, he now is transitioning over to the freestyle world, as you were mentioning, wrestling with, the club over at Lehigh. So Mikey's going to transition from being an outstanding folk style wrestler to, I know he was doing some freestyle, but his dad was telling me he's getting more used to it. And I think, with Mikey's work ethic and everything else, he's going to be one of those outstanding freestyle wrestlers in a couple of years.
Yeah, Mikey Labriola, another local product, Bethlehem Catholic, multiple-time state champ, very successful wrestler at Nebraska University in the Big Ten, training with guys like Jordan Burroughs and James Green. How can you not how can you not be successful? But decided to come back home, wrestle for the LVWC, which is really cool. So good to see a guy like that go away, be successful, and come back home and, start coaching some of these club teams. And eventually, I'm sure he'll get into coaching here and, pass on his knowledge and skill set to the younger generation.
And his dad was telling me one time that Mikey was wrestling Jordan Burroughs at practice out of Nebraska, and Mikey took Jordan Burroughs down, and he said the next time, they got into the center circle and lined up, he said Burroughs pushed him like about 20 feet. Was so mad he just kind of tossed Mikey right off the mat. So
I'm sure that never happened again, right?
Yeah.
Any bloody noses or any issues, we do have a trainer over on the back end of the gym between the blue.
And we were talking about good crowd here at Muhlenberg College.
Unlimited. Check your brackets.
Yeah, really good crowd. I think there's over 350 participants here, and like you said, multiple age brackets, multiple levels of wrestling, men and women here, and really cool event to just see some adults wrestling here that haven't wrestled in a few years, kind of coaching their kids, and I think a lot of it is, it's satisfactory for people. They lose that competition, not competing, and they come back, and they really fall in love with the sport again, and it feels good, and maybe it jumpstarts their getting back into shape. We see some guys that maybe wrestled 150 in high school, and they come here weighing 200 pounds, and this is jumpstart them. Hey, I gotta get in better shape, and I want to see my kids succeed, and I could be an example for that.
Yeah, and I could have been in the big men bracket, 65 and older big men bracket in college. My senior year, I wrestled 142 and 150, and now I weigh over 200 pounds. So, I've been eating good and not working out and being as disciplined as I was back in my wrestling years. But Austin, you look like you could still wrestle. What are you, about 170?
I'd be lucky if I was. I'm probably less. I'm probably about 160, 165.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, not working out as much, having 2 young kids, but just trying to eat better. Don't really do the fast food much, cut out the soda, and and my workouts are carrying my kids up and down the steps now. Little different workouts, but doing a little something physical, it's always good for you.
Yeah, I think you could still go out there and do some damage.
Yeah, maybe next year you'll be commentating me, watching my matches.
Well, that'll be cool.
We'll see.
That would be really cool.
If my wife lets me, that is.
Yeah, we'll get Danny Moran, to come back out. And Dan, a volunteer coach here at Muhlenberg. And Dan had a very, very storied career at Northampton Area High School where you were. The Concrete Kids, what an outstanding program for so many years, and still it continues. Joe Perbini over there now is the head coach.
Yep.
And isn't it funny how some programs they don't rebuild, they just reload. And Northampton is always one of those. And how about, speaking of Northampton, Dagan Condomiti,
Yep.
who was a 3-time Pennsylvania State place winner and wrestled all the way back to take third his senior year. Really, I love that. When kids do that, they lose that one match in the prelims or the quarterfinals, and then they just show you that intestinal grit and fortitude, and they wrestle all the way back and win every match to come back and take third. And we just saw a
Big throw there on Matt, too.
Yeah, big throw.
Peter Godoy of Muhlenberg on top. He's the red anklet band. He's wrestling Sam Brazier of Spartan. Godoy up 12-3. I think that's the end of the match there. Yep, third period ran out. So Godoy is your winner there on mat number 2. Saw a nice little jiu-jitsu type of throw there, and we're going to try and catch all the action here for you.
Last year, right, one of the big guy matches, you had two gentlemen who were into, one was judo, the other jiu-jitsu, and they both were out there in bare feet, and they were tossing each other around like rag dolls. It was awesome. It was like a jiu-jitsu tournament, not really a wrestling tournament, but it was really funny to see that.
And now we're watching mat number 3 here. Jake Zotti, Team Canada, on top here, 14-7 in the blue singlet, green ankle band. He's taking on David Poirier.
Yeah, they don't look like they're 220 pounds, do they? They look
Definitely
like they're
not.
maybe 195.
Yeah, maybe they're wrestling up a little bit. Didn't want to cut the weight, which I don't blame them. That's probably my least favorite part of wrestling.
Yeah, I was fortunate. I never really had to cut more than 3 pounds until my senior year. I was telling you before we came on the air here that I had to lose 14 pounds in 4 days, and that was no fun. No fun at all.
Yeah, I think wrestling has kind of gotten away from the big weight cuts, especially at the collegiate level, because you have to make weight so often and you have to be prepared 2 hours later. Olympics a little different, right? They can make that big weight cut and regroup a little bit, but I feel like college wrestling, a lot of it is more getting stronger, building up into the weight, not cutting as much. Obviously, you still have to make the cut. You're going to drop 10, 15 pounds, but it's not as sudden as it used to be. It's not 25, 30 pounds like some guys used to do, and I think that's also good too, because a lot of guys, they have that health factor built into that. What's it going to do in the long run if I'm cutting all this weight all the time? And it also makes the sport more miserable, and from experience too, having a tough weight cut, you don't like the sport as much.
Yeah, and remember many years ago we had, I think one kid was from Iowa, another from Michigan, and they ended up dying because of severe weight cuts. And then
that was
now,
back in the 80s, I believe,
yeah,
right?
yep,
Early 90s, yeah.
Yep. And then that's when they started to talk about certifying the weight classes, make sure they're certified so they don't drop 2 or 3 weight classes, they can only drop 1 or wherever they're certified. So that was a really, really smart thing that the NCAA did. Good match over there on mat number 2, I think that is. On the red mat, the Muhlenberg mat.
Yeah, red mat, Muhlenberg, Marcus Hardiman. He's a local product. I think he was at Northern Lehigh, maybe Emmaus, maybe both, if I'm remembering correctly. A little younger than I am. He's up 2-0 against Nick Vinciguerra. I'm going to butcher a lot of names today, Bob. I'm sorry for anyone out there.
Vinciguerra. I think you did a good job with that.
Yeah, that's my best guess.
And they have seeds also, and Gary, he likes to be called Gimp. I shouldn't call him by his regular name because he always says, Bob, just call me Gimp. But he provides the scoring system here, and then also helping with the seeding. So Nick Vinciguerra is the 10th seed over there on mat number 2, and he's holding his own, only losing 2-0.
Hey, and you folks watching, there's a comment section in the YouTube channel. If there's someone you want to look out for that they're on the mat now or coming up soon, just type a comment in there, and we'll try our best to get most of that match, if not all of it. There are 4 mats here, but there's usually 2 running at a time just between some of these breaks, and some matches are quicker than others, so by the time wrestlers get there, there's a few minutes between matches. So right now we have 2 going on. We're watching mat number 2, as we stated before. Hardiman on top. Second period running out. He has a 2-0 lead heading into the third period.
Try to line up that cross body with the cross face, and he's wearing a Chance Marsteller singlet. How about that? Stellar trained.
Yeah, what a story Chance Marsteller is, too.
Yeah,
Huh?
what?
Undefeated, high school career. Got into some personal issues in college and, really regrouped himself at Lock Haven. Ended up being a 2-time All-American, world team member, and, didn't quite make the Olympic team here this past weekend, but was pretty darn close.
Yep, and he's a dad. I think he has 2 children now, just like you and Darian Cruz. And so, it's tough to balance that kind of a career, right, when you're trying to make an Olympic team and you're devoting your time to training all these other young wrestlers with his stellar trained, club and all these kinds of things, and then still raise 2 little kids, and that's a credit to his significant other. And I'm sure you're real busy, and your wife is probably a hero as well. All our wives are heroes. I mean, I got the greatest wife on the planet. What she's done with our kids and able to put up with me, and now we have a puppy. It's driving her nuts. But, I'm sure your wife is a hero. My wife's my hero, and so many hero wives out there. It's amazing.
Yeah, like you said, Chance being a father full-time and training full-time, and, but like you said, the wife gets all the credit because I'm sure she has a full-time job, and then she's also a mother, which is 2 full-time jobs, and a lot of it does take a family. Like look at Jordan Burroughs as an example, 5 children now, and that's a lot to balance when you're trying to become an Olympic champion.
Can you imagine? Well, I grew up. My mom and dad. I had 4 sisters on myself, and raising 5 kids. I just having 2 of my own and raising them, and then when I think that's double plus 1. 5 kids. I mean, I'm bald with 2.
I couldn't even imagine.
Can you imagine with 5? I'd have no hair anywhere, So it's just one of those things where Jordan Burroughs and his wife, just amazing. 5 children. And then I think 3 of his children wrestle. Let me ask you a question, because you're around, college wrestling as well. The whole Jordan Burroughs thing, that really bothered me when people booed him. I know that, he and Messenbrink had a little bit of pushing and shoving during their match and everything. But you know what? That's wrestling, right? You're wrestling. You're very physical. You're going after each other. There's a lot on the line, the adrenaline intensity. And you push. But I just think booing Jordan Burroughs, one of the greatest American wrestlers of all time, was just BS. I just think that was just classless. Whether you like him or not, I mean, you got to give the guy his due. That respect. He's just what he's done for the sport over the last 20 years is just amazing.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate, but I think he will be back for the World Team Trials in the next few months here and try and win that last world title. And I think after that he will be done.
He'll retire. Yeah.
But there's no way he's going to do another 4 years and make that Olympic team. He'll be 39 at that point. Just pretty much unheard of at this day and age. But yeah, a really good story with Jordan Burroughs, PRTC down in Philadelphia, building a really good thing down there with especially a lot of local high school kids going down there. Those PRTCs, for those of you who don't know, they're Olympic training centers for professional athletes, but there are opportunities for high school level and college level wrestlers to train with guys like that, of that caliber, and really expands the knowledge and technical aspect at such a young age. And you see guys, I think there were 6 high school wrestlers in the Olympic wrestling trials, which to me is unheard of. I couldn't even imagine being at that level that quick.
And in the match we just saw, the young ladies wrestling freestyle, the number 1 seed, Diane Pelez, knocked off by the number 2 seed, Sylvan Parham, who dominated that match at 116 pounds, winning 10-0. So Tech falls her, and that was pretty surprising, number 2 knocking off number 1 that easily. And over there on mat number 2, we just saw a fall.
Yep, following the chat here on the stream. Shout out Evan Barzik, former Drexel Dragon. I do not think there are Drexel alumni, but Ethan Lezak is in attendance. He's wrestling. He's a local product here, District 11. He was at the PRTC for a while. Excited to see him perform because there might be some a lot of gruesome shoulder injuries
Yeah.
from that guy. That guy on top is really, really impressive. NCAA runner-up for Minnesota. Yeah, that was a really fun match. Him and Darian grew up 5 minutes apart, wrestling in the NCAA finals at the Division I level. Yeah, really cool to see something like that happen on one of the biggest stages in all of wrestling.
Yeah, and Darian had beaten Ethan in the Valley Elementary Wrestling League Championships, too. It was just funny, the history, all the way back to youth wrestling, and then they face off in the NCAA finals. And Darian was worried going into that match because of what you were saying. Ethan, one of the best riders. I mean, one of the best top wrestlers in the country at that weight back then.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that he would be losing, he would pick top, and he would turn you a few times or pin you and win the match. And there's only a handful of guys that have done that throughout history, and Lezak is one of those guys, really impressive. So we'll see him later. And again, guys of all walks of wrestling life, from guys that successful to, like I said, guys that have maybe never wrestled before or have not wrestled since high school. It's been 20 years. They want to get back on the mat. So curious to see how a lot of these outcomes are. And you said last year one of the wrestlers had their doctor here to check heart rate and pulse in between periods, which I hope we see that again. That'd be interesting.
And we had a young lady wrestling a young man on the far mat, and he came up with a pin. And you don't see that as much anymore, although Andy Bibo from East Stroudsburg High School North, she wrestled boys all season long, and then she ended up winning a district championship, a regional championship, and finishing 5th in the state in the girls tournament. And she's told me that wrestling the boys throughout the regular season really helped her when it came to wrestling the girls in this, in the postseason tournament.
Yeah, and on that topic, Lehigh Wrestling, they'll have a women's team. Is it this year or in 2 years?
Yeah, 2 years. Yep.
Yeah, 2 years, and they have a commitment. Audrey Jimenez, who was in the Olympic trial finals, she won a state title in the boys division out of Arizona. She won 3 state titles with the girls and decided, you know what, this is too easy. I'm gonna challenge myself, wrestle with the boys, and guess what? She beat all them too. So she's a 4-time state champ, coming to Lehigh to wrestle freestyle for that program starting up, and that's a heck of a commitment for the Mountain Hawks right off the bat.
Yeah, and I guess they're going to wrestle, I think it's club next year, and then the year after they'll be sanctioned to wrestle in the NCAAs. But it's just one of those things that is taken off, as you mentioned. Iowa has a women's wrestling program. I'm surprised Penn State isn't going to put together a wrestling program, or are they?
I imagine that's in the works for how successful the men's program is, right? You see schools like Iowa having a women's program. Oklahoma State, from what I understand, is almost there. I think, to be honest with you, to be frank, I think the NIL stuff kind of killed a lot of that momentum because, the alumni want to see the men's program succeed, so a lot of the money donated goes towards the NILs to pay those athletes, which is unfortunate. It's a sad reality of it, but I think they're finding ways to divide some of that money into the women's programs and support that aspect as well. So I think, give that a few more years, and that's going to really boom and explode into, some successful programs at those big schools, and it's going to trickle down to the smaller schools.
Have a good match going on that we're seeing right now on mat number 2. Joe Bussell winning 2-1.
Yeah, he's the 10 seed taking on the 1st seed.
Yeah, and
Gregory Muniz, is that the name there?
Yeah, Muniz, and he had him stacked up and was close to pinning him, and then didn't really have full control, and Juan Garcia just awarded 2. So that's Bussell's margin right there, up 2-1.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, we saw a guy wrestling barefoot, which is accepted at this tournament, usually not, but this is a unique situation here, so we see guys in, tight, I'll call them jiu-jitsu outfits, the tight spandex shorts and shirts. And you see guys in singlets and wrestling shoes too. So you see a lot of different outfits, should we call them, uniforms. There's going to be a lot of different ones here, and again, typically not what you see, but for this event, just bringing people in to get competition, really cool to see.
And last year, I was telling you, there was a group of roofers. There were like 5 or 6 guys who worked for a roofing company, and they all were training for a little while, and they came in and wrestled, and they had so much fun, and they actually, a couple of them did really, really well, and it was just one of those things that kind of brought them together as a group and working for the same company. So this tournament also a lot of fun for many people.
Nothing like a roofing union retreat to go to a wrestling tournament and
Wrestling.
hope to not have a heart attack while you're out there, right?
Right, wrestling. And practicing, during their lunch breaks, wrestling on the roof, you know, and then coming out. But
sounds safe, but I love it.
sounds really safe. Oh, watch out below.
Yeah, so we're still on mat number 2 here. Bussell, 4-1 lead. Third period, 30 seconds left. We might see our first major upset here, Bob.
And over on mat 1, probably one of the best names in the tournament, Frank Stallone. From the Sly Stallone's brother. And I think Frank was a singer and did the song Maniac in, what was that, Flashdance.
Yeah, there we go.
Probably creepy that I know that, but...
Yeah, Frank Stallone in the green, trailing 1-0 to red anklet Mario Pantalone. So this is a all-Italian bout here. Winner gets a pizza, I think.
Some lasagna, pizza.
Stallone and Pantalone.
Tell you
Nice
what,
matchup here on the
great
silver Muhlenberg mat.
like that singlet, too.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of cool. I saw a guy in a flaming hot Cheeto singlet. I hope we get
Yeah,
that
you
one.
liked
when
that
he's
one,
up.
didn't you? Yeah.
I did. I sent that to my buddy. My one buddy, big Cheeto fan. Flaming hot Cheetos specifically.
Yeah, those took off, man.
Yeah.
A little too hot for my taste, but my wife loves like the spicy stuff. She's from Buffalo, New York, so she likes, buffalo wings. So she likes the real hot ones, like the nuclear hot.
Oh yeah. Too
Not
much
me.
for me as
Yeah,
well.
me too.
But
I think the sweet Asian chili is my favorite, and that's spicy enough for me. And we have 2 young ladies tangling over here. Sarah Seltzer, the number 2 seed. She just got taken down.
yeah, Eliana Eats up 2-0 in the red. And as you see, not much mat wrestling in freestyle. That's another difference you're going to see between freestyle and folk style. Mostly on your feet, and if you get the person down, you're going to see the bottom person pretty much lay there, try and not get exposed. Where in folk style that would be stalling, but in freestyle, the whole point is to not expose your back. So you're going to lay in your belly, really brace out, not let that opponent on top turn you or roll you in any way. Ref will give about 10, 15 seconds. If there's no action, he'll blow the whistle, stand them back up, and they'll go back on their feet. So if you're new to wrestling, you're getting exposed to a lot of different styles here, which is really cool too, to help you expose yourself to the sport and find out the difference between folk style, freestyle, and again, if you see the women, it's strictly freestyle. There is no folk style wrestling with women. The men's is all going to be folk style, as you're going to see at the high school, elementary level, and college level.
And I was talking to Jordan Cutler, who was an outstanding wrestler at Lehigh, and I think he would have wrestled Mark Hall in the NCAA finals in 2020 when they ended up canceling the tournament because of COVID. But he was telling me, I asked him, what do you like better, freestyle or folk style? He goes, well, I really love folk style. He goes, but I think I am intrigued and would really like to do more freestyle because of the action with the takedowns all the time, and the action on the edge of the mat and those types of things. So, for some wrestlers, it's either or others, they love both. Did you ever wrestle freestyle, Austin?
I did. I didn't get into it much. Did the state tournament, wrestled a guy named Andrew Alton. I'm sure you know that name.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he beat me up pretty quick there. I think he won Fargo a few times, but yeah, I never went to Fargo, just never really got into it as much. I preferred folk style myself because I was more of a scrambler guy. I would roll across my back to get better position sometimes, and obviously you can't do that in freestyle, right? So I was more of a folk style guy. I still tend to be that way. I think freestyle, guys are so good at freestyle that it's hard to tell who's scoring points, right? Because sometimes there's a guy in a double, a defensive guy does a mat lift return, and who scored the points there sometimes. And it can be confusing to the person that doesn't know the rules quite as well, and there's always debates in the wrestling world. Was that 4 for blue? Was it 2 for red? And I think folk style a little bit more of, you can tell who scored the points.
Yeah, I preferred Folkstyle also because I was really good at bridging and stalling. So if anybody needs somebody to conduct a clinic on bridging and stalling, I'm their guy.
And we got this, not sure which division that is. We got a pit over there on mat 1.
Yeah, that's the young man who just graduated from Whitehall. And he just wrestled.
Gregory McLaughlin with a pin over there. It looks like, or is that coming? No, that was it. That was that match there.
Yeah, and he looked considerably older than the young man from Whitehall, and man, did a good job there with that fall. I just saw on Facebook they had 2 gentlemen from Pennsylvania who won Greco-Roman senior national championships, and the one gentleman was like 68 years old.
Wow.
And he won.
Wow.
I'm trying to think of his last name. He was amazing. I mean, the shape he was in, I mean, his arms were...
Well, he might be retired, so he has more time to train now, right?
Yeah, and healthy. He probably was, remained healthy throughout most of his wrestling career, but he did an amazing job to win a national championship. And then on the far mat, on the Muhlenberg mat, mat number 1, we have a young man who's going to be wrestling in bare feet. He had a pin in his first match, and now this is his quarterfinal match, and gets the bare feet work for him the first time, and he has the ankle band around his ankle, not his socks.
Yeah, interesting. Jake Dameron, no team listed against, he's the 8 seed. He's taking the top seed, Braden Haas. So Haas in the blue singlet, red anklet against barefoot Jake Dameron. Interesting here. I wonder if there's any advantage or disadvantage to having bare feet compared to shoes. I can't imagine there is one, Bob.
No. And I think, I don't know, man. I think with the bare feet, you would stick to the mat more.
Unless it gets sweaty, and then you're slipping. I think you're probably slipping a little more compared to the shoes.
Wrestling shoes, yeah.
Have a little more traction, but I don't think these mats are that sweaty yet. We haven't seen any of the real big boys out there to really wetting that mat up.
And I see a lot of young men and young women nowadays not wearing knee pads or knee sleeves, and I always needed a knee pad on my, my drop step knee. And man, they're tough. I mean, their knees are so scarred up and so rough now and calloused. It's unbelievable. But I always had to wear at least one knee pad and my headgear too. That's why my ears are not in. You got the cool wrestling ears. I have just the normal. Yeah, I wear my headgear ears.
Yeah, the cauliflower ear is one of those things that makes you look tougher, but I'm not really super tough. It just maybe it makes it's in my advantage there.
How about Bo Nichols' ears?
Those are, there's some ugly ears out there. And I'm not going to tell him that to his face, obviously, but I think he knows. He's a professional UFC fighter now, wrestled his whole life, so.
Yeah, John Bullock.
It's almost like a rite of passage to have those.
Exactly. It's like that badge of honor. And John Bullock, who helped put together this tournament and does the club, wrestling for this, older adults and people who used to wrestle and still wrestle, he's got that one ear. His left ear looks pretty nasty.
Yeah, just going through the chat here. Toby Eats watching from California. His daughter just won there on mat 1. He said thanks for supporting women's wrestling, and it's not us. I mean, we'll talk about it, but it's a PIAA that's starting to support it now. The NCAA is starting to come around, so.
Yeah. It's great. It's a great opportunity.
I mean, it took them long enough to really get on board. Like we said, it's the fastest growing sport. And I saw a really cool stat watching the Olympic trials. Helen Maroulis won that world title, Olympic championship in 2012, was it?
Yep.
And I saw the number of women athletes in wrestling was a few thousand. Since she's won that gold medal, it's up to 30, 40, maybe 50,000. So Helen Maroulis really, imperative in that aspect there, but
a pioneer.
It's more than just her, right? It's the coaches, it's the media, it's the internet, the whole wrestling community really coming together to support women's wrestling. And like I said, fastest growing sport. Ooh, big throw here on the green mat. Yeah,
they were setting that up.
Yeah, that was a nice lat drop there. And
yeah, Helen Maroulis was a trendsetter and a pioneer, and Adeline Gray, same thing. And you just really have to take your hat or tip your hat to those women who have done so much for the advancement of female and women's wrestling here in the United States. And
and we talked about men being full-time fathers and competing, but how about Adeline Gray? Has twins that are a year old, and she's still training and made the Olympic trial finals.
and
how do you do that postpartum?
Right.
postpartum. You know, a year after giving birth to twins. That's a full-time job and then some.
I know, and then I think she also has a regular job too. I mean, they talk about superstar moms, right? She's she's the epitome of a superstar mom.
Incredible stuff there.
Boy, there's a young guy who just picked up a pin on mat number 3, jacked. Man, I think he wrestled. He looks very familiar to me. I think he wrestled in college. I think he wrestled against Lehigh.
Joe Inamorado, I think, was the winner there, mat 3, with the pin.
Did he wrestle at Penn or Columbia or someone? He just looks so familiar to me.
Yeah, let me see.
Tell you what, the young man who's wrestling the number 1 seed over there in the Muhlenberg mat, not on our camera right now, but he's the guy with the bare feet. He's doing a good job.
Careful what you say, Bob. His mother, Becky, is watching. Thanks for joining us, Becky.
No, I'm saying he's doing a really
good
job.
I'm just joking with you. I just don't want you to do any barefoot jokes.
No, I would
Mama's
not.
gonna get mad at you here.
I would not. He would probably roundhouse kick me to the side of my face.
I'm not going to say anything to him because, you know, I'm assuming he's more a jiu-jitsu guy, just having the outfit on with the barefoot.
Man, he's doing a heck of a job.
He's definitely a competitor here. Loves the MMA.
Well, back in the mid to late 80s, I took Taekwondo for a couple of years, and man, that was a great sport. But it just was so tough that, you know, working a full-time job, and then I had 2 part-time jobs, and then trying to do that, and I had a girlfriend, fiance at that time, and it was just so tough to do everything, and I ended up giving it up. I wish I would have stuck with it because that was just such a great sport.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that's the beauty to pitch the main sponsor here, Mat Return Club. You know, they started over 2 years ago as, you know, hey, I just want to. There's nowhere to really for adults to wrestle. You know, there's always clubs for elementary kids, high school kids, but once you graduate college and you still want to wrestle, you know, what can you really do?
Right.
You know, so they found that niche and they're there, and you know, like I said, guys that miss wrestling go there twice a week to compete, learn things, and guys who are currently actively pursuing MMA are going to these wrestling classes to build their wrestling knowledge to help them in their MMA fighting careers. And you know, and a lot of these things, they're pretty adjacent to each other. Wrestling, jiu-jitsu, grappling, all kind of, they're not the same obviously, but they all kind of branch off the same branch, right? And,
yep.
You know, skill in one translates to the other very well.
And we have a wild one here on mat number 3. The young man wearing the hockey mask probably has a broken nose. I had to wear one of those for 3 or 4 matches. And
not fun.
No, and the problem with that, you know, you're breathing and it builds up the condensation inside, and then you can't see, and your eyes get all watery and blurry, and it's just so uncomfortable. So uncomfortable.
Yeah, so these adult folk style matches are 90-minute periods, 3 periods a match. Starting the second here, Anthony De Laurentiis in the mask on bottom leads 3-1 over Scott Horry of red. He's a Muhlenberg guy, so he's local.
Yep. And you know, you talk about the 90-second periods, right? People don't realize when you're out there wrestling, even 30 seconds, especially if you're not in high school or college anymore and you're not wrestling every day and those kinds of things, man, 90 seconds can be an eternity. You know, and I know when I wrestled in college, it was 2-3-3, and we had 8-minute matches. And man, you get into the middle of the 3rd period, and you look up and still see 2 minutes. You're like, oh my God, you know. But just now, 90 seconds, as I mentioned, once you're out of the regular grind, that seemed like forever.
There was a win there on mat number 4.
And we have the young ladies wrestling the freestyle matches here in front of us on mat number 4, as you just pointed out. Southern Lehigh Spartans, helping out with their mat.
Yeah, Peleas Ordonez was the winner there, 10-0 fall, tech fall. And as you see, the winning score there was just, it's called a leg lace. You just wrap up your opponent's ankles and roll through. And they're going to roll through or they're going to break their legs, you know. So some of these moves can be pretty painful in bottom if you try and stop it too hard, you're gonna get some damage to your knees, ankles, any other ligaments you have. We do see sometimes, but don't want to see that here today, obviously.
Austin, here with the young ladies you see wrestling now, you have one from Cedar Crest College, which just started a program under Alex Depew a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I was just talking to Alex Depew before we started. Go way back with him. Good guy.
Great guy. I love Alex. And then he and his coaching staff over there have done such a good job in recruiting and really, really stepping it up. And it's just phenomenal to see that. And the young lady from Cedar Crest wrestling a young lady from the Executive Charter Academy where Juan Garcia, one of the organizers of this tournament, used to coach.
Yeah, we got Leilani Martinez in the red, and oh boy, Ariana Rodriguez in the blue, and Leiliana 2-0 lead in red.
And those shoulder, you see those shoulder straps and the straps for the wow, nice takedown.
Wow, there's 2 there for the raffling up.
Alex may want to recruit the young lady that's wrestling in the Executive Charter singlet.
Get her in the transfer portal, huh?
Yeah, that transfer portal, it's crazy, right? Everybody's I know Connor McGonigal from Lehigh, what an outstanding young man, a great kid, and it's a shame that he's going to be leaving Lehigh for Virginia Tech, but I wish him well, and I hope he does great things because he's such a good kid. But he was in the same weight class as Ryan Crookham, and that's a tough thing because both young men don't really want to wrestle 141 because they're not big enough. I think Crookham could, but I think he felt more comfortable down at 33, and McGonigal, same thing. He wrestled at 141 years ago and didn't really feel comfortable up there, but then dropped down to 33 and had a really successful year that year. So, the transfer portal, it's a shame you lose some really good guys.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you want to see successful, people be successful.
Oh, yeah.
And, McGonigal kind of saw the writing on the wall there at Lehigh with the young phenom, and Crookham coming in 3rd place at NCAAs as a freshman. He's going to join some elite company if he continues that route in Lehigh history, which has one of the richest wrestling traditions in all the country, right? So just kind of stuck there and found a new home in Virginia Tech, and wish him the best of luck and hope he succeeds.
Yeah, you just want to you just hope for the best for all these athletes, no matter where they go, and you just want to see them basically realize their dream, and achieve those ultimate goals.
And there's Natalie Morales on top here. Mat number 4.
Ooh, good crossface.
Takedown and then crossface
cradle.
cradle. You don't see that too often in freestyle.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. You don't see that hardly at all in freestyle. Good job, though, working that crossface. Your freestyle official is so cool and calm and collected. He's like, pin.
Yep.
And you have some of those officials.
Just another day at work for him, huh?
Other officials, whap, they slap the mat and roll over. Who was the official who used to, in high school, I'm trying to think of his name. He used to slap the mat and roll. He'd slap the mat and roll.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to think who it was.
I who that was. You got a nice throw over there, Mat 1.
Yeah, that was.
Peter Godoy of Muhlenberg in the red. Maddox Lee in the green. And we got 11-10 bout over there on Mat 1. This is a barn burner. 3rd period, that's the end of the match there. It's going to end. What's the final update there? 11-10, wow. Peter Godoy pulls through, last minute takedown. He's moving on. This quarterfinals already. He's going on to the semis.
Yeah, and the young man he beat wrestled for Western Michigan, Maddox Lee, and he was the number 2 seed.
Wow. So Godoy, the 10 seed, pulling some upsets, finding his way in the semis. And we got a big match here on mat number 1, Muhlenberg. Ethan Lezak, who we keep talking about, former NCAA runner-up. He's taking on Ethan Berger in the red. Lezak all tatted up since I've seen him last.
Yeah, look at the size of him.
And he's grown a bunch too, huh? Quick, easy takedown there for Lezak.
He looks like he's about 155, 160 pounds. And he wrestled 125 in college.
Yeah, he had a big pull to make that. That's why he was so successful on top, because he was tall, lanky, really wrapped around you there, and yeah, saw a lot of success there. And nice little throw through. Would have been nice in freestyle. There's a normal 2 takedown in Folkstyle.
Here he is, working from top. Yeah, I can't believe the size. And his parents, two of the nicest people. I really always liked the Lezak family. He had a brother that wrestled too, right?
Yeah, brother Jacob. I was just gonna say wrestled at Penn. Some of the lineup here and there, not the real starter, but hey, degree from Penn, not a bad consolation prize, right?
Yeah, and the guy next to me now, Austin Summer, degree from Drexel, and then got his master's from another outstanding institution. So you're not just a good-looking guy, man. You're pretty darn smart too, you know.
I wish my wife would say the same thing, Bob. Should talk to her more often.
Yeah, I'll send her a quick text. Yeah.
And there's Lezak with the pin over on mat 1.
Wow. Look at him. But yeah, with the tat, I didn't recognize him at first, and then you said Ethan Lezak. I looked over, I'm like, he's huge.
But breathing a little heavy. Only wrestled 1 period. I wonder how much he's in the room wrestling.
Then we have looks like a good matchup over here on mat number 3 on the Emmaus mat.
Yep, Anthony Dill in the red. Harrison Hafer in the green.
Yeah, it's just like districts. You know, there's so many mats to watch and so many fantastic matchups. And you have 2 young ladies over here going head to head.
Eliana Eats with the takedown there in the red. 2 on top of her. Now she's looking for a gut wrench just to help explain some of these techniques and holds in freestyle. Freestyle, you can lock your hands.
Yep.
They call it a gut wrench. You're just going to lock your hands, run forward, get pressure on that shoulder, roll through, pop her hips, expose that person on bottom's back for 2 points. And you can do that as many times as you want. If you do it 5 times, 10-0, boom, match is over, tech fall. As you can see, Sandy Guerrero here on top here.
And our camera crew doing an outstanding job, man.
Yeah, we're all over the place, and they're following us, so props to them. So there's a leg lace there, 2 points, and if she would have kept going that a few more times, that could have been the match. So that's the thing about freestyle, Bob, that I like and I dislike. If you get caught in 1 move, the match could be over without it being a pin, right?
Yep, the leg lace, you see it used so many times, and then they roll through.
And there's another exposure. Another 2 takedown there as nonchalantly the ref throws up 2.
He's just like, hey, man, having a good Saturday here. Had a bagel before the match, you know, time to...
Yeah, you were saying he had some cream cheese in his beard before. I think he got that off now.
He did.
We got fire alarms going off in here. I think we're going to keep wrestling now.
Yep, I think somebody opened the fire door.
Uh-oh.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm sick of the action. We got good action here.
Yeah, I think somebody opened the fire door.
Yep, a few matches stopped. Looks like they're in between bouts, or in between periods, so not the end of the world. Action that was going on is going on. We're on mat number 1. Gennaro Sermonera and Steven Sell on mat number 1. Sermonera, Muhlenberg, top seed. What's he up? 10-1 now in the first period, dominating.
Yeah, Muhlenberg's, they've put together a really nice men's program. Jason McLean doing an outstanding job, and Joey Lamparelli, the 125-pounder, an All-American again this year. It was his senior year, so Joey's done. But, some outstanding wrestlers coming up through the program, and they had a young man, their 90-pounder. Was a Nazareth graduate. Trying to remember his name now. Really, really nice kid. Good wrestler and so many. Whoa!
Big throw there by Eats.
Wow.
I'm not sure if she scored any points though.
That looked impressive.
Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, nice attempt there, but Guerrero with the tech fall lead, 12-2. She gets the win. Good, good to see like throws being attempted. And just going out there letting it fly is also part of it here, right? It's off season, doesn't mean anything. Work on techniques, try some different things maybe. It's good to see these guys and girls out here letting it fly, as we like to say.
Over here on mat 3, these 2 young men still battling it out. let's see, we got over there on mat number 1. Good bout right there.
Yeah, mat number 2 there. I think you mean the red mat.
Oh, the red mat. Yeah,
Yep.
number 2. Muhlenberg's number 1.
Yeah, Bryant Pabon in the red, anklet, black uniform. Jackson Glasgow, Team Canada again. 16-9 lead. 30 seconds left here in the third.
You know, you see a lot of the tattoos now. You know, a lot of wrestlers with the tats and everything else. And I was always too chicken to get a tattoo.
Me too.
Because
yeah.
I figured if I didn't like it after a while, you know, you got it forever.
It's permanent. Well, it's not permanent anymore, but you know, it's a process to get those things removed.
Right. But then you have that big scar on your arm, you know, from when they remove it and those kinds of things.
Yeah, last year's event, reading here, 7 different states were represented.
Yeah, right.
Which is really cool. I wonder what the stats are this year. We'll have to look into that. But yeah, having 7 different states to come to an event like this really says something about, you know, just the reach it's getting. You know, just to get participants here. And then we got live stream, like we mentioned. I saw people from California, North Carolina chiming in. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, you know, and that's the neatest thing. You know, I like we were talking about prior to our broadcast. Oh, we have burnt popcorn triggering the fire alarm. So, you know, I don't think anybody's in danger unless they eat the burnt popcorn and maybe, you know, break a tooth or something.
Well, I plan on eating popcorn all day. I'm going to starve today now. That's all right, though. I'm sure they'll find something else for us.
Austin Summers post-wrestling diet, popcorn.
All this entertainment, you got to eat something.
I got to tell you, though, I was at Sam's Club a couple weeks ago, and they have this chocolate drizzled popcorn. Oh, Austin, it is phenomenal. But don't make the mistake I did. Dump some in a bowl. Don't start eating from the bag because before you know it, the bag's almost all gone.
They need to make those bags bigger sometimes because you get to the end and you eat, seems like 3 pounds of popcorn and you're still hungry. Yeah. That's the thing about popcorn. It'll get you.
Yeah,
I'm more of a white cheddar guy myself.
Are you? The smart food stuff?
The fingers, it gets all over your fingers then too. You know, you got to lick your fingers. You look like an animal doing it, but it's so dang good.
And that's the thing with the chocolate popcorn. You know, you're eating in the bag and your fingers are all filled with chocolate, so don't rub your eyes or anything, you know?
That's why you need M&M's. Melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
Oh, man. One of my favorites, M&M's and Oreos.
Yeah, so now we're here on mat 3. That match is over. Anthony Dill in red. Looks like he lost to Harrison Hayford in the green in overtime.
Yeah, Hayford won in overtime.
Got the overtime win there.
Yeah, he looked really, really good. You know, I think what happened in that match in overtime, the young man who lost, unfortunately, he started to gas a little bit, and we talked about how tough it is just to wrestle 90 seconds. Can you imagine wrestling the whole 4.5 minutes, and then you have to do overtime period? So it takes a lot out of you. But that was a heck of a match.
Yeah, we got Gimp up here cracking jokes. There's a fire sale on the popcorn going on if you're hungry.
Is that what he said?
Pun intended with the fire alarms going on.
Love it.
At least the sound's off. I just see the strobe lights now, so at least that annoyance is kind of out of the way. You still got annoyance from us up here talking, but you can mute us if we're annoying. That's fine. Yeah, or if you're in the chat, tell us to shut up. You know, I'm not going to be offended. My wife tells me that all the time.
Well, my wife said to me a couple weeks ago, right? She goes, "You hate silence, don't you?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" She goes, "You talk all the time." I'm like, "Well, you know, we have several rooms in the house. You can go in one of them."
Yep.
You know,
you got a puppy dog now. She can, you know, listen to dog talk.
So the dog's like I think it's 18 weeks now, right? 51 pounds, and her bark when she was a little tiny one, when she was like 4 weeks old, it was like, now it's like,
big dog bark, yeah.
Yeah, same Bernie Doodle. And I was kind of tricked into thinking the dog wasn't going to be that big, and my brother-in-law lied to me. So next time I see
women's
him.
Action here on mat 4. Yeah. Claire Emma in the red, wrestling Anna Palumbo in the blue. Looks like, can't tell, there's no anklets going on here. Hard to tell who's who on the mat.
With the young lady on bottom in the green, white, and blue singlet, she had 2 real impressive wins. So
that's 2 for Palumbo. Blue shorts.
Yep.
Blue on the scoreboard for you.
This is the last sign
for those of you watching at home.
On 4, so we're going to start pushing.
And then the young lady on top, she's phenomenal because she's wrestling a really, really tough girl.
Yeah, there was a Nick Palumbo, NCAA qualifier, wrestled out of New Jersey, wrestled at Sacred Heart. I wonder if there's a relationship there. Might have to do some digging and fact checking.
You know what I love, though? I'm watching over here on mat number 3, right? And the young man who's wearing the Marsteller singlet and the other, I mean, they're talking to each other, patting each other on the back. You see really great sportsmanship in this tournament.
Yeah, I think they're all in the same boat here. It's like, hey, I'm here because I love the sport. You know, it's it's bragging rights, sure, but sometimes it feels good to just be back on the mat and feel that competitive edge again.
Oh, look at this. 2-2, she got the takedown, and now she's looking for the fall.
That stops it, going back on their feet. So the unfortunate thing, Bob, about freestyle, too, that we should probably clarify for the people at home that maybe don't know much about the sport, there is no overtime in freestyle. So you see the score's 2-2. Right now, Claire Emma has an underline underneath her score. That means she is winning on criteria. And there's multiple factors of criteria. Typically, it's the last person who scores, but a lot of times it's who has the higher scoring point. So if it's 2-2 and it's a 2-point takedown versus 2 1-point step outs, whoever gets the takedown has the criteria. So again, that's the part of the chess involved of, hey, am I winning here? Am I not? That's why they underline it for you to help clarify who is winning. Again, if time were to end right now, you would win 2-2, which doesn't sit right to me. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, Bob, but winning 2-2, what they say, a tie is like kissing your sister. Right? And, that's the old-fashioned adage there, but I almost agree with that. Let them wrestle again, get the takedown or the step out, win on the scoreboard, not by criteria, but that's just me.
Well, that was a great explanation. Good job of that, because I think a lot of people may not have known that. And, it's like we were talking about the differences between folk style and freestyle, and that's one of the huge differences. But this is a heck of a match.
Yeah, 4 mats going on, and my eyes are on this women's match, too.
Yeah, me too.
It's tied, good match going on, and some pretty high-level wrestling, too. They really know what they're doing out there.
And then 2 gentlemen, just their match ended over there, and they both walked off the mat, patting each other on the back, arm around each other. That's what I love about it, That's why the Jordan Burroughs thing bothered me so much. It shouldn't have been like that, and I was very disappointed at those fans who were yelling at one of the greatest wrestlers and his coach. It's like, come on, guys.
Yeah, we got a good one over here at mat 3. Hardiman up 4-2 in the red over Eli Lloyd. Hardiman, the 7 seed, is a quarterfinal bout. Eli Lloyd in the green, the 2 seed. So potential upset here brewing on mat number 3.
And they don't get a lot of time between matches, Austin. When you wrestled districts,
10 minutes ago.
Right, when you would wrestle districts, you'd win your match on a Friday night, and then you would come back, and then you would have, your quarterfinal match, and then you'd have the semifinals and the wrestlebacks on Saturday and the finals. But you would have a couple of hours between. These young men and women, they only have maybe a half an hour.
It doesn't do them any benefits with not being in the shape that I'm sure they wish they were in, right? I'm sure these people are coming in, being on the mat once or twice a week for an hour. It's not going to be enough to wrestle. And I know a lot of people that say wrestling shape is different than running shape. You can run for miles and miles a day, but once you step on the mat, it's a little different because there's a lot of sprinting, there's a lot of lifting, controlling your opponent. It's not just running where you can run for hours at a time. A lot of different speeds and using your strength in there as well. There's another takedown for Palumbo. Getting behind there. She ties it up 4-4. Great bout here on the blue mat.
And it might come down to, like you said, criteria. The last point scored in the upset over there on mat number 3. The young man in the Marsteller singlet comes up with his 2nd win of the day. Really good matchup there.
Goes over, shakes the opponent's wife's hand, who looks like she was in the corner coaching her husband, boyfriend.
That's great.
That's cool to see, too. We're seeing a lot here, too. A lot of families out here. Fathers out there, their sons are on the mat cheering them on in their little singlets, and good way to get your little guy into the sport too. Or girl, I should say, little guy or little girl. Yep,
sons and daughters cheering their dads and moms on. That's really, like you said, really cool stuff. Uh-oh.
1-point step out for blue for Palumbo. So we got 1:48 left here.
Wow. I saw that. I was just like, oh man, she
like,
just missed. If she hadn't stepped out, it could have been trouble for Palumbo.
Looks like Palumbo's up 5-4 here. So no criteria needed at the moment since she's winning on the scoreboard.
Ooh, an inside trip attempt.
Oh, Palumbo, nice hip toss, looking for a judo throw there.
Mia Macaluso, who was
Nice inside trip there, but Palumbo counters to her back. And she gets the fall.
You know, one thing I haven't seen a lot today, Austin, is bridging. You don't see a lot of bridging, you know?
I think that's the conditioning some of these people are in too. You know, they're not quite in season shape. You know, it takes a lot of energy to bridge. I've known that, unfortunately, for a few matches in my life, and sometimes it's just easier to give up.
Man, my neck was so big back in the day. I think that was the most developed part of my body from bridging all the time. But you're right. I mean, that's just and now, but I have no disc left in my neck, so that was a byproduct of that. But you know, it's just it takes a toll too. I mean, when you wrestle and you wrestle hard, and I mean, back when you're a young kid, you're diving, you're playing football, you're diving for balls, you're running into fences, playing baseball, you're doing all that crazy stuff. And it catches up to you, you know, when you get older. Uh-oh, here we go.
Oh, we got a shirtless uniform here. I like this.
Yeah, he's a judo or jiu-jitsu guy. He wrestled last year.
Yeah, mat 4. We got Evan Hershey in the red anklet and Aiden McVeigh, Team Canada. A lot of foreigners here. I hope they brought their passports.
It's a large man right there. Hope they brought their passports.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're a movie guy, but the shirtless dude, I don't know who's who down there, but whoever the shirtless guy is reminds me of that Along Came Polly scene where they're playing basketball. Goes up for a jump shot, and the guy's shirtless. You just
and he's
see
all sweaty.
The sweat and grossness all over the guy's face.
All over Kevin James' face. And
I'm just imagining that happening in this match, so we'll keep an eye on that.
And Kevin James' face goes like,
yep.
It's all
smushed in the hairy, sweaty chest. And
well, that brings it back. It's a very great description. I can just picture that. That movie was funny.
Not the nicest description, but, you know.
That was funny.
So McVeigh has a name on a singlet. That helps us out. He's in the green. McVeigh in the blue singlet, green. It looks like Evan Hershey. No, pops the top off. He's here to have fun.
Yep, and the big guy, he does a lot of upper body. I remember that from last year. So
yeah, it looks like he has a Greco stance there.
Yep, and McVeigh, he's shorter, so I think that would be an advantage if he could drop down and at least hit like a quick single, like a sweep single or an ankle pick or something. But I don't know if he wants to go upper body with this guy.
And as you see, they're out of bounds. There are no points yet in Folkstyle for going out of bounds. In Freestyle, that would have been a point for whoever steps out.
They were talking about, I heard somebody talking about in Folkstyle that they might start.
Arm spin throw by McVeigh. Nice.
That was really nice.
Really nice. Has Hershey on his back.
But they were talking about maybe a step-out rule for Folkstyle coming down the road.
Yeah, I think there is talks of that. I'm sure it's.
Wow.
The population's torn. Nice pin there by McVeigh. Getting the arm spin. Hershey, what a giant human he is. Wow.
Yeah, but, you know, going all upper body, that's okay. But with that low center of gravity McVeigh had,
yeah, that was.
He couldn't really knock him off his, throw him off his feet. And McVeigh, what a great job that was.
Looked like perfect timing, too. I mean, great technique on his end.
Set him up, leaning in, and then boom.
Yeah, that was really nice there by McVeigh. Now we're on mat 3 here. We got a full beard. I like to see that. Seth Finnegan in the red. Colby Geisinger.
I'll tell you what, man, that's a good-looking beard. Heck. Jealous of his hair, too.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Mine's getting a little long for the summer months coming up. I like to keep it short. I need a haircut soon, but some of these guys, they let it grow out. They like to show how manly they are. Here's your division, plus 65, Bob, coming up here on the blue mat number 4.
I think the guy in the blue singlet I'd probably have some trouble with.
David Salome in the red. Randy Shaw in the green anklet, blue singlet. 220-pound division. They're going at it here.
Okay, yeah, that's
inside trip.
That's just a nice job there.
Nice slower pace though by the older division too, which is
now I'm not
probably
220,
more speed.
So I'd have to be like 195. Whoa, look at him pushing
And
now.
he cuts him.
Pushed him, man. I'd be like, all right, we're going now.
Oh, nice low single there. Oh,
The guy's quick for 220 pounds and,
Takes down
and
slow.
over 65.
diving in on knees and ankles there makes me a little nervous. No matter what the age group, but especially these 65 and older guys.
Look at that. He's got the
Not as limber as they used to be.
Rogers tilt going over here.
Randy Shaw at a Mohawk Valley Wrestling Club. Not supporting the Mohawk, so
Yeah, that's a little bit contradictory, right?
yeah, stolen velour, like those guys that wear the army suits that aren't supposed to be. Yeah, cool match over there. We got more big boys over here on mat 3.
And in the corner, right, watching this match, you have 3 young ladies, or that match before you had 3 or 4 young ladies who had wrestled freestyle, and they're all over there talking, exchanging story. I love to see that,
Yeah,
man.
it's
I love
really
to
cool.
see the camaraderie, like shaking hands and good job. Great stuff. Tell you what, though, this guy, though, is built like a brick shipyard.
He's
He is.
ripped.
He's a big boy.
If I am half his size when I'm 65 and older, I'll be happy.
I used to look like that, and then all of a sudden, I started eating everything I could get my hands on.
We got big boys over here, mat 3.
Yeah, no,
Johnny
it's not.
Lira of mat return.
Are they 220 over here, or are they 285?
Well, I was just gonna say, Flow Arena says 999 pounds. Maybe that's the unlimited division. I don't think they're 999.
Even Chris Taylor, when he wrestled, was 410 pounds. I don't think.
Who was the Russian? Carolyn. Wasn't he the big guy?
Oh yeah, he was a monster.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that's unlimited division. Johnny Lira, 2-0 lead over Bob Fiedler, Salisbury coach. So good to see coaches. That's the thing too. Coaches coming out here and showing that, hey, I'm coaching young kids. I should be able to at least perform on the mat as
Yep,
well, right?
yep.
So really cool to see coaches out here of all walks of life, different age levels. Oh, we got the Flamin' Hot Cheeto on mat 1. Hope your camera crew picks up that singlet. Yeah, we got Yusuf Aset in the red on bottom, and Daniel Quijano, mat return. 2-0 lead on top with the Flamin' Hot Cheeto singlet. That's my vote for singlet of the day, I think.
Yeah, that's a great singlet. That's a really funny singlet.
Who's the mascot? Is it Chester? Chester the cheetah or something? Kind of on the buttocks there of Daniel. That's a great singlet.
Oh. Chester the cheetah. That's funny. Yeah, and he's kind of in the commercial. He's kind of creepy. He's like, yeah.
Yeah, so
Tech
Daniel.
fall, nope, end of this period. Yeah, that guy, man.
Yeah, Shaw takes neutral where he's been very successful. 14-2 lead heading into the second or third period there.
Yeah, this gentleman's in fantastic shape over here on the mat 4, and the Cheetos guy looks
Oh,
like
big throw to end it. Looking for the pin. There it is. Match would have been over anyway. Ref gives him the pin. Nice throw there to end it.
that guy's in good shape. 220 pounds of solid muscle at over
Flamin' Hot
65.
Cheeto looking for a pin, picking up back points on mat 1.
Yeah, he's doing a good job over there. Looks like he's wrestling a guy who possibly is a jiu-jitsu judo guy. No wrestling shoes.
Yeah, you can kind of tell by how they move on bottom and how they move on the mat. And he's barefoot, probably another giveaway. Oh, wow, we got a pin over here on mat 3. Bob Fiedler, Salisbury coach, coming from behind to win over Johnny Lira. Lira with the gloves on. Love that the ump jumped up to raise Lira's hand because Lira looks like he could dunk a basketball.
Juan Garcia providing some official entertainment right there.
Fun to see officials get involved with the fun too. Great event overall.
It really is a lot of fun. Yeah, I would be I'm 65, so I'd be in the 65 and over division at 195 pounds, although I'd have to lose like 5 pounds to get down there. But there's no way I'm moving up to 220. No way. Not against that guy.
that's the thing about some of these weight classes. There's 20, 25 pounds in between them, and it's like, hey, I don't want to cut 10 pounds to make it. I'll be wrestling up a little bit.
Yeah, wrestling up a little bit, but not 20 pounds. No way. That guy was an animal.
More of the 65 and over division, 195-pound weight class here on mat number 4 in the blue mat. Matt Leiter in the red, Greg Emiliani.
I don't know. Those guys look like they're in good shape as well.
Yeah, Matt Leiter, however you pronounce that. Up 2-0 on top. He's in the gray.
I think it's Leiter.
Leiter, yeah.
Yeah, and I'd have my hands full. These guys look pretty good.
Nice Grammy roll there from bottom by Greg. Ties it up 2-2.
Yeah, two things you don't really see a lot in college and high school wrestling. And you don't see a lot of the Granby rolls, and you don't see a lot of the inside switches.
Yeah, that's more credit to the guys on top. You know, they're so good. They know how to counter that stuff. And
exactly.
A lot of times it doesn't work on bottom just because the pressure from top is, so good.
Yeah, and you see a lot of scrambling. I mean, now it's like back in the earlier days, you see a lot. It was all about fundamentals, right? Now it's all about scrambling and trying to funk out of things, and it's really neat to see how the wrestling world and techniques and everything have just developed and changed and evolved. It's awesome to see that. It's fantastic when you see a sport evolving, right?
Yeah,
you don't want to see it
real time.
Right, you don't want to see it stagnating.
Yeah, because you get some of those guys that all they really do know how to scramble. So if you're hitting blast doubles on them, it's hard for them to scramble.
Yeah.
But you can see guys that are so solid, scrambling's a weakness for them. And it also depends on body types too. You got guys that are wrestling each other, same weight class, but one guy could be 4 or 5 inches, maybe 6 inches taller than your opponent. Yep. So those style of clash, the clash of styles there is always something entertaining to watch too.
Our buddy Chester the Cheeto won his match by fall.
All right, Chester. What do you think his post weigh-in meal was? Flamin' hot Cheetos?
and chocolate drizzled popcorn. There you go.
Or maybe he simmered down and just went the jalapeno flavor.
He's like, look, I can't get a hold of any flaming hot Cheetos here right now, so I'll just eat the burnt popcorn, from earlier. Good match over here on mat number 4, 4-2. Young man on top with the green anklet. Thought he'd throw the leg in. Might see it. Ooh. Thought I was going to see a sit out, and he came over with that hard. I want to thank the crew for setting up the monitors and the microphones and just doing an outstanding job so we could bring you all the action here on YouTube and Flow Sports.
Shout out to Matt Return, the people running this event, streaming this event for free. So people that can't be here, like we mentioned, people from all over the country joining in. Thanks for tuning in. We're not just talking in the void. We know there's people watching, which is fun. That makes it more exciting when you know that the words you're saying are actually being heard, and you're not just talking into a void.
And we really appreciate the support. People giving up their time to tune in and watch something very entertaining. I know the NFL draft's coming up later on this afternoon, but we really appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, we got a lot of close matches coming up.
Yeah, right.
Going on right now.
In my weight division. So watching these guys wrestle now, I think I'll just stay behind the microphone. It's probably a lot healthier for me to do that.
Yeah, a lot of good scrambling there. Guys fighting off
nice
their back
job.
too.
That was a real nice job.
It's funny seeing guys and coaches, seeing coaches in singlets warming up, but also coaching the guy wrestling on the mat right now.
We were just talking about Dan the Man Moran, and here he is, his former teammate Austin Summer.
I think Danny's ears were ringing.
Yep. Dan was an outstanding assistant coach here at Muhlenberg and was a fantastic wrestler in high school and Lehigh. Dan, weren't you a 4-time place winner? Right, and runner-up twice. Yep. And
Sammy Sasso, who's that guy?
Yeah, come on, Sammy. Come on, you could have beat Sammy. Come on.
Oh, we got Northampton guy, Joey Schwartz, former teammate out there, Matt 1, rocking the K-Kid singlet. He's in the green. He's taking on Wilfredo Giussino of Grit Mat Club. Grit, that's another local club that's doing great things out of Saucon, run by Coach Chunko there.
Oh, is that Ben Chunko's club?
Yeah, that's Ben Chunko, his son, and a lot of those Saucon Valley guys. Great program right now. Little Steve Minnis Jr. out of that club, and just to name a few guys, but doing good things here and right up the road in Hellertown and Saucon Valley.
Yep.
Wilfredo Giussino up 2-0.
And a nice comeback win on the in the 195-pound matchup.
Yeah, nice win there by Emiliano, 6-5.
Yep.
Wow.
Came back. Some good stuff. Some really good matchups. I'm impressed by a lot of these older wrestlers too.
Yeah, we got a bunch of quarterfinals matches going on. Winner's going to go to semifinals, obviously, and some tight scoring matches. I'm not sure if this is because people are nervous, they're not opening up, or if they're just so tightly contested here that a takedown would tie it. Really good wrestling going on.
Yeah, and you know how it is. I mean, you've been involved in close matches. You don't want to make that mistake, and it's easy to tell people, like at NCAA's, you know what, make sure you open up. But you're out there on such a big stage, you don't want to make a mistake. And even here, these young men and women haven't been wrestling some of them for many years, and they're out there trying not to make a mistake that could cost them the match.
Yeah, that's always the thing. I'm pretty active on social media, X, Twitter, and every now and then I just go on rants about people that are booing, like the Jordan Burroughs thing, like we talked about, and those fans that never really wrestled booing. It's like you don't really know how hard it is to compete, let alone at that high level, So it's a little disheartening to see people like that go out there and just put others down just to make them feel good, whatever you want to say about that. But it's just when you don't know the heart that these guys have and everything they go through, it's tough.
Talking about legends, we have Scotty Hovan here.
Oh boy,
state champ.
Oh boy, time for us to go.
PIAA state champ and outstanding college wrestler. I mean, boy, all these celebrities stopping by. Dan Moran, Scott Hovan, so many outstanding individuals. How are you, Scott?
Good. It's great to be here. It's a pretty exciting event going on here.
It really is. I mean, why are you back here wrestling?
I know.
Probably the same reason you two guys are sitting up here announcing as well.
I left my shoes on the mat, figuratively.
So, yeah, no, I'm no longer a competitor. Haven't been for a long time, since probably about 26.
Wow.
Worked out quite a bit, wrestled in the Lehigh room and other rooms for quite a long time, but now I kind of enjoy being on this side of the microphone.
Yeah, me too.
And definitely a fan of the sport, though, and it's pretty cool to see this sport grow to, wrestling sometimes was considered not to be a lifelong sport.
Right. Yep.
But they're kind of proving otherwise here.
Yeah, and we were talking, Austin and I were talking earlier about how fantastic it is to see women's wrestling now. Girls and women's wrestling really taking hold on the high school level throughout the country here in Pennsylvania finally. And then on the collegiate level, Lehigh's going to have an NCAA sanctioned team in 2 years. I mean, that's phenomenal, right? And then Muhlenberg's, I guess their team's going to start up next year. Cedar Crest has a team, East Stroudsburg University. So it's really, really nice to see how this, the sport has grown, expanded, and continued to gain popularity.
And I think that women's wrestling has always gotten tremendous support from the men's side.
Yep.
They wanted to see this happen. It gives them their own platform to be able to go out there and compete. And it's a great thing to see. And if you watch the Olympic trials this last weekend on Peacock, you got to be able to see some of the women's action. It's pretty exciting. And
fantastic.
We're actually, it's not like we're two separate entities. It's almost like a brotherhood and a sisterhood.
Yep. Great point. You know, and Austin and I were talking earlier after the ladies' matches concluded. There were like 4 or 5 of them standing over there, exchanging stories, patting each other on the back, hugging, shaking hands. You love to see it. That's the cool stuff, you know. Like you said, the camaraderie and the sisterhood and all those
brings
things that
everybody
wrestling
together,
brings.
no matter which side of the fence you're on, right?
Well, women have a way of doing that in sports, you know, and they're it's a beautiful thing to see, because even in defeat, they're happy, they're supporting each other. In men's sports and sometimes in wrestling, the mentality was, you know, you don't do those kind of celebrations. You're not winning, you shouldn't be happy. And you know, sports are much bigger than just winning and losing. And I think the women's side of that shows that very, very well a lot of times, especially in loss. Now, you get to see a lot of wrestlers that are extremely successful, and they're grateful. But we're always interviewing the guy that won the championship. Of course they're grateful. You know? And so, you know, it's nice to see the women, how they just connect so much better, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about how the winners, right? But how about Tyler Kasich from Penn State, right? He loses and then wrestles all the way back, wins 7 matches and takes third, and he was knocking off people, you know, the number 1 seed, the number 3 seed, and you know, that to me, that was one of my favorite stories of the NCAA championships. You know, that was amazing to see that.
Well, we've seen a lot of wrestlers that do get beat, and then they don't completely go and wrestle back. They medically default out, and they change the rules for seeding and things like that. That's why Carter Strachey got a poor seed this year as a 9th seed, because he medically forfeited out. And I think that's an excellent rule, because we want to see guys show that character. That is unbelievable. And for a freshman to do that is even more unbelievable. It's not unbelievable that he did it being a Penn State wrestler, because they're doing unbelievable things on the mat. That's
all the time.
That's I mean, I think far exceeds what almost maybe even Dan Gable did at Iowa.
You know, and that's the thing. And remember, he basically won a state championship as a sophomore, was upset in the semifinals junior year, came back for 3rd, and then took his senior year off to go out and wrestle at Penn State, right? And then he goes in his freshman year, true freshman, and look what he did. I mean, that's such an amazing story, Scott. It really is. And that's the neatest thing about wrestling. It's the comebacks. It's the people who don't give up and don't quit, and that's what you love to see. Like you said, how many times out at Pennsylvania, you know, states where a kid loses in the 1st or 2nd round and then ends up finishing 8th or doesn't even hit the podium because he's just so upset and frustrated he kind of gives up, you know.
Or the infamous semi-slide. They lose in the semis, and they take 6th place where they could fight back for 3rd. You know, whether that's mental or physical, something going on, but either way, it's...
I was a victim of the semi-slide my junior year in college, and
that's not a dance move out there for the people thinking. It's when you lose in the semis, the worst you could do is 6th, and you end up in 6th place.
I didn't know what the semi-slide was until I actually did it, and then I was reminded that I did the semi-slide. And, you know, for me, I had my heart set on being a national champion. I lost on riding time to Pat Smith. And for me, I tried to get myself up to do the things. I didn't quit. I competed in all the matches. I did not have the mentality that I needed to have. I tried to do all the right things, but I was kind of crushed. But there's a difference between doing that and just medically defaulting because you're mentally crushed. And that's something I was taught growing up in the Lehigh Valley, not just by my parents, but by my coaches, and even my college coach at Pitt. That was never acceptable to do growing up.
And that was the thing. My father always told me, he said, listen, he goes, I don't care who you wrestle, when you wrestle. He goes, even if you lose, I want you to get up. I want you to give 110%. If you lose, hey, you gave it everything you had. And you come off the mat, you shake hands, you congratulate the other guy if you win or lose, and you lose like a champ and you win like a champ. And that stuck with me my whole life. You know, and I lost a lot, but you know, it's one of the things where I lost like a champ. You know, I mean, I make fun of it, but I mean, I learned a lot. I learned a lot through that.
And there's plenty of examples of that, right? Like a lot of times, great success is preceded by big failures.
Oh yeah.
You see that, go on Instagram. You'll see plenty of examples of that. You know, how many game-winning shots did Michael Jordan take that he lost? It was like 20-some games, I think. And one of the greatest examples of that in our sport was Frank Molinaro when he was trying to qualify the weight for the Olympic Games.
Unbelievable, yeah.
He lost early. He got pulled back into the repertoire. And I think he had to be a finalist to qualify the weight for the Olympics. Well, he ended up battling back and wrestling for third, even though he didn't want to, because he couldn't qualify the weight.
What's the point?
Well,
Yeah.
somebody got disqualified later on, they found out. Frank moved up, got the second place finish, qualified for the Olympics, and went on, I believe he medaled in the Olympics,
Yes.
took a bronze medal.
Yep.
And if that's not an example of great perseverance and never giving up and never quitting, you'll never, ever win if you quit.
Yep.
You might not win if you don't quit, but you'll never win if you do quit. And I think Frank Molinaro was a great example of what it means to be a fighter and be a true American.
Well, you and Austin both know you guys made it to the highest level. You guys qualified for the NCAA tournament a couple of times, several times, and people don't understand. It's easy for people to sit back and judge. Oh, you should have done this, and they don't understand the pressure that young man. I mean, it's not like they're professionals and they're 18, 19, 20, 21, 20, who are in a situation where everybody's watching you and there's so much pressure, and you guys know what it's like to be in that pressure cooker and to just keep performing when you're hurt and beat up, and just you see guys coming out there, their eyes are swollen, their noses are like halfway across their face, their lips are cut. I mean, people don't realize the grind, and for just for what you two here have accomplished and so many others have accomplished is just incredible. And I don't think that those wrestlers who just even qualify for the NCAAs, and you guys had success there, but even just qualifying is just something amazing. So, proud of both of you.
That's the thing. You never hear the excuses from the wrestlers. Oh, I was hurt. I was sick. The excuses come from the fans. It's always, oh, if he would have stayed healthy, he would have done that. But a lot of times the wrestlers aren't saying that. It's, hey, I didn't win, right? I came up short. I think that's the humility that we're kind of talking about here with wrestlers. They're always, it's my fault. It's on me. I didn't get the job done. I didn't win. Whatever the thing may be. It's always the fans on the forums and saying, oh, well, he had a twisted ankle. His dog died. His girlfriend dumped him. Whatever the excuse, it doesn't matter to the wrestlers. They're out there competing because it's all on them, win or lose.
Yeah, I think that tremendous accountability helps to breed a mentality in wrestlers that you might not see in some other sports that are more team-focused. I also think that it's hard now for these current-day athletes with the pressure. Yes, a lot of them are 18 and 19 years old, but there's grown men out there that have been working their butt offs their whole life. They haven't even, you take the 20 years of work that they've been in life, they haven't even made the same amount of money that an 18-year-old that's getting an NIL money today.
Yeah.
So things like NIL, when you put when the kids are getting that kind of money, guess what? There's going to be a lot more pressure and expectation. You're not going to be treated. You are going to be treated now like an 18-year-old adult because you're making money more than people in their 40s or 50s are making.
Yep.
They're essentially pro athletes now.
They won't even make it in their lifetime what they're getting in a year. You know what? With that bonus and with that luxury that you're getting now that other athletes didn't get years ago, you're going to get the pressure.
And a lot of those high-level athletes you're mentioning are getting paid more than the coaches. So there's always that aspect of, I make more than the coach. I don't have to listen to him, or if they have a bad attitude towards it, which is unfortunate sometimes, but that's reality. They're making six figures. Some of these coaches aren't. And it just, I don't know how you explain that economically. How much is this guy really worth? But it's crazy to see these guys getting paid like that.
I understand I understand the reason why it's happening, and for a lot of reasons. Hey, if you're a music major or an art major, and you can go, and you're great in college, and you can go do concerts and make $10,000 on a weekend, good for you, right? Athletes are given that same benefit.
We got overtime over here on Mat 3. Sorry to cut you off, Scott.
Yeah, there's some really good wrestling going on here, Scott.
Oh, yeah, sudden victory, 4-4.
I wanted to see you out there, though. It would be a lot of fun to see Scott Hovan out
And
there.
I feel the same. I would have loved to seen you out there as well.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been too long. I wouldn't have been out there too long, but I would have been I would have been out there. But over there, these two guys over there on mat number 2 are like killing each other. The one guy just got hit with an illegal slam.
We got overtime here on mat 3. Briney in the red. He gets the takedown in overtime. He wins. Michael Briney in the red over Justin McCullough in the green. Good sportsmanship there. Wow.
Yeah, I
Both
like
guys
the
exhausted.
Yep. I love the sportsmanship.
Presented by Rat's Butcher in Stewartsville. They donated these huge.
Yeah, and you're talking about it, Scotty.
Sponsored by Rat's Butcher.
Like the sportsmanship and the humility, and they because they know what each other has gone through or been through, and it's that mutual respect. I love that, you know.
Come get your steak.
You know, I'm sitting here and I'm wondering how many more extra medical staff did they have to hire for an event like this, and do they bring in extra ice machines? Because their bodies have got to be very sore. They're not young college, high school wrestlers anymore.
Well, did you see Ethan Lezak, the size of Ethan now? Oh my gosh, I didn't recognize him. He's huge.
He's about $160, I'd say.
Yeah, he's got to be about 160 pounds. He's all tatted up. I didn't even recognize him.
You know what? And good for him.
Yep.
You know what? How many
That
meals
weight.
did he miss
Yep.
over his lifetime? He's making up for it a
Yes,
little bit.
good for
and
him.
he'll get himself back on
He still looks
back
great.
on. But he was always a very tall wrestler for
Yep.
his weight.
I mean, he was
Cut a lot of weight.
so good on top, right? I mean, well, I remember in high school, somebody told me one time he cut like 22 pounds in less than a week to make weight. I mean, that's crazy, you know. But he was such an outstanding kid, and his family, just a great family. Just love the Lezaks. So.
And speaking of missing meals, we got outstanding wrestler for the women's division. They get a really cool award here. They get 2 tomahawk steaks donated by Rat's Butcher, one of the sponsors here.
2 tomahawk steaks.
2 tomahawk steaks and a book called Mat Return, signed by the author. I missed the lady's name who won the OW, but she's going home with 2 tomahawk steaks and a book. So that's a nice little, I don't know if she has a boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, but that could be a nice date meal, or that could be just for her for a special night. But really cool award here for
Really cool.
outstanding wrestler for the women's division. 2 tomahawk steaks. Thanks to Rat's Butcher. I believe that's Colin Rath's family, right? Colin Rath from Bethlehem Catholic. I believe that's his family. Just signed to Missouri.
Yeah.
So we're getting a little heckling down on the mat from Gimp.
Gimp, yeah.
Who's also does announcing on the side for Lehigh matches on the radio, and shoes off.
Yep, he has.
today.
Yep.
No
it's-
sneakers.
Yep. And I looked over last when we did this tournament last year. Right, I come in. Hey, Gimp, how are you? No shoes today. No shoes. You know, but
Throwing
he's
his frisbee around.
Yeah, he's just such a great guy, and he's teasing us, saying get Scott off the mic over here. But Scott is one of my favorite people. He and Doug Heater do an outstanding job on SEC TV. You know, covering high school matches and Lehigh matches, and just two of the really good guys in this business. So.
You know, when you think about it, those steaks are actually a great gift. They're pressure wrapped there. They're probably frozen. Probably
yeah.
makes a good ice pack for their drive home for most of these athletes, not the young
Right.
ones, but those older ones.
Some
They
bumps and
have a
bruises.
tough time
Yeah.
getting up in the morning tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd have to win outstanding wrestler just to ice all my injuries, you know. Oh, that's a great point.
Look at the action here down on the
Mat number 3
mat
here.
3.
Yeah. Antonio McCree in the red. Bobby Salsaline.
I don't know. No way you can sustain that pace for a whole match.
You know-
sort of like what was the guy's name that wrestled Starachi in the first match and then hit the wall, tanked at the U.S. team trials?
Oh, Pat Downey.
Pat, yeah, and he's in his 20s.
I like to avoid talking about him at all costs, Scott. He's a bad stain on the wrestling community, but
He's a character.
He's a
He's
character.
made some
He-
poor decisions, and
yeah.
you know, he said, if I trained, I think I could have won. And there's no more important tournament in the United States of America to train for than the Olympic trials every 4 years. That is not an excuse.
I know.
Yeah,
and here's a guy, I mean, And he's got the head the size of a baseball, basically. I mean, he's had so much talent, was such a talented young wrestler, and then I don't know what happened. He kind of went off the rails, and it's very unfortunate because he wasted all that talent.
Well, you know, maybe think of his life without wrestling. How much worse would it have been? You know,
Well,
he might
that's
be
a good
doing
point.
much better,
That's-
even though he maybe falters every now and then.
That's a
I
good
think
point.
wrestling probably made his life better.
A lot better. Yeah, that's
Not
a very
everybody,
good point.
not everybody has the great support network. Maybe growing up or things like that. I don't know what his family situation is, but
That's true. We don't
I've
know what
seen
other
wrestling
people are
help
going through. Yep.
help guide a lot of. Can't fix everyone, but it's certainly helped a lot of maybe young men
Well,
that maybe have struggled when they were younger.
I saw Tom Hausnick wrote an article about a wrestler at Easton this year who had, a lot of tough things happen to him throughout his life, and then he got into the Easton program under the direction of Jody Karam and Corey Keener, and really helped to turn his life around, like you said. And wrestling was one of those things that kind of pulled him out of the fire,
And you used to see a lot of that when we were growing up as younger. There's, I think there was less wealth, less things. It was a little harder.
Oh, yeah.
Nowadays, I think life's a little bit easier for a good number of people here, but you still need you need wrestling.
Yep.
And there's a lot of people that I think benefit from it.
Yeah, and just with social
Lehigh,
media.
You talked about Lehigh, Aubrey
Aubrey
Razor.
Jimenez.
Olympic trials finalist as a high
Aubrey
school
Jimenez,
senior. They
yeah.
talk about the boys a lot. That's incredible. She's
Yeah.
the #1 pound for pound, right? Flow wrestler, female wrestler
For
in the
women's,
country at
yeah.
high school. And she's going to Lehigh. Think about the opportunities
All
there.
the way
You got
from Arizona.
Crookham,
Yeah.
right? You got Stanich, you got Darian Cruz. Great opportunity for all of them.
Yeah, and then you have Mikey Labriola up there in the room now, and so many. It's just wrestling has given people so many opportunities now, more than back like when I wrestled, and then even when you guys wrestled. I mean, there's so many opportunities now with wrestling, and then you talked about the NIL. I like it and I don't like it because I think people kind of lose some of the focus of what the college education and sports and everything else are supposed to be about. Then it becomes big business. It starts to become big business,
Yeah, I would agree with you on that, and that's why one of the main reasons Nick Saban got out of coaching that he mentioned was because of the NIL.
Oh, wow.
And we love to see these athletes benefiting from it, and it's definitely NIL's the real deal in wrestling, especially at the higher level.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a fan if it's done legally, but there's a lot of shadiness going on.
Well,
in,
yeah,
some
and-
of these which is going to happen, right? It happens football, basketball, the big
It would be
programs.
nice if they had a limitation on it, like maybe to the equivalent of the school scholarship,
Something
or
like that.
25 grand,
Yeah.
and let's see how it goes. But then I think that violates some laws where you're limiting the ability of what they can make when other students at the university that get music scholarships can go out and do as many gigs as they want and make money.
Oh, that's, yeah.
So when you look at it from that perspective, you're like, okay, like why should the athletes be punished? But, given athletes at 18 years old, 19 years old, that much money, I really hope that the colleges, I think, are trying to do a very good job of educating them, not wasting it, and teaching them money management skills. It's hard to have that kind of discipline, though, when you're in college, but hopefully, it's helping better their lives a little bit, and they're doing some good things in the community and doing clinics and reaching out to kids. We used to do those things for free. It was called volunteering,
Yep.
but now
Yep.
they found a pathway to be able to get paid for it lucratively.
Well, let me ask you, Scott, right? Back when you were wrestling and in college, and somebody came to you and said, hey, Scott, we'll give you $200,000 to come to our university and wrestle. Whew. For a young, college kid who's got to pay off college debt and all this kind of stuff, well, if you got a scholarship, maybe not as much, but it's one of those things where you think, oh, okay, that's pretty good. But you're right. I mean, to see some wrestlers get offered like 200 grand to come to the school, and another wrestler gets offered 50 grand. I mean, that's a lot of money in college. But it just kind of, I don't know, like you were talking about, there needs to be some type of middle ground maybe where it's not so exorbitant, some of the amounts of money. You know, I mean, I think it's good that these college, athletes are getting recognized and getting some money, because for all those years, look at Johnny Manziel when he was at Texas A&M. They made, what was it, $790 million during the time he was at that school, and he got nothing. And then they gave him a lot of grief for making money signing autographs. But
he allegedly got nothing.
yeah, allegedly.
Well, even Reggie Bush, right? That just came about
yeah,
where
took away his Heisman Trophy.
He's gotten the Heisman back, and I'm not that familiar with the whole story to know it that well, but some of the athletes I went to college with, they really came from some poor families, and then when they didn't have any kind of spending money or any money at all on the side, it can be challenging at times. That is not the state of the way it is today.
Right.
I think that they do have a lot of ongoing conversations at all levels, the university, the national level. I could never blame a kid for taking that kind of money, just like I can't blame people for applying for student loan forgiveness.
Right.
If they're offering it, I would take it.
Yep.
Do I necessarily agree with everything about it or why it's being done? Sometimes no, sometimes yes. But certainly you can't blame people for doing that.
Oh, no, you can't. I'm just saying, I guess more or less like the universities, right, who have the big money and the big donors and the people who are giving all that money. Like you said, you have the North Dakota states against the Iowas and against, the Oklahoma states and against the Michigans. They can't compete with the NIL money, and then I think it kind of, with the program, it's kind of an unfair advantage with the wrestling program. All these studs are going to here and there and there, and then North Dakota State, who had some really good kids, next thing you know, one or two of them take the NIL and go to like a Michigan or Ohio State or something
well,
like
I'm
that.
kind of glad that they actually expanded the college football playoff, and I know this is a little off target from wrestling, but glad they expanded it to 12 teams.
Me too.
Because in my opinion, Penn State will never make the playoffs. They don't have the NIL money to be a top NIL player in the country. Do you think they got more NIL than USC, Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia? How are they ever going to be in the top four? Because if you don't have the money, you're not going to be at the top of the heap. Let's be honest. Penn State wrestling has the biggest RTC budget and the biggest NIL budget in college wrestling. Not a surprise they're not winning at the level that they're winning.
Yeah, there's a correlation.
They're the New York Yankees of college wrestling.
Yes. But then you wonder about the football program.
But they're also producing at a very high level.
Oh, yeah.
Money well spent, I'd say.
Yeah. So, it's one of those double-edged swords, It's kind of like, it's good, it's bad, but you feel good for hey, if I was an athlete now and I was to that level and somebody offered me $250,000 to spend my last 2 years at Iowa or Michigan, oh, my gosh, heartbeat. I wouldn't even think about it.
Well, and I'm kind of glad. I like that the national title is in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's been by far, hands down, over the years. You go back decades, the best wrestling state by far at the high school level in the country. But there were so many Division I programs that those kids got spread out.
Yep.
Right now, Penn State is getting who they want, not even from Pennsylvania, and it should be here.
Right.
When we dominate at the level that Pennsylvania has dominated, I just wish more coaches would dream bigger and believe that they could win a national title, and just instead of mentally conceding to Penn State, go out and fundraise more.
Yep.
Get your alumni involved. Build that program up.
Yep.
Knock them off.
Yep, exactly. But then you have a young man like Spencer Lee, a Pennsylvania legend and superstar, right? Going to Iowa, and it was like, whoa, when all the Penn State people were like, oh my God, how could he, basically leave his state behind and go to Iowa and stuff?
Well, I believe his older sister was already out at Iowa,
was
and his
she?
father took a job at a university out in Iowa.
Oh, okay.
And I thought that preceded him going there. Jody Stripmatter, who was also his club coach, was a national runner-up. And that actually created a pipeline to Iowa. In fact, when he wrestled there, they used to call him the Pennsylvania Hawkeyes.
Oh, really?
That was the nickname because 6 of their starters, Kemmerer,
That's right,
and
Kemmerer.
several
Yep.
others,
Yep.
Yeah, Max
6 of their
Murin,
starters at one point
Yep.
were from the state of Pennsylvania.
Yep. Max, you're right. Like you said, Max Murin, and then you had Kemmerer. I always liked him. He was just such a great kid.
DeSanto, obviously, too, yeah.
Spencer. Boy, I'll tell you what. I saw DeSanto when when he was at NCAA's, and I'm trying to think where it was, but his coach, but this is before he transferred out to Iowa, under the stands, I guess he had a meltdown, and his coach like lost his mind and was yelling at him, and it was good to see DeSanto then go to Iowa and kind of calm down, and the Brands brothers did a good job with him to kind of get him to like rein it in and calm down, because good kid, but he just had Asperger's.
They do a pretty good job of managing their athletes once they're on campus. I thought the Brands brothers and Iowa in general got a bad rap this year.
Oh yeah.
They would have had a different lineup in place if those sanctions for gambling didn't come down on their program.
And they just got reversed, by the way.
And
yeah,
I don't think they were treated equally as they were towards other programs that there were sanctions involved. I think Iowa State got a little bit of a reprieve.
Yep.
But if they had those guys in the lineups, I think they would be a little bit better team this year. And but the expectation is always going to be high at Iowa. The fans know that. The Brands know what the expectation is.
And the Brands brothers, I mean, I had a really good conversation with Tom Brands when they came to Lehigh years ago, and we honored Dan Gable at the intermission, and Tom actually was a really nice guy. But the funny part was, during the match, right, he comes over and starts yelling at me, and I'm like, whoa, what's you? And it turned out it was the guy who was keeping the clock, and he started yelling at me, and I said, Tom, calm down. I said, it's him. and then he started yelling at him. But afterwards he apologized
you
to
could
me.
take him.
No way. He was a tough guy. But afterwards he came up and apologized to me, which I thought was really cool. We had a nice conversation.
I think the perception of Tom Brands when you see him coaching in the corner, and if you look on the mat here, over on mat 3, we got a guy in an Iowa singlet.
There we go, yeah.
Is it a future Hawkeye, or he looks young? He doesn't even look. You have to be 18 or older, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be
So, he looks very young.
Steven
Close to 18 years old.
Steven Dimitrick. He's taking on Gregory Munez Rodriguez, it looks like. Name's cut off there, but.
Yeah. Yep.
He's from Martinez, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So he's probably a Jiu-Jitsu guy trying out wrestling here. Looks the part of a wrestler, though, I'll admit.
Well, I don't know. He got shot out of bounds. Usually Iowa wrestlers don't get knocked out of bounds.
Should we just start yelling? Should we start yelling stalling off the bat as soon as the whistle blows, like they do with Hawkeye?
Again, show me somebody here that has the gas tank of an Iowa wrestler, huh?
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier, people say, 90-second periods, minute and a half periods, 4.5 minutes. Let me tell you, just even if you're in you're running, if you're not in wrestling shape, 60 seconds is a lot to blow the wind right out of your lungs, and same thing with a minute and a half, and then you go into overtime. I mean, at this state, after you haven't wrestled for maybe 10, 15, 20 years, that's tough, and people need to understand just this commitment it is to come out here after maybe taking how many years off,
I mean, look at the effect at the Olympic trials, right? I mean, I don't know if there was something going on off the mat, like a little sickness or something else, but David Taylor did not look like the same conditioned wrestler that he normally looked like. And, Yanni D's getting a little bit up there in age, and he didn't look as maybe the way some people might have expected to see him compete. And Kyle Dake and Jordan Burroughs definitely, their age is catching up to him a little bit. And listen, I love that they're staying in the sport this long and competing. They're legends, and they need to be applauded. I mean, these guys won gold medals for our country, and there's an end game for everybody in this sport at some point.
Yep.
And for these guys, there is no end game here today.
No, they're out here having fun and doing. And in all seriousness, Scott, I was actually thinking about coming here and wrestling 195, 65 and over, and I started to train, started to run, do drop steps and everything else, and I had my knee surgically, I had meniscus surgery twice over the last 2 years, and I was feeling pretty good, and then the next day I woke up and my knee was swollen, and I'm like, probably not worth it. So that's why when they asked me to announce, I'm like, yeah, that'll work. That'll work.
Did Lysak compete already today?
Yeah, he had like a 30-second pin.
You know, it's great to see guys like that because I think a lot of like the All-American type guys that wrestle D1 sometimes, I think part of the reason you don't want to enter into this is we don't like to lose.
Yep.
And you don't want to compete if you don't feel like you're close to at your 80, 90, 100% best. So I'm not going to go into this, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like a fear factor. Or I don't have anything to prove, everything to lose. Why would I put my name out there? So credit to these guys because they're all out here just doing it for fun.
Yep.
And potentially tomahawk steaks if you win the OW.
If I would have known the
That's a heck
stakes
of
were
a-
going to look that good and that big, I might have entered.
Well,
Yeah,
okay, what are you about? 190, about 190?
On
right
one
now?
in my lighter days, yeah. So I fluctuate right around 95 to 203.
Yeah, that's where I am now, too. I'm right around 200, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you look like you're in a lot better shape than me, Scott.
Well, I don't have the cardio though, like I used to.
But who does?
Huh?
So who does have the cardio?
I told my wife, I said, I got to get back in shape. She goes, you are in shape. I said, what are you talking about? She goes, your shape is round. I hate her. But you know what? It just made me laugh. It just really made me laugh. So, but yeah, you're right, those guys.
Hey, here, he could take my spot if you want. We have a legend. Come on.
What? Yeah, but this is just,
Matt,
Yeah.
Matt 3.
Yep, Matt 3-2-0. Great match. And the young guy with the Iowa singlet.
Yeah, Dimitric, Steven Dimitric out of Martinez, BJJ up 2-0 late in the third period.
Yeah, and Muniz is the
Big
number.
boys at Mat 4 here too.
Look at this.
And Muniz is the number one. Uh-oh.
Oh, we got some upper body going.
I hope our
This
cameras go to
looks
Mat 4 here. This is going to be, someone's going for a ride, I think.
Can we get that camera over to Matt 4? There we
There
go.
we go. The big boys.
Now it changed. Unlimited. Before it said 999 pounds. I think unlimited looks
We're
better.
talking. Chris Taylor wasn't even that big. He was like 410 pounds. Look at these guys. Oh,
There's a headlock.
the headlock attempt. Showing some quickness. Oh,
behind.
quickness, yeah. Look at those singlets, too. Those are
So
pretty
that's
wild.
2 for Red. Lawrence Neubauer.
I'll tell you what, you get broken down here, you're probably not getting back up for a while either way for either wrestler.
Yeah, this might be a time to rest the last 30 seconds here. Maybe catch your breath, gather your thoughts.
Yeah, when I saw a couple of these guys in the 195-pound bracket, I'm like, you know what? I made the right decision. Made the right decision. I think you could win this, though, Scott. Come on.
I'm enjoying sitting right here
I know, but you were
watching 4 good mats of
I
wrestling.
remember when I was a little
I have
kid
a question for you
watching
guys.
you in high school.
I have a question for you. Who is the oldest contestant? How old are they? Do you know who it is, or do you know what their age is?
There's a 65 plus. There's a few of those. So they're probably 67, 68 would be my guess.
Now, yeah, like I said, like I'm 65, right? And the one guy that came out here is in the 220-pound bracket. This guy, he was stacked, and he was 65 and over. I mean, this guy was built, and he was quick, and you could tell he had wrestling background. He was unbelievable.
Is he still here, or did they finish his weight?
He pinned in. I think he's in the semifinals because
Okay, we got to get him up here on the mic.
Yeah, he's tough, really tough. But yeah, I think last year, I was telling Austin, last year they had a guy who was wrestling in this, I think he was like almost 70 years old. He had his doctor in the stands. And the doctor would come down during periods and take his blood pressure and check his pulse and stuff. I swear to God, it was really, look, this guy here on the sheet. This guy
Really?
right here, not this guy. The guy right here.
Wow.
The guy that's on the pamphlet. Yep.
Well, we had a finalist in the.
Looks like that's Bruce Zimmer, 65 years old. Wrestled NCAA D2, NCAA D3. And he was on that video that from Matt Return that went viral, viewed 10 million times, and shared by UWW and Mario Lopez of Saved by the
Wow.
Bell.
Wow.
So I think that's who we're referring to there. 65 years old, Bruce Zimmerman,
Man.
out of New York. He's in the 45 plus 150-pound weight class.
Jeez. Yeah.
When he comes up, we'll definitely get to him.
But I got to give John Bollock and Juan Garcia credit for coming up with this idea, because this is really taking off. I remember Last spring it was, good turnout, but this turnout is incredible. And next year it's probably going to be, I think they do one in the fall as well. But next year this will be huge. I think it's going to be huge, and this is a great venue.
Yeah, well, it's really caught on. I think when it initially started, it's like, okay, grown men like getting on the mat and wrestling. That's not something that
seems weird.
We ever grew up with, right?
know,
Like
sure,
it wasn't a hobby. It wasn't something fun to do. Like, hey, let's go play pickleball. Nobody would question that. But they really have a lot of great, genuine people, a lot of professionals out here too.
Oh, yeah.
That just have fun with it. They go and have fun. They roll around. It's, when you were a kid, what was more fun than just doing like some hand-to-hand combat with one of your friends as a boy, And
we used to play Combat. I don't know if you remember that show. You're probably too young, but there was a series on TV called Combat. And we were little kids. We used to, hide up in the trees. We get those plastic army helmets. We, put leaves in, and we jump down on each other. It was like playing like World War. It was fun, but like you said, you're talking about hand-to-hand combat, and we roll around, and actually like we had like the bayonets.
You guys played like the G-rated version of that game. I think my brothers and I they jacked that thing up to a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had.
Unsafe level, I think.
Yeah, we were crazy. We climbed trees, and it just was such a different.
And now all the kids are playing video games.
Yep,
So that's
yep.
where we are in society.
When you would drive by playgrounds back, you could see kids playing baseball and basketball and pick up football and sandlot football and stuff. And now you go by playgrounds, you hardly see that at all anymore. And it's
unless it's an organized sport going on there.
Right, right.
Yeah, it's different. Society's changed. Cell phones have really made a big impact on.
Oh yeah, huge. But the one thing I love is, and I was talking to Austin about this, the resurgence of wrestling over the last maybe 5 or 6 years. It really has hit an upturn again. We had the great NCAA wrestling championships when they were in Philly and in Madison Square Garden, and the buzz was there in high school. But over the last 5 or 6 years, it really seems to have taken off since the last Olympics, and it just keeps climbing. Like the Olympic trials, there were a ton of people there to see the Olympic trials. It was amazing.
How many years has it been now since they've sold out either Rec Hall or Bryce Jordan up at Penn State? It's consecutive. It's unbelievable. I would put Cale Sanderson up there as one of the best coaches, regardless of sport or level.
Ever.
He's got to be one of the top 3 coaches walking around on the planet. And what he's doing up there is unbelievable.
And his demeanor, he's always like easygoing. You hardly ever see him get too excited or too down. He's very, very steady, and I think that has such a great influence on his wrestlers and the wrestling program.
And you can be that way when you're winning, real steady, but he was like that
all
even
the time.
when they weren't.
Yep.
When they weren't as successful. You talked about Tom Brands a little bit earlier. Sometimes I think he does get a bad rep because the intensity sometimes that you see in the corner
so passionate
doesn't always like mesh with the kind of person he is off the mat. He is a tremendous person, lives his life well, and he's a great role model for young athletes.
Said, what he did for Austin DeSanto was amazing, because when Austin went out there, he was a young man who had a terrible rep and was, a bad sport, and he was dealing with Asperger's disease, and Tom knew that, and Tom kind of took him under his wing and really calmed him down and got him to be, so much better, on and off the mat. So I give Tom a lot of credit, and his brother,
I think
Terry.
that program was a natural fit for him because he had that compulsion to work at an unbelievably high pace and level.
Yep.
And so by fitting in right with a program, I think he felt much more comfortable with where he was at in his place in life.
Yep. That's a really
from
good
a mental
point,
standpoint, because it was a great match for him. Unfortunately, you can't always match up perfectly in life, but I thought that was a great match in terms of that.
That's a very good point, and it really helped. And we talk about how wrestling helps people in life, right? Get you prepared for what's going to happen in the real world. Not everybody can make the Olympic team. Not everybody is going to be a great club wrestler and then go on to do other things. And from there, look at how successful they've been. You could have done it, Scott, and Austin probably could have done it, but you guys are very successful in what you're doing now, and you're good dads and good family people, and it really helped you a lot. And I was nowhere near as good as you guys were, but wrestling helped me in so many aspects too, in terms of what I could do for myself, where I would push myself, never give up, like you were saying earlier. And those are lessons that are just invaluable. So wrestling teaches even people that aren't as great, and the great ones, teaches them so many great life lessons. That's why I love the sport.
Scott, geez, we got our guy Jake Damron here on mat number 4.
Oh yeah, this is the
Barefoot Jiu-Jitsu guy, yeah.
Yep. And he's won his first 2 matches by fall.
He's in the green anklet, bare feet, taking on Samuel Brazier in the red. Brazier in on a shot.
like a
Nice little
spladle
switch
coming
there by
yeah,
looking for a spladle.
Back in our day, we called it the split scissors, and we were wrestling like homing, and their reigning MAC and national runner-up put me in a split scissors or a spladle, and I just wanted to die. It was so painful.
You know, I think it would.
Although he didn't pin me, Scott, didn't pin me.
You know, jiu-jitsu brings a whole new level to mat wrestling, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
And I'm
MMA,
surprised that more college coaches don't bring in more jiu-jitsu specialists, maybe that are alumni, to train with their athletes, because so much of college wrestling and high school nowadays is becoming just mat wrestling and scrambles, going to ankles. I really think a lot of wrestlers could benefit in that area by working out with people that do jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, and MMA, you know, look at MMA, you know, all the jiu-jitsu guys and Muay Thai and all that kind of stuff really has such a big influence and impact in MMA. And Bo Nickel, gosh, you know, I thought maybe Bo was being a little overhyped there for a while, but I think Bo's going to be pretty spectacular.
He doesn't look like it, but Bo Nickel is a phenomenal athlete.
Yes.
I mean, he does not look at it. He doesn't look like much when you look at him with his shirt off, running out there for MMA, even in his singlet in college. But don't look at him and underestimate. He is a high-level elite athlete.
And there's our guy Damron with
That's
a pin.
his 3rd pin.
He must have lost, Buck, because he's in the this is
okay.
So he definitely won his first one. I remember that. So yeah, he must be 2-1 on the day, which is
Okay.
Even that, really cool to see a guy kind of step out of maybe his comfort zone, not really used to wrestling, but coming in here possibly trying something new and being successful at it just goes to show the type of athlete he is. You know, he can kind of translate one skill to the other sport and, you know, find success with it.
And that's one of the 3 basic essential skills to be a good MMA fighter, right?
Yep.
The wrestling, the jiu-jitsu, and the stand-up, right? The boxing.
Yeah.
I don't have any boxers in here,
And
do we?
as we kind of evolve, the MMA, UFC kind of evolves, those are all kind of meshing together a little bit too. You know, more guys currently in wrestling, like you mentioned, are kind of doing that cross jiu-jitsu, grappling, you know, whatever you want to call it. They're just learning all these aspects and combining their skills into one. Eventually it's going to be one uniform skill, right? How things mesh together like that. So,
But you're
it's
right.
definitely part of the
Dana
evolvement.
White talked about that, who's obviously a big wrestling fan, and he said, you know,
How could you
out
not
of
be for
those
that?
3, right, the most difficult one to develop and learn and be really good at is wrestling out of those 3. And that's why wrestlers oftentimes transfer so well over to MMA, because you could pick up the boxing or the jiu-jitsu so much more easily than you can pick up the wrestling takedown skill.
Oh yeah, look at Henry, you know, Cejudo, and then you had Johnny Hendricks and all those guys who were wrestlers.
Cormier, yeah.
Yep, Daniel Cormier won championships. Now there's a gentleman over here on mat 3 who I think he's 65. The guy with the gray hair.
Matt Leiter. We saw him wrestle before.
Right, he's in good shape. He wrestled the guy we were talking about who was like slapped together.
Yeah, Shaw. Maddox Shaw, I think was his name, yeah.
Boy, I'll tell you what, though, when you see some of these older gentlemen in their 50s, 60s, you know, you can't like ignore aging, though. Like, your ligaments just aren't as pliable at those ages.
Oh yeah,
You definitely are taking a little bit of a risk as you get up there.
he's going to be laying on ice probably until Tuesday or Wednesday. You know what I mean?
Matt Leiter never competed in wrestling. His only competition was the 2003 Matt Return Classic. So his only wrestling events he's ever competed in are at this tournament, which he was here last year, came back, kind of says something about the event, and
Wow.
the fun these guys are having, which is really, really cool to see.
That's incredible.
How many individual weight classes are represented here today, approximately?
We have
Yeah, you got the list right there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 men's weight classes, and then we had
6
the ladies.
divisions, right?
Yep. And then we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
There's some
8,
young guys
9,
coming up here
10
on Mat 3 now.
So 10 men's and 10
we're looking
women.
at about 60 steaks here today that they're giving out. That's a lot of steaks.
Well, those are for the OWs of each division.
Oh, the OW, okay.
Yeah, the OWs get them.
Hopefully a
That'd
few
be something
extra
to
fell
call
off
the
of the
champs
meat
guys.
truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should go
So you
find
had
that.
18 plus, 30 plus, 45 plus, and then novice. So I guess 45 plus is 65, included in there, which is that's incredible though. You're wrestling a 65-year-old wrestling a 45-year-old. That's wow.
Yeah, and I saw on the flyer that in order to change your age bracket, you can only move down. You can't move up. So if you're 45 plus, but you want to wrestle younger guys, you can wrestle 30, but you can't be 18 and want to go up to wrestle the old 45. I shouldn't say old, the older 45-year-olds. So I'm sure there's a few of those guys there who are maybe a little more skilled than they think, wrestling down a division, which would be interesting to see.
Yeah, and Austin did a really, really great job explaining the difference between Folkstyle and freestyle wrestling earlier. Did a tremendous job explaining that. Because I think a lot of
And
people...
the women's division is freestyle here
Yeah,
today. The
yep.
men's are folk style.
Yes.
We have some pretty good competitors in the women's division, don't we?
Yeah, the young lady that won those stakes. Austin was going to run down and tap her on the shoulder and then take her steak. I think he was going to take her steak.
I didn't want her to beat me up, though, Bob.
Yeah, she was good. She was really
She's
good.
going to leg lace me. I already have weak ankles. I can't afford that.
Scott, in your career, you stayed pretty healthy, though, didn't you?
While you were wrestling, I was trying to calculate my style. You couldn't have won.
Yes, especially high school. I had a dislocated elbow in high school. That was a big major injury. College, though, I had 2 knee surgeries. I had a separated shoulder. I broke 3 teeth, dislocated finger. I recently had a shoulder surgery. I don't know that was as much from college as it is today. So it was different the way that we dealt with injuries back when I wrestled in college in the 80s and 90s, right? Nowadays, they are so much more proactive about concussions and injuries that you just wrestled with a lot of stuff,
Oh, yeah.
and
You'd have your bell rung, right? If you'd smack heads and they'd
Yeah.
come out with the old, smelling salts, the ammonia, they break it open. Okay, you're good. All right, how you feeling? How many fingers?
And I mean,
Okay.
that's what they knew, and that's what they did at the
Yep.
time. And with research and more advanced studies over those last 30, 40 years, we have, different protocols in place for athletes,
Yep.
Concussion protocols. And, they're able to, I think, end their careers and being more healthy, which is, I think, better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I struggled through some injuries, but I didn't miss that often. I wouldn't say anything severe in college, though.
Okay.
But definitely some aftermath stuff that you feel.
Yeah, you do.
I never said, I had to get 2 knee surgeries. I'm like, you're not, I want to wrestle. So just go in and clean it up. Don't cut me. I don't want to be out 9 months. And I'm never going to die of bad knees, right?
Right.
But then I look now where I'm at in life, I'm like, well, yeah, you can die of bad knees.
Infections, all those kinds.
You get bad knees, you can't run anymore, you get overweight, and then you die of a heart attack. But why did you really die? Because you had bad knees,
Yeah.
right? So you got to take care of those knees.
Or if you're crossing the street and somebody's flying down the street and you can't run, that could be trouble too, But
Yes.
yeah, you're right though. It's the residual stuff that catches up with you. Same thing, shoulder surgeries. I hyperextended my elbow my senior year, and then my season ended. The second to last match of the season, I broke my hand against Mansfield. And the thing that stunk about that, we were supposed to come down to Muhlenberg and wrestle, and my family, from Easton, I went to college in Wilkes-Barre at King's. They were going to come see me wrestle down here, and then I was done. But the hand still bothers me now when it gets cold out and then like with the shoulder surgeries. But the weird thing is my knee, I had a COVID shot and I got up the middle of the night to use the restroom and my blood pressure dropped. I fell through my shower door and, passed out and tore up my knee.
Oh my goodness.
A shower door injury.
You don't even want to admit that.
I
you
know,
it?
I know.
I'm surprised you're even sharing that on air live here.
Yeah, I'm just, I have no, I don't even care anymore.
I hurt my back about a year ago. It wasn't anything major. It just bothered me. And somebody at work said, well, how'd you do it? I said, I got up out of bed this morning.
You reach down to get a pencil.
I'm like, did I just really say that?
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes my wife is upstairs, doing laundry, whatever upstairs. I try and sneak up the stairs and like scare her a little bit. And every now and then she goes, I heard you coming up the stairs because your knees were cracking. And thankfully, I never had a serious injury, just ligament.
Wasn't the steps?
Yeah, it's just my knees are kind of shot from wrestling. I never had serious injuries, just, a few ligament.
That's funny.
Extension sprains, whatever you want to call it. But
talking about these, like, not being able to get the rest time and healing time like back in our generation for a lot of different reasons, like limited lineups. I love the new redshirting rule, right?
Perfect, 100%.
Because you can compete in up to 5 events.
Yep.
What that did was it allows athletes now to take a break. It also, you don't see forfeits anymore.
Yeah.
Like we were seeing forfeits there for a
ton,
while,
yep.
And it was not good for the fan base out there that wanted to come to matches.
Yep.
And now you can insert those wrestlers up to 5 times. It's awesome.
Yep. And that's what they were doing. I thought Lehigh was going to redshirt Stanich there for a while, because he was wrestling a limited number of matches, and it was good to see him make it into the NCAA tournament and finish 5th. I was so proud of him and Ryan Crookham, and it was nice to see Beard end up getting onto the podium because that young man has put so much pressure on himself and he's so talented. So it was nice to see him get on the podium. And Taylor, I think, is going to do big things next year. But for Stanich and Crookham to make it to 3rd place and 5th place, to me, All-American status as true freshmen was just awesome.
I mean, it's hard to not have respect for the Lehigh program. The kind of kids that they recruit are just great kids, a lot of them on and off the mat.
Yep.
Pat Santoro kind of exemplifies that as a human being. He's a great person and
terrific.
And as nice as he is, don't be fooled. He was a unbelievably high competitor, and I used to train with him at Pitt. And let me tell you, if he wasn't doing well in practice, you felt the wrath of that. He wasn't always the nicest guy that you see in person on the mat, and he had one heck of a career. He was an overtime match away from making it to the Olympic team.
Oh yeah,
in the trials.
That's right. Yeah,
I forgot about
the guy that beat him. Lost in a referee's decision, I think, and took the silver then for the United States.
Right.
Pat Santoro is realistically a medal contender.
Yep. And I thought he had won a state championship, right? But it turned out he didn't in Pennsylvania, but then went on to win, the NCAAs. I mean, that's a great accomplishment in itself. And you were, 2-time state champ, right?
Yeah. And, you see that a lot, right? Like Pat Santoro's family, his brother was a 2-time All-American. His father was a 2 or 3-time All-American. When you have that history in your family, it's hard to think, well, Pat Santoro's he's got the genetics to be good. Yep. And you see that in a lot of things, right? A lot of great wrestlers. Rob Cole was doing that at Cornell. He was specifically recruiting wrestlers whose dads were great wrestlers. Kyle Dake's father, who recently passed away, right? He was a 2-time All-American at Kent State.
Yep.
Yanni D's father, wasn't he a world gold medalist in freestyle?
Vito's dad was.
Vito
yeah.
Vito Arujau.
Bulgaria, I think.
And you could see that, and that's really smart because, I mean, the Manning's dad was pretty good at quarterback, and so were the kids, and now there's a grandkid now at Texas.
Yep.
He's pretty good.
All right, guys, time to pay the bills here. Read some ads. First one, In the Light Roofing, your residential roofing experts servicing the Lehigh Valley. Get a no-cost roof replacement estimate today. 2023 Matt Return Fall Classic Team Champs and sponsor. President is a former Parkland wrestler who actively participates in our practices. Thank you to In the Light Roofing. Next is Matrix Performance. My guy I went to high school with, Tyler Marks, runs that place. This is a home of Matt Return. President Ty Marks is a former Northampton wrestler, one of my teammates who works with elite athletes like Saquon Barkley, Ryan Crookham. I know Deshaun Garrett is in that room a lot working out, and Jahad Dotson. A lot of NFL stars working out there. Really cool spot, Matrix Performance. Check it out. Ras Butcher and Deli, you mentioned them before. They're handing out OW Tomahawk steaks for all 3 of our tournaments. They're out of Stewartsville, New Jersey since 1997. The owner is a former Phillipsburg wrestler, actively participates in the practices as well. Special shout out to Penske Truck Rental. Moving truck rental made simple. Moving can be stressful. Renting a truck shouldn't be. When you need a truck, Penske delivers. Volpe Sports Bar in Emmaus. They regularly host watch parties for major wrestling events, matches, and tournaments. They provided the gift cards for the team champs. Head over to Volpe's Emmaus for post-tournament social.
And they also have a Buffalo Bills club that meets there. Andre Reed, his mom, his brother, they all go there. And my wife's from Buffalo, so we go over to Volpe's to watch the Bills. I'm a Vikings fan, so my Vikings always disappoint me, so I go over and watch the Bills, you know.
Next one, LVWC. You guys know about them. All of the LVWC wrestlers and head coach have done clinics at Mat Return. We're extremely grateful for their time and experience shared. Good luck to Darian Cruz in the Paris Olympics. As we mentioned, Darian, Bethlehem Catholic standout, PIAA champ, Lehigh NCAA champion, representing Puerto Rico in Paris this summer. Really rooting for him. Pepsi, thanks to them, they provided all the beverages for the concession stand and hospitality room. Transcend Finance, trusted profit advisor, specializing in helping small businesses maximize profit and achieve their goals. Myers Catering, your party people for the untraditional for over 20 years. Let us help you make the perfect meal. Are you looking for someone to provide the food at your next event? Large or small, we do it all. Get in touch to start planning the perfect meal for a wedding, birthday, party, business event, and more. Active participant in our practices helps support our concession stand needs. Muhlenberg's Women's Wrestling. Partner with Mat Return to put on this tournament and help us expand the women's division. The program is in its infancy and it's build a team to compete in its first season in 2024-25. And also 2 mat sponsors. Shout out to Emmaus Wrestling, we mentioned before, and Southern Lehigh Wrestling, also donating the blue mat down here. And also Muhlenberg giving us the facility, 2 mats here. A lot of sponsors. Thanks again. We'll read these again later, but wanted to get these through, pay the bills, and thanks to all the sponsors are, putting on this great event.
And Travis Spencer taking over the women's program here. Really one of the great guys. And his brother Jared is just tremendous. Jared has done a lot as a sports psychologist, and he helped Nate Brown back when Nate Brown was in the finals in the NCAAs and talked Nate into, staying focused and everything else. So just the Spencers are just outstanding people. And then we have Dan the man Moran here. It helps out at Muhlenberg as a volunteer coach. Just one of the nicest people I've ever met. His dad's a great guy. And some good semifinal matches going on. And
a lot of connections and partnerships from
in the wrestling
SMAT club and the wrestling community. A lot of Lehigh ties, right? A lot of people in the community. It's great to see all of them.
Yeah, speaking of, we just saw Jake Regal, Bethlehem Catholic state champ, had a tech fall there on mat 2, 16-0 win for him. He's going on to the finals.
Yeah, he looked really good. I looked over there when you were reading the commercials, and there he is in the red and white singlet. He looked really, really good. So, he looked fantastic. And then we had remember the one young man we saw over here on mat 3, built, stocky, really wrestling really well. He was losing, and then he hit a Peterson and ended up going on to win his semifinal. I'm trying to remember his name. And then this one over here, the former Muhlenberg wrestler, wearing an Ecuadorian singlet. I think he's in for a good match too. This should be really, really entertaining over there on mat number 3.
Yeah, we mentioned before last year at this tournament, 7 different states were represented. Now we got Team Canada. We're going international here soon.
Yeah, Ecuador and Giuseppe Rea. I think that he and the young man on mat 3 are very, very good friends. And Giuseppe.
Peter Godoy Muhlenberg, 10 seed in the semis, taking on 3 seed DeMarquise Hawley.
Yep, and Giuseppe Rea.
In the younger division here, it's pretty competitive.
Yeah, very, very competitive.
They're not here just to play. It's kind of like a softball league, right? You go have some fun, you drink a few beers, you get a little competitive.
Not with the young guys.
No.
So then, Scott, you can slide in here and take over for me because then I got to go to my other job, my regular job. So, but I wanted to come down here and, at least do a couple of hours because I just love the sport. Love these guys who put it on and girls who participate and guys who participate. And I didn't know you were going to be here, so this is like an added bonus for me. Scott's one of the greatest guys. I mean, and I met him through like Lehigh and Service Electric and all that stuff. And as I mentioned, you and Doug Heater do a fantastic job, and somebody has a spladle.
Oh, Matt, number one, we got a big spladle going on.
Oh,
Gosh, that's still,
Mario
to me, is
Pantalone.
one of the most painful moves you can be put into.
and that's the young man who was wearing the Iowa singlet. He's hurting.
Yeah.
It's either get your shoulder blades fat or risk like tearing a groin muscle there.
Yeah, I think he's going to need those 2 tomahawk steaks and put them on each groin there, each groin muscle. Ice those up.
We
ice
better
those puppies up.
transition into another topic here. That could go so many different ways.
Yeah.
We're having fun here at the Matt Return Wrestling
Was that
Classic.
a end of regulation or a
Might have been a pin.
I think
Injury.
they gave him the fall.
did he?
Yeah, it's one of those moves where it's like you're wishing the ref just pounds the mat and ends it for you, just to
Yeah.
put you out of your misery, right?
And sometimes you're not in the right position to get your shoulders flat, so you want to.
You're trying to wiggle it, it
But
makes it
they're
tighter.
squeezing you so hard you can't, and it's a no-win
Oh, yeah.
situation. But listen, it's an honor. It'll be an honor of mine to take that seat from you
Oh,
when
thank
you
you.
leave. I
Thank
don't
you.
know that I could fill it.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. You're blowing sunshine. But I'll take it, though. Hey, anything from a great like you, I'll take it. I'll take it. And look, there's Ethan Lezak. See him?
Oh, there he
Look at
is.
the size of
He's
him.
coming up
You know what
here.
the thing
About
about
4.
wrestling in the Lehigh Valley is, we know a lot of people that had great careers, right? You don't even feel great. People say, oh yeah, you're a great one. There is so much success in the Lehigh Valley.
add me to the
It
list.
is unbelievable, and they keep exceeding it. They
Yeah.
keep getting better and better than the generations
Right.
before.
But when I say you're a great one, and Austin too, you guys are just great people. I mean, great people. What you do for the sport, as family men and people who basically carry on the tradition of great wrestling and broadcasting wrestling because you know so much about the sport. You guys are ambassadors for the sport. So I'm not just talking about you guys as great wrestlers. I'm talking about you two as great people. And what you give back, and that's tremendous what you guys do. I mean, and volunteering our time, we're giving back because we love this sport, and we try to advance the sport. And
It
like
was
I said,
great. It was great for me, and I'm sure it was for you. Where, when you're growing up and you're trying to figure out what you do in life, and then you find something. I didn't really like wrestling my first year. I stunk. I didn't want to do it. I was the last seed. I got pinned in the first match. I was out. Didn't want to go back out. Coaches and dad said, give it another try. We see something here. Had a better season the next year. But, you start getting the taste of success. And now you found something that you can actually be pretty good at in
And
life,
it gets
right?
addictive.
Right? And I think for everybody, whether it's music, whether it's football, or whether it's another sport, when you find that thing that you love, it's no longer work. It's no longer like you want to learn and you want to run with it. Not everybody finds that, or it takes them a lot longer to find that. But for me, just that being able to be successful and good at something was such a great feeling. And wrestling made me a better person.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Me too. I mean, I didn't have nearly the success you guys had, but it made me a better person. I learned a lot about myself, and talk about finding something you love. I fell in love with broadcasting. My sophomore year in college, I was going to be a sports writer. That's what I was going to be. And then they asked me to host a radio show at Northampton Community College, a rock show, right, on a Wednesday night. And I opened up the mic, bam, that was it. I wanted to be a broadcaster, and that's one of the greatest loves of my life. So I just love doing this so much. And then when you can do it about something that you love, which is wrestling, it just makes it so much more rewarding and fun. So for me, I'm blessed. I really am. And then to meet guys like you and to partner up and work with and hang out with guys like you, it's the neatest thing ever. It really is.
Well, we're fortunate to have you. You do a great job. And I tell you, our hands are full. He's like the glue here
Yeah.
between us. And when he
Yeah.
leaves,
Literally.
I think we're going to you'll see the viewership start going
No,
down a
no,
little
I
bit.
think it'll go up. They'll be like, get that bald, ugly guy off there. But no, it was really an honor, Scotty, seeing you and Austin, meeting you and working with you. Thank you so much. You guys
Yeah, but
are
it's amazing we haven't really officially met. We've been around the same people and
Right.
for so long, and to finally actually sit next to you and meet, it was definitely a pleasure, man.
Yeah, me too,
We'll
man.
have to do it again.
I was looking forward to it because I always follow your stuff, online and everything. And I just thought, oh, this is going to be fun to meet Austin and work with him. So this was really, really an honor. So thank you guys so much for the
Yeah,
opportunity.
thank you. Yeah, we're gonna have a quick transition here. I'm gonna take a little bathroom break. I haven't taken one yet.
I
Scott,
told him
feel
to
free.
wear those Depends, but he didn't listen.
Scott, feel free to keep chiming in, or you can take a break
I'm
too.
sliding over now 2 spots right to the main
There
mic.
you can do whatever you want, buddy. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be
You might
back in a few
regret
minutes.
saying
and
that.
Stream's gonna keep going for you guys online.
It's
We're still gonna have matches going, but I'm gonna take a break, and Scott's gonna be here chit-chatting, and Bob will make his way out eventually.
Yep, and I'm going to
And
grab my
the
tomahawk
steak for the
steak.
outstanding announcer goes to Mr. Hovan.
There you go, Scotty. Get the steak.
No, I think both of you guys are doing awesome.
Oh, thanks, Scott. Great seeing you.
You too.
Okay.
All right, everybody. This is Scott Hovan, and look there at the action. Mat 4, and on mat 4 we have Andrew Coco and Isaac up 2-0.
Funny because she walks up there and she's like,
Hi, welcome back. We just took a little short break, and if you could see the action on the screen. Ethan Lysick recorded a fall here, a 3-time All-American from Minnesota, national finalist, and former Penn RTC athlete. So he picked up a victory here. And right now we are on mat 2, I believe, which is... You got a better look at that.
Scott,
there,
I'm
mat
back.
2.
What I missed, buddy?
Pinned by Ethan Lysick.
Oh, okay.
Came out.
As expected, yeah.
Sporting the Penn RTC singlet.
Speaking of, I saw Max Hale walking around. Penn student athlete wrestling. He's not wrestling. I think it's his brother coach. His brother's up on mat 1, it looks like. Mason Hale. Yeah, look, he's in the red on mat 1. Trey Cornish in the green, winning 6-3. Yeah, Max Hale going to be a senior at Penn next year. NCAA qualifier this year. Actually, recently went in the transfer portal, so I might grab him and see what his deal is. Very rare for someone to transfer out of an Ivy League school, but you know, has another year left, so I think he's looking to maybe see what his options are and maybe do some grad school.
Who's that?
Max Hale.
Did he do 4 years?
Yeah, I think he's coming up on his 4th. It's hard to tell, Scott, with the
Is he a graduate?
No, not yet. I think he has
Okay.
one more class to
Because
graduate.
typically they can't do a 5th year.
Yeah, they can't at
But
Ivy Leagues. Yeah,
you're
so-
saying he's an undergraduate, so
Yes,
you're right. That is
so-
typically unusual.
Yeah, so I think he has one more year left to graduate. So I'm not sure if he's going to graduate and then leave and do grad school somewhere else. I should talk to him down there, but
I'm sure you probably noticed Wyatt Hendrickson, the heavyweight from Air Force, in the transfer portal,
yeah.
which is very unusual for a military academy.
yeah, that's having some inside scoops there. Allegedly, I think there were some people in politics, either governor or Senate level, that had to pull some strings in order for that to happen and kind of defer his...
He had to apply for a 1-year waiver, right?
Yeah, like a waiver to defer his service commitment, whatever the terminology is, to the following year because he has one more year of eligibility. This COVID year is really throwing me off with guys that have been around for 7, 8, 9 years sometimes now. So, yeah, so I think he's going to end up either at Oklahoma State or Missouri. I heard there's other Big Ten schools in the mix, but whoever picks him up is going to, you know, have a hefty paycheck for him, like we talked about, NIL, and you know they're going to get a really good wrestler in return.
Yeah, I can imagine that those are. It's going to be interesting to see how each academy handles those 5th years, if you could apply for a waiver type of thing. Although there's no redshirting, so this was an unusual case since he qualified for the COVID year.
Yeah, maybe he's opening the door for other service academy members to do that. You know, the Army and Navy, obviously in the EIWA, and
Might be a little bit more unlikely though now because of the COVID year. They're not going to get that extra 5th year.
That's true. Yeah, and the way that the service academies are set up, and you know you're committing, you know, your service after college there. So you know they got commitments off the mat that are a lot bigger than just wrestling, right? So
Is that Trey Cornish there that we just saw on mat 1 with the pin?
in the blue singlet there, yep, green ankle band. That's semifinal win, so he's going to go to the finals there.
Former Lehigh wrestler.
Yes, he's representing Easton Girls Wrestling.
Yep, he's an assistant
No,
coach
he's
up
coaching
there.
there. Yep, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah. Yeah, you're a lot more in the know with some of these local guys. I'm a little bit removed. I live in Lancaster now, but obviously I grew up here, so I like coming back and still have family here. It's good to see. Just
Yeah, you
love the
guys-
Lehigh Valley.
Somber's got a long, well-known name in the Lehigh Valley, especially the Northampton area.
Yeah, my uncle's the assistant there at Northampton, so really good to go back. Got cousins coming up in the program, and you know, I was born. I bleed black and orange, as they say. Yeah, we got Matt Wheel here, number 3. That's a Conti match. Eddie Mafia in the red. He's on bottom. Nick Vansegara. And I apologize to family, friends out there if I'm butchering names. I'm trying my best here. Vincent Guerra, 3-0 lead there on the green Emmaus mat. Mat number 4 open right now. We're running into a lot of, I think, time issues here, Scott, just because matches are going on and guys are coming up like within a half hour. So I think they want to give them the proper rest.
Well, if anybody needs the extra rest, it's these
Yeah.
older wrestlers.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
Their bodies don't recover quite as quickly, but
and we were
you
mentioning
know what?
before-
Who doesn't love a tournament that goes quick, though?
That's true, yeah. Especially the refs. You know, they get paid per event. They want to get out of here.
And I think that's kind of a drawback sometimes, the sport of wrestling, that these tournaments, I think they're doing a better job these days, but not many sports do you have to go and be in that arena for 10 to 12 hours.
It's the worst part of the sport, especially growing up. You know, I came to my parents drove me everywhere, and they sat there, and you know, I don't think they get enough thanks, you know, from athletes. Hey, he drove me 6 hours of this. We had hotel, you know, that all costs money. Missing work and all that, you know, really grateful for parents that are able to do that, right? So it doesn't go unnoticed for sure.
But they've done some creative things, you know, like they'll run certain divisions for a couple hours now in the morning from like 8 to 12, and then other divisions or weight classes in the afternoon. And it kind of like, all right, if I only have my one kid here and we're going to only be there for 4 hours instead of spreading both of them out over the whole day for 8 hours. Biggest problem is they take too many contestants. If you have, you know, I always said if you follow this basic rule, if you're going to run a tournament, divide the number of entrants by 4, and that's how many mats you should have. For it to run relatively smoothly. 24 entrants per weight, have 6 mats. It's going to run pretty smoothly. It's not going to take you all day and night.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but back in my day in high school, I was going in some of those college opens. And I remember wrestling at the ESU Open up in East Stroudsburg. I lost my first match. I won 9 in a row and still did not place because there was like 70 kids in the bracket.
What time did you get home?
It was late, 11 o'clock at night. And
so you got home at 11 and you didn't even go home with a medal.
Yeah. Thankfully, it was only a half-hour drive, 45-minute drive. But it's one of those things, too, where I wasn't in wrestling shape, you know, because it was in November. Wrestling season didn't officially start yet. So I got that first match out of me, like, I need to get my butt in gear here, and rattled off 9 wins and still didn't place. Went home empty-handed, but got a lot of calls the next day from coaches that were impressed, and, you know, that's another story. But, yeah, just some of these opens are just huge brackets.
There we see it. Juan Garcia with his referee and outfit on down there on mat 4, getting ready for some action. I imagine as you're getting older as a ref, you got to do a little bit more stretching before you get out there as well.
Yeah, taking vitamins, the whole 9 yards. I'm sure you could use a tomahawk steak right now, too.
You know, it's tough sometimes finding referees that want to do it these days because, you know, it can be really challenging with sometimes coaches and fans. And, you know, kudos to all those who referee that are here today. And for today, it's going to be a lot of fun for them today, but it can get really competitive.
Yeah, you see those unfortunate videos that go viral of parents, fathers, moms, you know, storming the mat, yelling at a ref, yelling at a kid, and it's, you know, refs don't get, it's not their full-time job. They don't get paid enough to put up with all that BS crap, right? So it's unfortunate, but we are seeing the results. People don't want to be referees because of that. Still on mat 3 here. Samuel Marshall in the red. Jake Zadi, another Team Canada guy, in the green. Marshall up 2-0. Marshall, he's got to be all, what, 6'6" maybe? Over here, mat 3 in the red. Big, tall, lanky guy. Oh, he's from Club Edge out of Hoboken. Edge, that's a really impressive club. Was that one before Zach Tonelli retired or resigned at Columbia? 4 of the 6 Ivy League head coaches were from Edge, the club out of New Jersey there.
I know.
Just very interesting to see that.
Yeah, excellent club. Esposito, Zach Esposito's brother, who wrestled at Lehigh, national runner-up and 3rd, he was very instrumental in getting that club started up there, along with who was the wrestler? Carl Monaco, was it, that also started that as well?
I believe so, yeah. Obviously, we can't forget our main sponsor here, Rose Hunter Productions, bringing you this stream for free on YouTube. Matt Return Wrestling second annual tournament is brought to you by Rose Hunter Productions, bringing events and promotions to the next level. Shout out to Rose Hunter Productions, putting on a great event here. I think they're doing a great job, but you guys are in the comments. Let us know. Certain match you want to see, certain people you want to see. We'll try and make it happen for you.
Okay, looks like we're going to get a special guest here, one of the competitors.
Love seeing competitors up.
Trey, how are you? Pull up a seat.
Take a seat, get on the mic, buddy.
Former Lehigh wrestler Trey Cornish here, just coming off the mat there. That was a semifinal bout,
Yes, sir.
and a nice win for you.
Appreciate you, yeah.
Got the fall, right?
Yes, sir, right then.
Now, who do you got coming up in the finals?
I'm pretty sure I have a guy from Muhlenberg. I think he actually coaches there.
Okay, have you
Yeah.
ever competed against him?
Never competed against him.
No practice?
Nope.
What are you thinking?
I think
Have you scouted
I'm
him?
still breathing. I'm still breathing hard.
Have you scouted him at all?
A little bit. Apparently he's like a big upper body guy. He's taller than me, so just gotta watch out for that. Can't let him jack me up. But
You game plan thinking you're going to stay away from the upper body?
I mean, if I get there, I'm definitely not shy, but definitely game plan not to let him get to his position. So he's a little bit taller, lets me get to his legs a little bit easier. So I'm thinking a lot of singles, staying off my knees, right? So he's probably
I'm
better shape
thinking
than me.
you go out there and lock up with him and let it rip for the fans there watching.
Oh, absolutely. I'll do that. You know, I'm a crowd pleaser. I like the oohs and ahs.
Hey, you got a better chance of winning the stake if you come up big in the finals with a big throw.
You know what? When you mentioned that, put it that way. All right, first period, I'm letting it fly.
Uh-oh.
Second period, I might dial back a little bit.
I hope your opponent's not listening.
I hope he's listening.
He's on deck. Next, we'll fill him in.
All right, sounds
on air.
good.
So, what have you been doing with yourself since you graduated from Lehigh?
So actually, I haven't competed probably since 2021, but I'm coaching with a bunch of other Lehigh wrestlers like Jordan Cutler, Ryan Pomrica, Brandon Diaz at Easton. I'm running their women's wrestling program.
Assistant coach for the women's program over there, and
Yeah.
they've had a very successful year. They had a state champ this year, right?
Mm-hmm. 3-time.
Three-timer.
Yep, just took her to World Team Trials actually 2 weeks ago in Spokane, Washington. She took second. So her plan is to actually go to Pan Am's in July.
She a senior this year?
No, only a junior.
Only a junior. Does she have any idea where she's thinking of going?
Not yet, but I mean, as good as she is, she can go wherever she decides to.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
I'm
really,
excited for her.
really evolving in the Lehigh Valley, the women's wrestling, huh?
Oh, absolutely. I think a big reason, too, is now you have teams sanctioning the sport. And so what happened is a lot of schools were saying, well, once we get participation, then we'll make a team. But, you know, girls don't necessarily want to wrestle with guys. And so now you give them, like, a field to actually go and, like,
Sometimes there's a misperception out there, right, that it's the guys that don't want to wrestle the girls, but oftentimes
Yeah.
the girls never had an opportunity to compete against girls. They would prefer to
exactly.
wrestle against the
Absolutely.
girls.
So
They
now-
like to train with them, right? They
Exactly,
like to
yeah.
compete and get better.
Mhm.
And, you know, it's they should, right?
Yep.
They should utilize that. I mean, South Carolina women's basketball team, they actually have a group of basketball players that go to college, or they call them the highlighters.
Really?
Yeah.
And they're men, and they're good basketball players. They actually are a member of the team. When they won the national championship, they got rings too.
Oh, wow.
They're going there and practicing with them.
That's
And think
awesome.
about the competitive advantage that they get.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you look at Aubrey, that's coming to, what's her last name?
Fraser.
Fraser.
Yep.
Coming to Lehigh, the #1 pound-for-pound recruit. She's going to get to train with, like, Darian Cruz
Oh,
and
she's already doing that,
some
yeah.
of the good lightweights. Like,
Yeah.
how, I mean, that's just going to escalate her wrestling to a much higher level.
Oh, absolutely. And then, I mean, Lehigh just got Jimenez. She committed a month ago, probably. So the partner's coming in, too. You know, I think we say, what, steel sharpens steel, iron sharpens iron. So you get those
Yeah.
good girls in there, you get that good group, and they're just going to get better.
Yeah, Aubrey was the 18-year-old in the Olympic trial finals, which is crazy to me, being
Yeah.
so young and being in that spotlight. Yeah, Sarah Hildebrand, I think she's a world bronze medalist. Kind of
Yep.
took it to her, Tech Falder, but you know that she's elite on her own. But being 18 years old in that position speaks volumes to how good you can be at such a young age, no matter men, women, you know, whatever. It's just really impressive to see.
Oh,
Yeah, she
absolutely.
won the challenge tournament. She
Yeah.
was the #1 seed, but Hildebrand looked tough, and
Yeah.
she couldn't really break through at all. I think it was
Yeah.
2-10-0, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But talk about the experience and confidence that you get. Now you're a national team member.
Yeah.
You know,
men and women. I mean, if you see a lot of these younger people, younger guys, high schoolers, you know, Olympic team trials, a lot of these younger kids are getting good.
what are you most excited about when it comes to girls wrestling here in Pennsylvania and just in general?
I love seeing the experience level in the door come up so high. So a lot of times, especially for these new programs, you get a lot of girls coming in who have never done wrestling before just because it's not like a prevalent sport.
We're going to come back to that. If we could flip over to mat number 4, Juan Garcia, one of the organizers here too today, is wrestling down on mat 4. There we go. He's in the white singlet. He got a spin behind. It's 2-1. Why don't you help call a little bit of action here?
I'll try my best.
Put you on the spot, Trey.
Yes, go ahead.
All right, let's see here.
Play a little cat and mouse.
So what do you see here? Looks like there might be a little bit of an age difference here, Juan. Although Juan's getting up there too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What did Juan do right there, Trey? Did you see that?
Nice underhook pass by. Did a great job putting pressure in right now. Got the 2-on-1. Might be looking tilt, but
I was going to think that, yeah.
I feel like he'll probably just let him go here. I know he's a big neutral guy.
Yeah, Juan Garcia,
nice
the 1
drag.
seed in the
He
red.
doesn't even want the takedown.
Oh.
He's working right now.
Looks like he's trying to go takedowns here, get the tech fall, maybe hit the pin later, get him tired.
I think he's just looking to.
Speaking of, the most impressive thing, not to derail the story, but it's impressive. I once saw Jordan Oliver at districts in my weight class. Thankfully, I didn't wrestle this year. He scored a tech fall in the first period with only takedowns. For you people aren't good at math out there.
Yeah.
That's 15 takedowns in 2 minutes for a tech fall.
That man has a tank.
That man was impressive to watch, and wrestle against him was unbelievable. Probably the best
Phenomenal.
Best kid I've ever wrestled, I think.
He went to the perfect program for his style to wrestle with John Smith out there.
Yep.
He kind of really got a really tough call, that one of the toughest ones to
The no takedown.
the no takedown,
Yep.
the no call. That changed the ruling with the NCAA of how they scored that going forward. But
Was that against Sieber?
Yeah, Logan Sieber, yeah.
who became a four-timer,
Because of that.
and then he made the Olympic team. He was a U.S. Olympian, but wasn't able to qualify the weight, which was a bummer. But it doesn't take anything away of how great he probably deserves to be in the conversation for one of the all-time greats coming out of Lehigh Valley.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Now he's in the MMA scene here, getting fights every now and then, which is cool to see. And
So Juan Garcia here, up 13-4, is looking to get the fall.
not much fight from bottom.
What can you tell me, Trey, a little bit about what are the big differences that you noticed with coaching men versus coaching boys versus coaching girls in high school? Is there any differences that stand out to you, or is it pretty much the same?
I would say one of the big differences, I was kind of mentioning that earlier, is that a lot of these girls coming in, like, they've never wrestled before, and so they don't have any bad habits. And they're just willing to learn and listen, and they actually pick things up really quickly.
Do you feel they're more coachable in general because of that?
I think so. Yeah, they're just like a sponge. They want to learn everything, know everything. They want to fine-tune all these little things because they don't know what they're doing. And so, like, when you can catch them, like, at such a, like, younger age, right, as a fresh slate, you can really just feed them, like, good technique.
And I guess that's when you start to not progress as a wrestler, right? When you don't have that sponge mentality of always continuing to want to learn.
Oh, definitely. You keep making the same mistakes.
And that could be influenced by good reasons. Maybe you're getting ready to graduate college and you're thinking more about your career than you are wrestling. You might not be that sponge as much as you used to be because you're transitioning. But
definitely.
And Trey, I like what you said a lot about they don't have bad habits.
Yeah.
Just being a club coach myself in various aspects. You get some of these kids where their dad was their only coach growing up. And it's like,
Definitely, yeah.
And like you try and teach them something, go, no, that's not how I was taught. My dad shows it this way. And knowing their dad not to talk trash, but, their dad was a district placer. They weren't.
you mean you don't love coaching those kind of kids?
Well, that's where I'm at. It's like, just because your dad was your coach doesn't mean it's correct. You always want to believe that, but there's better ways.
Your dad's wrong.
and not so many words, yes. you know?
Yes. That's too funny.
Well, Trey, I think I think there's a lot of hometown people here pulling for you. And go for the O-dub. And if those stakes are pretty good, and if you're looking for somebody to maybe share that with, Sommers and I could probably free up our schedule, don't you think?
I think I could make something work. My wife won't be happy, but I'll make it work.
We'll even bring a side over.
I mean, if you guys want to grill it up,
Let's do it.
I'll split it.
Absolutely. Hey, good luck today.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. I'm going for a steak.
Thanks a lot, buddy.
Great
Yeah.
young man there. You
Yeah.
know, it's great to see him being involved. A lot of, Jordan Cutler. How fortunate are you to have a 3-time All-American being the head coach of your women's program over at Easton? But I'll give credit to Jody Karam.
Yeah.
He utilizes all of his resources. He's become a much more effective, CEO of a program as
For sure.
a coach.
That's how a
over
lot of
the
head
years.
coaches are lately, yeah. Putting the right people in the right spots.
And he's done that very well there, and he tremendously successful year for their high school team. I think a lot of people were very impressed with the amount of success, the level of success that they had this year.
Yeah, and you mentioned Cutler, 3-time All-American, coaching a high school women's team. Just strictly looking at accolades, he has better accolades than a lot of high school coaches in the area, in the country, and a lot of college coaches too. It weren't even 3-time All-American.
Well,
so it just goes
when
to
you
show
think
your
about
point.
it, it's kind of surprising. We don't really have that many coaches over the years that were national champs or All-Americans. Now, when you did, look at Don Roan, what he was able to do at Northampton.
That's my guy right there. Love
One of
Don.
my guys. I love going up there to train with him. I've always thought Don Roan was one of the best motivators as a coach that you'll ever come across in your life.
Yeah. Especially when you do something wrong or not the way he wants it, and he grabs you, you're going to listen the next time. You know?
Yeah,
He's a little
and
old school that way, but
you respect him and you love him.
Yeah,
and it's
for
hard
sure.
to get both in a coach.
yeah. He's
I
one
have-
of those guys that coached my uncle up through the program and coached my dad back when he wrestled in the 80s and got to coach me at the tail end of his career at Northampton there. So it was a little generational on my end, but I grew up watching Northampton wrestling. I grew up around the program. I've known him since I could walk, and
Can you
having
think
him
of
coach me was
anybody
awesome.
that's been an All-American or national champ that's currently coaching besides Jordan right now? Not that that is the prerequisite for being a great coach, because you look at Steve Powell.
Yeah.
You look at Ray
Dave
Nonamaker,
Crowell, yeah.
Dave Crowell, phenomenal coaches. Like you look at Jay Weiss up at Harvard, what he's done up there, never being an All-American or national champ in college, and he's produced some very, very good wrestlers over the years.
Yeah, I think at least the way wrestling is now, a lot of those guys that had success in the sport are starting clubs. So you see the David Taylors opening his club. You got Sasuli running. You have Red Hawk here now, or does he have his own club, Matt Sasuli?
I think, he's still running Red Hawk.
Yeah, so that's to my point. A lot of these guys are starting their own clubs, and then the guys are getting that skill and knowledge heading into their collegiate or their high school programs from there, which is benefiting those high school programs. And again, you have those coaches that are mentors and the CEO types. They get talent, and they're expanding that and helping that get along.
And I mean, being a great coach doesn't mean you have to be a great athlete, but many of these great athletes are great coaches technically.
Yes. Yeah.
Now they certainly have to do well in the other areas, but I mean, if your coach is a phenomenal technician or you have the staffing that can provide that, that's a huge, huge advantage. You see these young wrestlers, right, going to the Olympic trials and competing in high school, not just in the men's division, but in the girls.
Yeah, the thing that I think gets overlooked, there's a pin on there, Matt won. Is that Todd DeLuca? Is that my boy? Former Northampton guy? Looks like it is. And he collapses after getting the pin. I don't know if you know Todd.
Oh, it looks
DeLuca.
like a little WWE going on there where he tried to cover.
Around here. He was a Northampton guy back when my uncle wrestled in the 90s. Good guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to finish that point, the underrated thing about these high school coaches is dealing with parents, right? That could be a hassle in itself. My kid should be playing, my kid should be the starter, and all of that's political, but it's also getting down with the kids and understanding how they operate, what motivates them, what makes them tick, and how to get kids to understand the best way to do things, and kind of
Parents
get
can
the
be
group.
very passionate about their kids. They love them. They love them more than anybody, and sometimes
Yeah, for sure.
sometimes we do things, or they do things that sometimes might show that they love them, but it may not be what's best for them at the particular time.
Well, they don't go about it the
They're
right
passionate.
way, too.
They
Yeah,
get
for
very
sure.
passionate
Yeah.
about it. But
Parents are all different.
But the large part of them are great, right? I
For
would
sure,
say
100%.
a lot of great parents out there supporting their kids and trying to do the best they can for them. But we're kind of blessed right now.
Yes, we are.
We have Coach Spencer here with us, a head women's coach at Muhlenberg College, obviously co-founder of the Muhlenberg location for this tournament, and you kind of partnered a little bit with John Bolich here and brought this event over to Muhlenberg College. Can you tell us a little bit why?
Yeah, thank you for being on here. This is a great day, great opportunity for these men and women to be able to wrestle and compete. I've known John a long time when he was wrestling at Lehigh, and I was an employee there, and our relationship has always been there. And then he presented the opportunity to bring this tournament here for the springtime. It was really a no-brainer to me. I'm a huge advocate for the sport of wrestling in any form or fashion, and to have people walk away talking Muhlenberg and Muhlenberg wrestling and Muhlenberg women's wrestling when they go back to their home location, that to me is a win right there. So it's about promoting the sport, it's about promoting Muhlenberg, and you never know, we might get some students out of the deal.
So how does it feel to be back? Like, did you have a little time off from the mats? I know you were.
I did, yeah.
You were working in the athletic. You're an assistant athletic director here as well.
Assistant AD, yep, and getting into the room when I was presented the opportunity just under a year ago. It was exactly what I think I needed in my life at that time, and being able to promote the sport that I love and grow it on the girls' side, which is high school wrestling, women wrestling at the college level. And to me, it was happening. Like I said, this is happening, and why not try to get out the forefront of it and be an advocate and promote it and really guide it. And it's been an amazing year. I've met some amazing young ladies, parents, families. And had the opportunity to reconnect with a lot of people that I know in the world of wrestling in general. So it's been fun. It's been a win.
So when you got the job here and you knew you were going to be coaching wrestling, do you dust off the old sweatpants and the running shoes, start getting up in the morning like Rocky, start going for some runs and workouts?
Not so much that dedicated, but I knew I had to be a little more careful about my diet and maybe get a little exercise in there, and so that's been good for me personally, just, getting on the mats a little bit and again, just helping to teach and grow the sport. I've tried to visit all the high schools, or at least a lot of the high schools over the past, this past season, so just to get our name and face out there, and not just about Muhlenberg, but just about girls wrestling, and being an advocate, letting them know that they have somebody behind them that supports them and what they're doing.
So how about the staff? How's that coming along? Who do you have on staff? Who's helping you out here?
So I have an assistant coach who is a 3-time Olympian. She's wrestling at Paris this August. Her name is Adwaya, and she's from Nigeria. She trains in the United States in New York Athletic Club, and looking to get into coaching in some capacity, and obviously try to live in the United States full time. But to have her around, I mean, you can't get. She's ranked #1 in the world right now. So to have somebody like that on staff is just.
Lily doesn't get better, does it?
Coach, you couldn't find anybody better than that?
No, well, I was trying.
Come on.
I was trying, but yeah. So she's currently ranked #1 in the world. She's a great person, and we talk. She comes in and out of here. I was just in New York with a clinic for her last Sunday. She's really great with the kids and tough as nails.
Can you tell everybody out there her name, weight class, and country, so that when Paris comes along this summer, they're able to maybe follow her?
Absolutely. So she's Team Nigeria, 57 kilograms, and it's spelled Adunayo, but it's pronounced Adwayo. And then I'm not really still good at her last name. It's Abdikore. So she's Team Nigeria, 57K. Helen Marolis is with our U.S. counterpart. She'll be in that same weight class, and but she's training for the Olympics in Paris, so it's going to be exciting. And so she'll be back on campus in September after Paris, more full time and being available for our team.
So you don't have to answer this, but who are you going to root for when her and Helen match up?
Well, I'm kind of stuck right
Little
now.
torn there, huh?
Yeah. So one of my college buddies was actually Helen Maroulis' high school coach. It worked out with her down in Maryland. So he would always, I'm sure he and I will have a little rivalry there that week. But
That's
you
awesome.
always have to root for Helen. She's an amazing young lady who has done so much.
Root for both of them
I'll root
until
for-
they compete
it's-
against each other, right?
Yeah, it's
they
kind of
both
like
win.
Lehigh Lafayette, like I'll root for both on any given day. But when the day hits, they play each other. I'm going to root for Lehigh.
Well, when it comes to wrestling, I'm rooting for Lehigh.
always.
I would love to see Lafayette bring that program back over there.
Yeah.
I
Would
mean,
be something, yeah.
Lehigh Valley's so rich in wrestling. It would be It would be awesome if they, they could make that work one day.
It comes down to the people, right? It comes down to John Piper, who's a little bit older now and not able. But, man, he was the champion there for so long with the club team and managing that program. And do they have another John Piper to do that?
Yeah, so talk a little bit about just how lucky you are to be in, you happen to be in Lehigh Valley. A lot of us consider that the mecca of wrestling. I think that gives you a pretty distinct advantage helping recruit ladies to your program, right?
Yeah, having been raised here, wrestled here, in Phillipsburg, having those contacts. I refereed District 11 for 10 years, 2008, 2018. So, again, a lot of the coaches, a lot of the referees, now a lot of my friends' kids, my age, they're now wrestling and coming up. And so the community is really tight, always has been. That's what makes this area, I think, special. I think we all support each other when push comes to shove. And so coming back here and reestablishing those relationships, it's been joy. It really has been. Ironically, most of my recruits are out of state this year, but there's still a ton in our area that want to stay home.
Yeah, no better place to be for wrestling than District 11. And that's my biased opinion, obviously.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Yeah, it's great for the sport, and, great for the wrestling community as a whole. You got Cedar Crest starting up a program, Lehigh starting up, so you guys are all kind of in that mix, maybe battling for some of those, same recruits.
A lot of similar names that you'll see, right? Lehigh, she's doing an amazing job over there, and she's, I'd say she's recruiting a world-class, world team member type athletes to really build that program, the Iowa style, right? Alex at Cedar Crest, he's just a great human being, and he's doing a great job at school over there, and he and I talk a lot, and we're recruiting a lot of the same, but our schools are drastically different in what we offer, and so we're really not, right? So it's been great, healthy relationship. Just talking to him today, he was here earlier, so we actually try to help each other and push kids his way, my way, because our schools are just different. And so it's been a little rivalry, but nothing that's been so far, nothing that's ruffled anything yet. Yeah.
And that's a great way to describe it, because a healthy relationship, because you've seen those partnerships kind of evolve over the years between Muhlenberg and Lehigh, with the men's club, with the Lehigh Valley Athletic Club, and you're seeing when you can work together like that, even sharing coaches and athletes is a tremendous benefit.
Yeah, and I think that goes to my personality of, listen, I just want, I just want to get along. I just want to promote the sport. So if I can help in any way, I mean, I go to Lehigh all the time and meet with those coaches, obviously having a relationship with them for all these years and pick their advice.
Yeah, you were there for, how many years were you
15.
there? 15, a long tenure there.
So, having those relationships, Brazil and I talk a lot and helping her understand the landscape of the Lehigh Valley, and, Alex building a program, institutionally, they need some more resources, but, listen, if we can help each other, why not? Why not help grow the whole thing?
I agree. Let's make this the epicenter of wrestling in the whole world.
I'm too old to worry about fighting and arguing, and let's just get along. I'm happy to help anybody. Yeah, just listen, it's there's a greater plan above us all, and if that plan involves us getting somebody, then great. If that plan involves her going somewhere else, then that's great too. And if I can help in any way, that's why I'm here.
And that's nice to see, because sometimes as programs get really good, they become very confined, right?
Very
very self-contained.
Yep.
You look at Penn State; those wrestlers they're kept tight to the chest up there. You go see them talk to another coach. There's a coach right behind them, watching over it. So it's nice that you guys are able to kind of work together and build it.
Yeah, we're not at that level where we have to re-recruit our guys every day like those guys do at the Division I level. That's insane right now that these kids are getting plucked out, in the parking lot after a tournament, right? We don't have to worry about that yet. And listen, if I do, then that becomes a good problem, right? That means we're winning some matches and having some success. But it's about the education here with Muhlenberg, and that's why you come here first. And I want to be successful. I want to win. Everybody does. But we want to provide a great experience for these kids and make them better people throughout their 4 years.
So the girls right now, what's been their schedule postseason now? Most of them are going to stick around until the spring semester ends.
So I didn't have a team this year. I was able. Muhlenberg was great and gave me an opportunity to just recruit. So they didn't. I know some schools have forced their coaches to start in 3 months, and that's just not. You're set up for failure, really. They allowed me to recruit this year, so I played the business model. I brought stickers and shirts to clinics and really just promote that we have a wrestling program and a women's wrestling program. And like I said, I met with a lot of coaches and went to a lot of recruiting events, and we're going to end up with about 7 or 8 recruits, maybe more going into the fall. We have a couple girls on campus who have interest and have been practicing with us. And so hopefully around 10 or 11 girls in the fall, we'll start competing as the men do in October and November.
Now, your schedule, is it planned to mirror the men's schedule, or do you kind of have your own based on who's providing teams? And
correct.
What are some of the teams that you kind of already have an idea that you might be competing against?
So there's only about 15 schools in Pennsylvania that have women's wrestling, right? And in the fall, for fall of 20, and there's only a handful in New Jersey. So we're going to see a lot of each other, a lot of different events. Now, that being said, there's 2 or 3 teams or 4 teams that are more established, 3-4 years. They got 20, 25 girls. Ursinus is one of those. New Jersey City is one of those. Alvernia has been around for a few years. So we'll manage that based on our roster size and how many we can compete. We still have to sponsor according to the NCAA rules, but we'll do a lot of tournaments, a lot of round robins, bringing 2 or 3 teams together on a Sunday and just trying to get some matches for the kids. Misericordia is a startup, Arcadia is a startup, Penn State Altoona is a startup, Felician is a startup, so Centenary is a startup.
Do you see like more duels or more like open tournaments?
Open tournaments. First year it'll be more open tournaments. Yeah, that's a nice cement job.
Next to there, that's Adam Lushak, Division II All-American in 2010 out of East Stroudsburg. 2006 PIAA state runner-up in Northern Lehigh. Did some coaching there at Northampton, amongst other schools here. So I've known Adam since way back in high school, and great advocate for the sport, helping out 2 kids of his own now. So more of a family man, but loves to come back and compete.
And you could probably talk to the cement jobs better than anybody here coming through the Northampton program.
I'm just happy,
coached by Don Roan.
I'm just happy people around here don't call it a cow catcher, because that's when I get frustrated when I see that on Facebook, Twitter, whatever. It's not a cow catcher, it's a cement job. But yeah, that was a nice mixer. His opponent rolled through like you're supposed to, and Halushak just went and did it again.
Tell you what, he looks to form to be almost like a college wrestler there. He is definitely in great shape.
He's always been in good shape, yeah.
He showed it right there.
How has the assistant that you have on staff here, if you could say her name again?
Adwaya Adekore.
So Adwaya, how long has she been involved with the program?
February is when we considered it to be moving forward.
Have you seen an impact on recruiting yet? Or
not,
I can't imagine that she wouldn't have a huge impact. Who would not want to go
for the class of 25s? It's a great conversation. The class of 24s, I was a little late in the jump in the recruiting process, so it's hard to dictate that how much of effect that is. But when I talk to class of 25s, they're obviously excited to have an Olympian in the room, and hopefully that attracts them a little more talent and a little more understanding that we're trying to make this happen. We're for real.
Yeah, that's a great addition. We were talking before you came on about how Easton has done a great job of really tapping into like Jordan Cutler, a 3-time All-American coaching the girls team over there, and the staff, Trey Cornish, who's wrestling here today. So, man, big feather in your cap getting her involved with your program. And then you got your brother, too, who's one of the best sports psychologists out there. I'm sure you're going to tap his resources a little bit.
I have to, right? I have to. Lucky to know a lot of people, lucky to have the resources. I was down in Easton last summer. One of the first places I reached out to those guys. I have a great relationship with them, obviously, from my time at Lehigh. So I went down and I picked their brain on the landscape of girls wrestling. What does it mean? What are these kids looking for? What do they like? What do they don't like? How do I treat them? Easton's got one of the better programs in the state of Pennsylvania. They got 20, 30 girls there. They got 4 guys from Lehigh who are just great people. which maybe they don't get credit because their wrestling is so good. But Trey and Ryan and Brandon and Jordan, they're just great people. And so I went down and listen, you're never too old to learn and grow. And I'm picking their brains, and they really were helpful a lot. And I watched their structure, and they're just good people to be around. So excited to have that, and yeah, fortunate to have a brother who's sports psychology, who's worked a lot with wrestlers. And so, just having him to lean on or having him to come in the room, very, very fortunate.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that's becoming more on the forefront for not only wrestlers but all athletes, right? The mental aspect of it, and being a college student, being away from home for the first time. You guys have been there. There's a lot to that, and sometimes it's too much for people to handle. And having a psychologist just sit there, talk through it all, and get a better understanding of how everything's gonna be okay, and how to adjust accordingly. That's a huge aspect, and a huge advantage for you guys.
Absolutely, yeah. Mental health affects almost 75% of all college students. So wrap that into student athletes, it's probably even more because of the pressure over the last couple of years. I mean, that's a fact. 76% is what came out a couple years ago, I think it was, and really it's finding ways for these kids to manage their time, manage their stress. And one of the first questions I asked my recruits when I talked to them is, what else do you do besides wrestling? And they're like, what do you mean? And I said, you have to have something else besides wrestling. I don't know, maybe it's reading, maybe it's hiking, maybe it's listening to music, but you need an outlet, you need a resource of some sort that allows you to just change your brain into a different mode. And listen, that should go for all of us in life, right? Find a hobby is what they say. And so I think that's important to the mental well-being of a student athlete and anybody in general. So mental health is got to be on the forefront for everybody.
Question for you. You going to Paris? Watch your assistant, or?
I don't know. So she has to go in July back to Nigeria. She has to train there for a month before she heads off with the team. And so she's technically under Nigerian command when it comes to the Olympics. I don't have intentions to go to Paris right now. We'll see what grows over the next couple weeks. Actually, my brother might be going, so there's a chance he and I might go. You never know. Who knows?
Well, Coach, I know you got a lot of responsibilities being the assistant AD here, helping run this tournament and building your women's program. So we're going to let you go. Maybe we'll get you back here later.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming up and chatting with us. And I'm sure a lot of the viewers have a little bit more insight into the new program here at Muhlenberg College for women's wrestling.
Always great to talk. Always great to talk wrestling. Always great to talk about Muhlenberg. So, if anybody comes out with any questions, certainly look us up online or social media, and we'll follow us along. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Coach. Good luck.
Yeah, we have 4 semifinal matches going on here. A lot of them kind of just getting underway. Some are third period here.
We got Mat 4 on the screen here.
Mat 4, Marcus Carrasco, 4-0 lead over Mark Luong of Mat return.
So the format here is a little bit traditional, where we got the matches posted on Flow, right? Flow Arena. They can go and see who's wrestling, and then you can view this on YouTube Live. And we usually go from one mat to another, and right now we're on Mat 4. But there's also, it's a whole day process, so it's kind of cool. We're getting to be able to pull some people up and talk to them.
Yeah, it's also different because usually you go to a tournament, all the brackets are similar sized. Right here, you're going to get 3 people in one weight class, 10 in another. So the ones that were going on earlier had more wrestlers because they have more matches to wrestle, right? And here, you're going to see a few more round robins or a few more weight classes that only have a few guys in it. So some of these guys haven't wrestled a match yet, have just stepped on the mat for the first time, and it's 2 o'clock now, 4 hours into it. Some guys I've seen out there 3 or 4 times already. So that's why some of you guys might be seeing the same faces over and over. It just depends on the weight class size and how many people are in that bracket. Because obviously the more people in the bracket, the more matches you got to wrestle to win. So we're in a lot of semifinal matches going on here now.
Kind of a cool partnership. I don't know, have they done this before with Flow Arena, where you streamed them live on YouTube?
This is the first year for streaming, and as I keep mentioning, it is a free stream. They just want, they're going to give it to the fans who can't be here, watch family members, friends who can't make it, and just kind of get some numbers gauged and see how successful it was, things they can tweak, things they can improve on, and maybe eventually it'll start to be behind a paywall. I hope not. I think if it's free, you get more eyes, but yeah, this is the first year that it's streamed online, and I think it's been really good for the fans at home. A lot of people are chiming in the chat saying, hey, we're watching from California, I'm from Oklahoma, North Carolina, whatever the state is. We've got people from all over here, which is really cool to see.
So yeah, we're only covering one mat at a time, and it'll flip back and forth a little bit here and there, but and we don't always have all the updated information right at our disposal to give you the stats like you might see if you watch the Big Ten Network or NCAAs, but we are able to cover some action here today, and you're able to watch it at home, and we'll probably pull a couple more people up, I'm sure, throughout the day to talk to them a little bit. Maybe some competitors. I still want to talk to that one gentleman that won it last year at 65 years old.
Yeah, I saw him wrestle before.
So hopefully we can get up him and tap into his brain and see what, at 60, I can't, I don't even know if I can understand why you would do that at 65 years old.
Love for the sport, man. It never goes away. Once you've wrestled, and it's hard to get that desire out, but
I'm wrestling with my grandkids at that age. I don't know if I'm slapping on a singlet. So I think it's really cool.
It's a different form of being.
It's cool, and
I
want to know, okay, what is it?
Yeah. Yeah, we see Mat 4 here on the screen. Andy Barton in the red anklet, black singlet, taking on Bobby Sossaline. Another semifinal match here.
And I love the
Sossaline
mohawk.
I was going to say, it was almost a Viking-style hairstyle there. I like that, all tatted up. Nice sucker drag there by Barton. Now he got to return to the mat for the takedown. Doesn't quite get it. Really cool to see full-grown beards here with competitors now.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. It
makes it more manly, more burly.
So much. The rules are getting less and less picky over the years.
Yeah.
And I guess the rules here, it's pretty flexible, right? You don't have to wear a singlet if you don't even have to wear wrestling shoes if you don't want to.
That's the cool part about it. It's just getting people on the mat, getting to experience being in a wrestling mat at a tournament. Should have asked Trey if it brought back any memories of sitting in gyms all day. I mean, we kind of discussed that before. Sometimes these formats you're in a gym for 12 hours a day, and it kind of stinks. But there's good memories of going all the time and not winning, and memories of sitting in a gym all day and winning.
You find things to do though. That's how a lot of friendships are created, right during your downtime, right?
Yeah, my Game Boy had a lot of miles on it back in the day.
You go take a nap on the bleachers. The parents go out to the parking lot, talk a little bit on a nice day like today, and a lot of great friendships were formed through tournaments.
Yeah, you learn a lot about yourself. You learn a lot about your friends too.
Yeah, you're younger than I am. I didn't even no phones or Game Boys for us back then.
Yeah, I don't
the
know
Sony Walkman was the thing back then.
I don't know how you guys did it.
The yellow sports Walkman, that was a big thing. And it was cassette tapes.
Yeah, I'll never forget. I think I had a buy, so I was up in like 4 hours. I was 8, 9, or 10 years old. Of course, I was hungry. I went, Dad, can I get some money for the snacks? And here you go. Came back with nachos. He saw the nachos. He slapped them into my hand and said, "You're not eating that crap." I learned very quickly, whatever you put in your body is going to affect your outcome. And as I'm older now, I still feel that, right?
Well, and the better you get, right, the difference, the margin of difference, right, for some athletes is so close that sometimes diet can make the difference.
Yeah, we got a good barn burner here. 1-0 score, 5 seconds left in the second period. 1-0 lead for Bobby Sossaline.
And they're both sucking air a little bit here. You see the hands on the knees. That's never a good sign if you're a wrestler.
Yeah, I think this is match 2 or 3 for these guys too. So yeah, they've at least had one match under their belt, and I think that, as you know, it starts to add up, especially if you're not in typical training shape. Like I'm assuming most of these guys are not.
How good do you think that cold beer is going to taste to these two gentlemen later at Volpe's Bar?
Very, very good, and I know the beer I'm going to have later is going to taste good from talking all day. I talked to some of these guys that broadcast full time. Like, how do you guys do it? And some of their secrets is, hey, a little glass of whiskey at the end of the day, a little bit of honey in it, clears your throat right up. You come back like a champ the next day. Might have to try that the next. I might
Got a
have to
stall
try
call
that.
here on top. That could be a factor here.
Looking for a hazard tilt.
Right, that's one of the things that I always used to like to coach my athletes when I coach high school is keep the pace high. If you can get a stall call earlier in the match, it's going to change the way that your opponent wrestles later in the bout. You end up on bottom in the third period. He's got to ride you. He's got one stall call. It's going to be much easier to get out, right?
Yeah.
And so that stall call here, he's got to ride him for 50 seconds here. That's tough to do without getting hit for stalling again.
Yeah, and let's see if Barton, like you said, both guys, huffing some wind here, and see if Barton has it in him the last 50 seconds to get an escape to tie it, or maybe a reversal again on top.
And and for some of these guys, strategy, might not be the high priority.
Nope.
Oxygen intake might be the bigger one.
Yeah, thankfully no riding time here for these guys, so they can afford to rest for that minute on bottom as needed. And there we go, 1-1, 30 seconds left
Now,
here. Takedown's going to win it.
When you're older like this is called getting after it.
Yes.
Right now.
Getting after it.
They're getting after it. You got to give them a little bit.
You got to earn that beer, buddy.
Yeah.
And they're going at it here. 20 seconds left.
Nice leg attack.
Oh, nice re-attack there. He has the leg up. Oh, but he goes to the hip. Out of bounds.
Looked like maybe a flying cement job attempt there,
It
huh?
looked like it, yeah. Yeah, Scott, you just see that, like, kind of Trey mentioned, those bad habits. You saw Bart in on a leg, broke the lock to go up to the waist, right? And you just get weak there when you let go of the one leg. So, just stay on that leg a little bit, maybe get that up higher, and, his opponent in on the leg again. Doesn't have to work as hard to get it this time.
And
there it is, 2 and backs. That'll do it. Ref calls a quick pin. Barton celebrating. He's in the finals. These are the matches I came to see. This is awesome.
Oh my gosh, they are breathing heavy. Look at that.
Matt's his singlets down. That's a team point. Just kidding. We're not keeping track of that here. But nice sportsmanship out there. Two sweaty guys.
Isn't it nice when you do things for fun? It's we talked about that. Sometimes you see that sportsmanship and that fun happen a lot more with women's sports or girls sports than you do with men. Men, we take things too serious sometimes when it comes
a lot of time,
to competition.
Yeah, we just saw Barton, who just won, over with his family, giving his son a high five, and Bobby, who just lost, went over and gave Barton's son knuckles over there. So it's just cool to, it brings people together, like we keep saying.
Everybody needs a sense of community somewhere, and I think like this mat club, right? It's bringing people together that never ever had this opportunity before. Not that I can think of. Have you ever thought? Do you know of any other older mat clubs?
No, once this kind of got started, like I said, the guy that kind of runs it out of his gym, Tyler Marks, kind of saw this niche. Said, hey, there's guys out here that have wrestled in the past and haven't done much since, so they go into MMA gyms. They do jiu-jitsu just to get that feeling back of competitiveness and wrestling-like. And
we're trying to talk Gimp in to
we're
get on the
trying
mic,
to.
and I know everybody out there knows who Gimp is.
He's a little shy.
Gimp, come on over. We got an open mic for you. You got 1 minute, and we'll send you back. Just.
So Gibbs' question was, what percentage out there in the novice division are MMA guys? It looks pretty high, because I would imagine anyone that has wrestled in the past would not go in the novice division. Just my kind of gut feeling. I think novice is for anyone who has never wrestled before.
And I think there's a lot of crossover today, right? MMA has gotten so popular. What's that?
Higher percentage of tattoos in the novice division too, according to Gimp. not my words; those are Gimp's. But yeah, I can agree with that for sure.
Are you keeping official data on that, Gimp, or no? Yeah. So it would make sense too, right? The younger generation is probably more influenced by MMA, and some of the people that do MMA, if you're not wrestling in college and you're over 18 or you're in your 20s or 30s, where do you go to learn wrestling skills for MMA? Unless you're involved with an MMA club, this mat club.
Yeah, Matt Return Wrestling Club doing great things there, and like I said, and plus they have all the clinicians we talked about. John Hughes, NCAA champ. Reese Humphrey has been there. He runs the New Jersey Regional Training Center.
Three-time All-American at Lehigh.
He trains
Phenomenal
Nate Jackson.
wrestler.
He trains Chance Marsteller. He was with Pat Laurie last year, who won an NCAA title. Like you mentioned, Cutler. Andre Petrosky was in there. You know, and that's probably good for those MMA guys because Petrosky is a UFC fighter, so he knows how wrestling translates to MMA, and he can kind of coach through some of those things with those guys that are strictly doing the MMA side of it. So it's really cool to see, you know, these high-class clinicians come in, and those current wrestlers too, like we mentioned. You know, Jordan Wood, Darian Cruz, Deshaun Garrett, guys like that that are still living out their Olympic dreams currently.
So Juan Garcia refereeing over there, lock hands on mat 2. Who do we got over there?
That's a tight match. Steven Maluda in the red. He's up 6'5" right now against Mike Martirano of Downingtown Thunder.
This is a Consi round of 4.
Yeah, but this is a tight match here. 6'5". We got a locked hand, so that makes it 6-6 now. And second period, 45 seconds left. So a lot of match left here, but tight one to say none the least.
Well, and what you're seeing now, right? We're getting deeper and deeper into the tournament. We're seeing the better competitors, right, make it a little bit farther. So the action's going to continue to get better here.
That's a
the
good point, too,
conditioning.
yeah.
I don't know if that's going to get better. I would say no, but we don't even really care, do we?
No, it's fun. It's entertaining to watch, and so a lot of comments in the chat. You know, this is really good stuff, cool wrestling, and it's something different. You know, you're used to watching wrestling guys that are in shape. They do it for they do it for competitiveness. They do it for the trophy, the accolades. These guys are out here reliving dreams. You know, bringing their family out, having them support. And I've seen a lot of local coaches here too. That's, hey, if I'm going to coach a sport, I want to prove to myself that I can do it myself.
Yeah,
right?
what a great way to just stay in shape as you're an
Also
adult,
that
right?
too, yeah.
You improve your self-defense skills, right?
Even if it's one Friday night they were not out drinking, it's better than going out and getting hammered the night before because you have to wake up early and compete, right?
Yeah. And
I know I was in bed early. I was excited for this.
think about the benefit, you know, like for your defense skills in life, you know, as you're
Yeah.
getting older, and just having some of that skill base is often good to have. Hopefully you never need it, but
Speaking of, my wife made me really mad one day when she goes, do you think it's worth it for me to pay for self-defense classes? And I said, honey, I was a Division I All-American. I can teach you wrestling for free if you would listen to me. And it wasn't an argument, but it was just a funny disagreement. Like, she thought she needed self-defense. I was like, just learn how to wrestle a little bit. Learn
that's
your
not
body
easy
awareness.
coaching your wife, though.
It's not, because, you know, I'm always going to be wrong, right? You know, we've all been there.
Did she agree to it?
No, it was more of a joking thing, but I think she likes to get under my skin saying that stuff. But again, like
Did it make you feel kind of like
it
you weren't living up to your
it
expectation? Yeah, as
it
a father, as
demasculated me
a
a
husband
little
and
bit,
father,
yeah.
and you know,
Yeah.
male in society, and
yeah, it's like, well, I'm not going to pay for classes. I can teach you for free. It's like, I'm not going to pay for a plumber to come to my house fix my toilet when I can do it myself. You know, that's just me wearing my man hat there. But
now, what if you went to her and said, "I'd like to go get cooking lessons"? She would say, "Go right
she would
ahead."
be very mad because
She would say, "You go right ahead, and you can do all of it."
But she knows she's a really good cook. I love her food.
Yeah.
Her mom and her are great in the kitchen, so she knows something would be up if I would ask them.
Oh, my mom was a great cook too,
Oh,
and my dad would make some good meals too.
Yeah, my wife's from Lancaster, Amish County, Lancaster County,
Well,
where
the Lupkis.
the Amish are out there. So a lot of butter, you know, a lot of good ingredients that probably aren't great for you, but makes the food taste really good in the end.
So we're still tied up at 6, right? On mat 2 here, we get a shot out of bounds.
Yep, actually 7-6 now going live. I think
We're on mat
yeah,
4 here now, and that's a
T-shirt and
0-0 after the
T-shirt
first
shorts
period here.
match up there. I like that.
Yeah, and this guy's, you know, for an older wrestler, he's pretty fit.
Matt Leiter on top, Steven Sell red on the bottom.
Nice breakdown right off the whistle, gets pressure on top.
Yeah, one thing.
How are we looking over on mat 2 there? Are we still tied up, or?
Yeah, 7-6 Green.
Oh, so Green.
Martirano with the lead. 1 minute left here. This is going to be. Are they neutral here?
I think he's bottom.
Oh.
I think he's down.
Yeah, I wonder if Maluda.
Oh, no, they are
Oh,
neutral.
no, they are neutral. Okay. Looked like he was going down there for a second.
So we're still 0-0 here on the blue mat, the Southern Lehigh Spartans mat. and we're in the second period. A little bit of a ride out here.
You know, Scott, one thing I have not seen a bunch of today is scrambling. I'm sure that's probably intentional, people avoiding, funky positions with ankles and knees.
That's just going to, that
asking
tank will
for
be
trouble.
shot right in one period for the whole day.
I think so. And scrambling's very tiresome, too. You get in a long scramble, and you're shot for a while there.
We got a 50-50 over here on the white mat here, and it looks like bottom guy won here with the reversal. He's got him on his back.
Yeah,
What do we got over there on mat 1?
Mat 1, Randy Shaw in red. Bryson Berard in green. Berard
So
up 8-5.
Yeah, with the reversal there. N3 back point, right?
That's what it looks like. Yeah, 8-5 is the scoreboard. Looks like the ref is over there trying to figure that out with the scorekeepers.
So I was reading, I think at the National Federation, didn't they just change some rules for high school wrestling? I don't know if you noticed those recently.
Yeah, high school
they're gonna go
three-point takedown.
They're going to go with the near fall too as well.
Yep, 2.
Now
3,
is that
and
going to
4.
transfer over to Pennsylvania? Do they follow those guidelines, or do they have to re-vote on their own here?
The PIAA has to vote on that, and I'm sure you're PIAA. I don't know what they think sometimes.
So they're going to go with a 2, 3, and 4 point swing.
I think
and then
so. Which is a
if
tough
you-
job for the refs too.
if
I
you
don't know
make
why
it
they're
to the
doing that.
4th point and there's blood or there's an injury, you'll get 5 points then, an additional point.
+1 for the injury time. Yeah, I don't think blood, but I think injury time, yes. Because blood you can't really help.
Okay.
But yeah, I think the injury time would be +1. So yeah, you're looking at potentially
I thought I
3-point
read blood,
takedown.
but I might not be sure.
Yeah, I could be wrong there too.
But they're
yeah.
going to stop it right away for blood.
Yeah, so you think about it, it's a 3-point takedown plus the 4 backs, that's 7. If potentially injury time, that's 8. That's a major decision already, just off one sequence.
I like the 3-point takedown in college wrestling.
I do,
think
I do for sure.
it makes it easier to get the bonus points. And so you're more likely to wrestle instead of being like a 4-2 match. And now it's 6-2, so you're incentivized, hey, I'm already little bit closer to 8 points. I might as well pick up the pace.
Yeah, but then you also see at, just on the other side of that, you see at the NCAAs, where competitors are so close and, they're both high-level wrestlers. Someone gets a takedown in the first period, 3 points, they can pretty much cruise, and so you get a little more stalling in the end, too, sometimes, which you don't like to see, but if the refs are calling stalling a lot more frequently now, too, which is also good for the sport.
Yeah, I'd
It
almost
makes
like,
people wrestle.
I don't know exactly how I feel yet, but I tend to believe that I would like to see riding time to get rid of it. It's only used at the college level, and if we want them to transition into freestyle, it's going to be better.
Yeah, it's hard because,
It's too much time, but I also think like you should put them back up on their feet. You don't turn them in 15 seconds, you start back up neutral. But then you got to keep track of that. You got to keep track of,
it makes
other
the refs'
things.
job a lot harder.
Yeah,
It's already
and-
hard to begin with, right?
And they missed a few calls this year from neutral danger.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because now they're looking for the near fall instead of the takedown, and sometimes they miss things.
Yeah.
So it made it really difficult for referees to kind of get it right sometimes because it was too much on their plate.
Yeah, especially when you're looking to see if you're the refs looking for locked hands, the coaches are yelling for stall calls and other things too. It's you're only one person; you can only see so much.
So back to mat 4 here, Austin. We got
2-2.
2-2 with about 9 seconds left here.
Might see overtime here.
At first I thought he was going to dominate the match, or at least open it up a little bit, but.
Is conditioning a factor, you think?
You have you have it on your computer over here.
Yeah.
What's his name in red?
Steven Sell on mat 4.
Yeah, he's been battling hard in this match.
Yeah, he's been wrestling hard. Matt Leader. 2-2. We're in overtime here. Takedown wins this one. Yeah, both guys just kind of hanging out here. Definitely see the conditioning a factor.
Can you imagine wrestling, losing your first bout and then going 9 bouts like you did at this tournament at your age?
No way.
How many could you go in the Brustleback?
Not in a million
Think you
years.
make 9 matches?
Today,
Yeah,
if I pin everyone in 10 seconds, maybe. But odds of that are highly unlikely. So
maybe in a novice division.
maybe, yeah. But I wouldn't do novice. I don't think they let me. Lighter in on a leg here, but they're on the edge. Sell doing a good job sprawling, getting that leg
That's
back.
got to be the worst at this age, being
Going
in on a
three-
leg.
Oh, was it old school three-quarter
Yeah.
Nelson there? Oh.
And that
control.
looks like 2 to me.
That looks like control
And
to
he's
me.
and he's calling back points.
And time is up. 2 at the buzzer in overtime.
And that's another rule change, right? If you, as long as they're in near fall in overtime, right? They're gonna continue to the action,
let,
so
let
you
them
can.
get the pin. Yeah.
Or no, maybe it was a tech fall. You know how if you got the takedown, the match was over as soon as
Yep.
you hit the 15th point. If they're in near fall,
they let
they
you
let you
continue.
go.
Yeah.
They're gonna let you go in high school.
Yeah. Speaking
That
of,
way, it makes sense because
I love
if
that.
you
I
have them
love
on
it.
their back, why shouldn't you be able to go for an extra point for your team if you already have
the
them?
sequences. Been a great day of wrestling so far. screen on. so
We got a special guest coming on here, Austin.
Bruce,
Zimmer.
Yeah, Bruce Zimmer. I think you're the oldest competitor here
I
at
have a
65 years old.
6'4", yeah.
64 years old.
Yep.
So, like Scott was asking before, what brings you back wrestling here? You were here last year. What brought you back again?
I'm lucky.
Lucky. I like that answer.
I fight through injuries, and I'm not going to let it slow me down.
Yeah,
I'm very fortunate. I can knock wood that I have the health that I do at my age, and I'm able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, being 64 years old and stepping on a wrestling mat is one thing, but actually going out there wrestling is another. And being competitive at it is really cool to see. And for those that don't know, there was a last year's Mat Return Classic in the fall. There was a video of Bruce in there and just him in a singlet warming up wrestling, and that really went viral. It was viewed over 10 million times, and United World Wrestling shared it, and Mario Lopez of all people shared it. And if you're a fan of Saved by the Bell, really cool guy to share that. So
safe to say you're an influencer now. How has that changed your life?
I have no clue. Although I do work out BJJ.
There you go.
There's a guy that I roll with that wants to put me on TikTok, and I keep fighting. It's just not me.
That's awesome. Yeah.
It's not me. I'm pretty low key and.
Yeah, you see
that.
So you didn't monetize it then?
No. No interest.
Humble man. Just here because you love to do it?
Yeah. I like staying in shape. I like the competition.
How old were you when you got involved in wrestling?
What was I, 13?
13? Where'd you wrestle at?
In New Jersey. I wrestled in high school and a couple years at junior college.
Where'd you go for high school and junior college?
Mount Olive High School. And Paul Smith's College. But it was a junior college, more of a club than anything. But I went there so I could wrestle.
Do you have any favorite wrestling memories that you can share with us? Not really.
Not really.
No.
I was never all that good. I was average.
Who was the best wrestler that you competed against back in high school or college?
Back in high school, probably Dave Palanchi out of Dover, New Jersey.
Okay.
And we had an epic match. He ended up going to regions. I don't know how far he went with the state that year, because that was back 1977? But yeah, we had an epic match. I think the final score was 16-15, 16-14.
Was that canvas mats back then? No. Or was that the Resolate or no?
No, we had mats like this.
Okay.
Yeah, Scott and I and the other guy up here, Bob, before, we were talking, a lot of these guys are going to be sore tomorrow. Do you have any indication on how sore you're going to be tomorrow? And
I should be fine.
You think so? Wow.
Yeah.
From all the jiu-jitsu, right?
I do it 3-4 days a week.
You get ahead of it tonight? A little ibuprofen before you go to bed?
I don't touch that stuff.
No? Nothing?
Not good for you.
All natural. I love it.
Essential oils.
Yeah, good.
I'll hit a protein shake when I get home.
Good for you. Back at it tomorrow morning then.
No, driving tomorrow morning back home.
You train, do you work out at the Mat Return Club?
No.
No?
I wish I was closer. I live in upstate New York.
So what do you do for working out in terms of wrestling and training back home?
I do BJJ.
Do you?
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I do that 3 nights a week, a couple hours. But on the mat, it somewhat rolls over to this. But you don't, BJJ, you're on your back a lot.
Yeah.
Here, you don't want to be there.
At least you know the difference there. You don't want to be in your back in wrestling.
Yeah.
So that's good. And yeah, I was going to ask you, how much does that translate? Do you see? I see a lot of other younger athletes here in bare feet. Because they're BJJ guys, and they seem to be catching on pretty well and almost look like they're natural wrestlers a little bit.
When I roll with BJJ, I get a lot of feedback that I have good balance, good hips, which is
good for wrestling.
Yeah, that's from the wrestling background. Because if you're just doing BJJ and you've never done wrestling, you really don't have that. You have to learn it.
You coming back next year?
I don't know. I was telling them earlier that this may be my last one. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Injury-wise.
Are you you're in the wrestlebacks?
Yeah, I still have one more match.
So we're going to see some
But
shoes left on the mat here.
The steak's no longer in contention then,
No,
huh?
no.
They usually, O-dubs usually don't get it for
Yeah,
third.
I wrestled against Greg, and he took outstanding wrestler last time. Different weight class, but they combined us this time. It was tough. He was good. I was
They
a little
didn't give
nervous
out the
about
steaks last year, did they?
I'm sorry?
They didn't give out the steaks last year,
Yeah.
did they?
Yeah.
Did you get one?
No.
You didn't get O-dub?
No.
You were champ last year?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay.
I've got a couple silver medals here. I'm just glad to be out there. I win as soon as I step on the mat.
Scott's trying to get a steak from everyone we have up here.
I want this guy to
give me
get a
one.
steak. I want him to have a steak. He should get a steak just for competing.
Deserves a whole damn cow.
Well, I said OW should stay oldest wrestler.
That's an award.
Forget about outstanding, oldest.
Yeah, I like that.
Because it doesn't happen, you don't see us. I mean, Greg's friend, who I went up against, Paul, they're both going for the championship in my weight class.
Okay.
And they're friends. But Paul's 60, so the fact that he's out here is great.
Yeah.
So what are you run into some of these younger wrestlers here at this tournament? What kind of things? Anybody come up to you, say anything interesting, or what's that like?
Inspiration. Can't believe I'm still doing it. In fact, that's Paul right here. He's 60, so he's up here with me.
Wow.
And he's going for the OW.
Wave him up here. We'll get you both on.
Well,
Hey, Paul.
We'll have to get him up here.
Huh?
Oh, he's looking for his charger here.
Hi, I'm Scott Hovan, Austin.
Hey, how you doing,
Somers.
Austin? Good, you too.
And just talking to this gentleman, oldest wrestler in the tournament.
This gentleman right
and
here.
he believes he deserves the steak because OW should be oldest wrestler.
I agree.
But you're gonna get.
If I get the steak, I'm gonna give it to him.
But we had to tell him they don't give you steaks for wrestlebacks. But apparently, maybe he's in the contention as the oldest wrestler in the finals.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm in two weight classes.
I'd vote for you.
really?
Two weight classes in the
And you
finals.
already
What
won
classes
one.
are you at?
You already won the 30.
No, I have to. I entered the 30. Oh, sorry. I entered the 30 division, and they put me in 140 because they needed another guy there. So I'm in the finals of that, and now I'm in the 45 plus in the 150 division, and I'm in the finals of
Are
that.
they doing a good job of getting you a little extra rest time in between, or
Yeah,
not really?
yeah.
He doesn't
No,
need
I'm
need rest.
No, well, I need a little rest, but
Yeah.
it's good. If they call me now, I'm ready. Whatever has to be
did
done.
you know that they were live streaming it today on
Yes,
YouTube?
actually, I think my
so
wife
this is a live stream right here.
Actually, I think my wife is this on live right here.
It
Yeah.
is,
Can,
yep.
can I text her and tell her to look?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know,
Or at least listen.
look.
Yeah,
we can
we'll have to
point
get a
you
camera
down
up
to one
here,
of
yeah.
the mats. We'll tell you, like, if you go down the mat, there's that 3 right over here that we're on right now, and you go down there and stand, and
But
Give you the
like
thumbs up,
people
you
are
can wave.
watching us live right now.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So don't do any cursing or say anything you don't want
No,
anyone
I
to
would
hear.
never do that. Yeah, this is great. It's
And also,
fun
it's
being out
on.
there.
The matches are they're on Flow,
Right.
not live, but the updates and who's
Right.
wrestling and what the scores are.
Yeah, that's great.
So this is an old screen here
Yeah.
up top, but is that updated with?
This is live. This is
Okay.
delayed.
No, I mean the bouts up here. Is that?
That's live, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got
Yeah, it is.
round robins and some consies going on. So yeah, it's good.
this
Good
is-
that you guys are here. This is
So
really
60
cool to
years
see.
old.
Yeah. I'm 60. I just
Jersey.
turned 60. Connecticut.
Connecticut.
Grew up in Westchester County, though.
Wow. So you drove a little ways here.
Yeah,
We're
I
getting
came-
them from far and wide now.
The what?
They're coming from far and wide. You were
Yeah.
talking about that earlier.
Yeah, there were
What
some
is
Team
that, 10
Canada
states?
guys. There were 7 states last year. If you say 10, I believe you because I've seen a lot of different names and people from different states, and we saw some guys representing Team Canada. We saw Team Ecuador. So
Wow.
I think we're going international this year. Maybe next year we'll go intergalactic or something. You know, whatever the next step is.
It's a
Now,
great thing they do for us older guys.
Now, you
It
gonna
really
be
is.
okay to drive later tonight, or are you guys staying overnight?
I came down. Actually, I came down with a kid that I coached. So he's driving, and 2 other
Okay.
kids I
I was
coached
gonna
because
say
I
it's
coached
I
in
mean, I'm
high
sure
school.
it's exhausting, right?
Yeah.
Competing
I'm
here,
local. I
and
got-
then if you have to drive 4 or 5 hours home,
Right.
that could be a little rough because there's a social afterwards too.
Yeah, I want to get home. I'm
know
tired.
about that.
I'm usually asleep by then.
Get in the hot tub of the ice bath, right?
I'm staying fairly local. I have family up in Stroudsburg, so
Yeah.
I'll stay there overnight and then drive home tomorrow.
Yeah.
I keep getting all these flashes in my head. You guys saw the movie Old School, right?
Yes.
No.
Wait. Oh, is that with Ronnie Dangerfield?
No.
No. Okay.
That's
That's
with,
a little too old school.
Okay.
Is that Will Farrell?
That might be back
Will
to
Ferrell's
school.
in it.
Will Farrell. The
My
wrestler
boy, Blue.
The Blue, the wrestler, my boy Blue.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But so, do you know who you're wrestling in the finals? Have you wrestled him before?
I'm wrestling. Actually, I'm supposed to be wrestling Greg. I'm not sure we're going to wrestle because we wrestle all the time in practice. It's no fun
That
wrestling.
puts a little strain on your relationship too when it's.
Yeah, but it's just you want to wrestle different people.
Well, that's good because he was telling us before you came on air that he was going to kick the crap out of if you decided to come out and wrestle.
I don't think Greg would say that.
No,
he's very humble.
he
He's a
didn't say
gentleman.
that.
Greg's a gentleman. No, Greg's a great guy, and I give him a lot of credit. He just tossed 18, 20-year-old studly looking guy. So
Teaching those young whippersnappers a little lesson, are you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, not me.
And here we got one of your jiu-jitsu guys down here on mat 4. Jake Domrin, barefoot guy. We've seen him like 5 times today. He keeps winning. That's awesome. Against Peter Godoy. He's, I don't know if he's from Ecuador, but he's rocking the Ecuador singlet.
And with BJJ, you start on your feet, but you don't spend a lot of time there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. Anything I know about that is from watching MMA.
Right.
Yeah.
UFC.
Let me go down there, gentlemen.
Hey, thanks for being on air, guys.
Awesome.
Pleasure
Good luck
talking
to you guys.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
very much, John. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, and I should start getting ready for my next match.
How long?
Yeah, Bruce, we don't want to hold you up. You got to
How
get ready.
long? I mean, how long is the warm-up process when you're 65 to get prepared for the match?
Oh, I don't know. I do a little stretch. I've been stretching since I got here regularly.
That's good.
Pretty much any
Go out,
free
I'll
time
do
you
some
get.
jumping jacks and run up and down the corridor a couple times just to get
Just whenever you get time. You
Guys,
kind
you're
of
getting loose.
stretch all day.
Yeah. Just to keep limber, loose.
Well,
Hope I don't get hurt out there.
it's pretty amazing what you're doing, and we're
thank you.
excited to see you compete.
Thank you.
Good luck today.
All right.
Good
That
luck
looks
out
like
there.
another BJJ guy there, out on mat 1.
Yep.
No shirt, no shoes, and lots of tattoos. Do you have any tattoos?
No.
No.
Not yet.
I'm pretty laid back.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe when you retire, you'll get one.
I am retired.
Retire from wrestling, I'm saying.
He's never going to retire.
All right, guys. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for being on. That was a fun
That's awesome.
time.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Is there any chance of you competing at 65 years old, Austin?
Not in wrestling. Maybe bocce ball or something. There's a cool
Pickleball?
pickleball. Yeah. There's a cool bocce club
I
near
love
me.
playing
so
pickleball.
That's the hot thing right now.
Yeah.
A lot of young people are getting into it too.
They are. And I'll tell you what, if you're worried about getting your butt kicked by somebody a little bit older here, then don't go on the pickleball court,
Pickleball,
because
yeah,
there
they-
are some fierce competitors
They
out
take
there.
that seriously.
Oh, they do. They're up at the crack of dawn. They own the courts.
Yeah, so we got a lot of Conci semis going on now. We're showing mat 1, Bob Fiedler, the Salisbury coach, against Evan Hershey. Number 3 seed for Hershey, 5 seed for Fiedler. 2-0 lead for Hershey at the end of the first. Hershey is the one with no shirt on. That looks like I don't want to mess with him at all or say anything wrong. And
No.
Fiedler is the guy that's about 6'6", 6'7",
It's a lot
maybe.
of sweat, too.
Yeah. Yeah, this should be a good one here.
2-0.
Yep, 2-0 starting the second. Hershey's going to start on top. Yeah, that's got to be a weird feeling, too, wrestling someone without a shirt on, too. I don't know if I've ever really experienced that, like in a serious wrestling environment. Like pool wrestling and stuff, yeah, obviously. But
You'll see that like when you're doing conditioning at the end, but
I've seen
but
that,
not
yes.
live
Yeah,
wrestling.
but not like
If
a
you
live
get too
go.
sweaty, you can't
Yeah,
even.
It's hard to grip anything.
So Bob Fiedler, head coach at Salisbury, right?
I don't know if he's the head coach, but he's listed
on
as
staff there.
Salisbury coach, yeah.
Okay. Hershey's got a, looks like he's got a figure 4 on that leg there, on top.
Yeah, that's good jiu-jitsu skills we're seeing there too. You know, that's one of those techniques, positions, whatever you want to call it, that translates very well. People are really good at, you know, lacing up their own ankles and, you know, just to gain control of the lower body there. And mat 4, we got a tight 1-3-1 lead for Godoy. Peter Godoy never competed in wrestling, it says. So he must be a jiu-jitsu guy, but he's rocking a Ecuador singlet. So I'm not sure if it is a wrestling singlet, it looks like. So I'm not sure how he's never competed, but has an Ecuador singlet.
Trying to think of the wrestler's name from LVAC. I think he coaches over at Muhlenberg on the men's team.
Giuseppe Ray.
Yeah, he's Ecuador, isn't he?
He is, but it has
He's
Godoy's
a friend
name.
of him.
It has Godoy's name on it, but it says S. Godoy. And this is Peter, so it might be a brother.
And actually, he's in the corner coaching him. So I'm wondering if he's a training, you know, like a training partner.
Maybe, yeah.
Over to. Now, did he make the Olympic team for Ecuador?
I do not believe so. Yeah, I don't believe so. Yeah, but time. And time was up. 4-3 win for Godoy. So that's a Conti loss for Conti loss for Dameron. Looks like he's done for the day, and like seeing him compete. Barefoot, jiu-jitsu guy, but looked pretty familiar. Looked pretty familiar in a lot of these wrestling positions. So props to him. Good day. I'm sure he's going to be tired and sore tomorrow. And I mean, you know how it is too. Just doing things that you're not used to doing, like golf, for instance. Every time I golf, I get a little sore just from using different muscles and things. I'm sure these guys are all pretty similar. Just doing something they're not really used to doing, you get a little sore.
I don't think the pain afterwards is worth it for me.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I walked in here. When I walked in here, I went into the men's locker room. I had to obviously go in there, and there was one guy in the stall puking and another guy out in the locker room dry heaving. And that's the first image that I saw before I came to the tournament. So we're getting an update here by GIMP. So
bout number 189 or placing.
Okay.
Okay.
So GIMP's trying to tell us how the bouts are being delivered. He's using some special AI technology that he invented. You're using special AI technology, GIMP, to run this thing.
GIMP is the AI.
That's true.
It used to be even before AI was AI. Yeah, so placement, what GIMP's saying basically is placement matches are going to be starting soon. Your championship bouts, your third place bouts, and we're going to see some champions crowned and some stakes given out eventually.
That's true, GIMP.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
You're right. GIMP might be the most technically savvy person over 70 that we know. 73 years old.
I'll take GIMP over Bill Gates any day.
Absolutely. So over on mat 2, he's out relatively quick, isn't he? Again, competing.
That's lighter.
Yeah,
he just finished 20 minutes ago.
So I wonder if he's is he competing in 2 weight classes, or is he just coming on that
he
quick?
Very well could be. Yeah.
Consi semis.
Consi semis. Yeah.
He must have had a pretty big bracket.
I thought he was the Consis before, and then he lost, so he must be in 2 brackets. Yeah.
A lot of good hand fighting going on over there. That's what I would be hitting at this point in the game, like collar ties.
Trying to buy
heavy hands, getting them tired.
Do the bare minimum, yeah.
Yeah. So holding yourself up, basically, using his weight.
Yeah, so Matt Leiter is listed twice, so he might be in 2 different brackets.
Man, it's bad enough just being in one bracket.
Oh, yeah.
Here at the age you're at, and then going into 2.
Matt Leiter never competed in wrestling, 39 years old. He's competed once, and it was at this tournament last year. I think we mentioned that already. But
Yeah,
yeah,
you saw he picked up that takedown there. He's trying a little bit of a tilt there.
Yeah, 195. And he is out of Morristown, New Jersey. Yeah, very, very, very cool to see. Gosh, from upstate New York, Connecticut coming in for this event.
Is that a Cheeto singlet I see over on mat 1?
I think he wins the OW for
That's
cool
sweet.
singlet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were cracking some jokes before you got here about the singlet. It's really cool. You don't see unique. You don't see things like that. Really, really cool. The flaming hot Cheetos, nonetheless, too.
Oh yeah.
Which are the best kind.
How about Fruit Loops?
Fruit Loops.
No Fruit Loop singlets.
I haven't seen any. Back in my day, there were some Team Subway singlets that were a hot commodity. They actually had the Subway logo on it. They were cool, but I haven't seen those in a minute. Yeah, folks, a little bit of downtime here as we're kind of getting ready to start some of these finals matches. Some of these consi ones are clearing up. Yeah, almost 3 o'clock. We're making good time here. Like I said, we'll probably be out here in the next hour.
Austin, you have any kids wrestling right now or no?
No, my oldest one turns 2 in a few months. So he's...
You haven't started them yet?
I'm bringing him to some events, letting him run around, get used to everything, and explore the sport a little bit. But, yeah, we're just trying to get him to start talking. And, he does talk, but, do the kid stuff first before we...
Go to the bathroom by himself, like...
Yeah, things like that. Yeah. Once he can do things like that, and... Yeah, then we'll start doing the sport things. But yeah, my wife was I met her at Drexel, so she's a Division I field hockey player. So we're going to be very sports oriented towards our kids. But yeah, we'll see what.
And I would
obviously
think
I want him to wrestle.
I would think academically oriented as well. Huh?
Obviously, yeah, that too. Yeah, that's more important. But then what's going to help you get to college? And a lot of times it's going to be whether it's a band scholarship, sports, whatever. We're going to make sure that they're doing that 100%. Yeah, I'm excited for some of these matches. I think we're going to see some high-quality wrestling coming up here soon. John Bullock getting the T-shirts out for prizes. Trophies are coming out, medals. Those steaks, I think they're still in the freezer. You got to keep those away from you. I think you're trying to steal some.
You just brought up the steaks. I didn't bring them up. I think... We're not getting any comments in the comment section about we should be having vegan steaks.
Not that I see. Yeah. Comments are quiet lately. Maybe people tuned us out or muted us. I don't know.
Well, different format here. We're not always going to be focused on the action. It's a long coverage, and but you don't get to see events like this.
Yeah, it's
ever get
very
covered
cool.
by Flo and on YouTube
or by anybody. Yeah.
So
there's
we'll
our
provide
guy.
a lot of commentary on a lot of different things involved in wrestling, and we'll cover some action too. But
our guy Matt Leiter with a 4-0 win over there, advancing to the third place match.
We got
one of his
there
brackets.
on that one there.
We got a nice arm bar, head scissor move. Antonio McCree in the red on top, taking on Michael Briney in the green on bottom.
Very rare to see somebody that, if they get put on their back, fight off their back at this point in the tournament.
We got an injury time here. Uh-oh. That arm bar must have hurt a little bit.
Shoulder, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Hope it's not too
Lower
serious.
back, lower back. I think the ref might have been indicating. Actually, this is the first time in a long time here we've seen anybody stop the action for an injury.
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, we've been pretty lucky here, knock on wood. We haven't had any. I'm sure there's bumps and bruises and soreness, but nothing major.
Nice cradle here. You see that?
Yeah,
in
that
the
was
background
nice.
there behind.
Yeah, that's Dean Amos with the takedown in the red. Northern Michigan guy.
Did he pick up near fall for that?
I didn't see any. 2-1 down. Yeah, David Daugherty in the green. Amos winning 2-1. But Daugherty on the front head looking to score. Nice sucker drive there by Amos.
Is that a Salisbury singlet right down there on mat 3?
So it looks like the first place matches coming up will be on mats 1 and 2, and the third place matches will be on mats 3 and 4. So I'm sure we're going to probably lean a little heavier towards mats 1 and 2 for the finals. And then, like I said, third, fourth will be mats 3 and 4. We'll jump to there as action's going on. If there's a tight match, we'll jump there, but probably from here on out, be focusing on mats 1 and 2. Just because they're finals matches, probably get some higher quality wrestling there.
Who do we got out there on mat 2? He actually just wrestled and pinned the opponent over on mat 1 and walked right across, and now is wrestling a consecutive bout.
Yeah, in the red we have Steven Maluda. Green we have Jorge Parra. Maluda in the red singlet, red ankle band. Parra in the green anklet and the all silver outfit there. Tell you what, Maluda just got done. He just got done wrestling, right? In the red.
Yeah.
You saw him run back to the middle there. He's still he's still in good shape
he's
here.
in great shape.
Haven't seen much of that at all. Running back to the middle.
No, not at this stage of the tournament, and he's fit. He gave up the first takedown though, surprisingly so.
But he's moving forward here.
He's in a competitive match here. Is that Parra? Is that
Maluda
Jorge?
in the singlet? Yeah.
Yeah.
Red singlet.
But it was Parra with the opening takedown, correct?
Correct. Yep. He's up 2-1. Green ankle band in the all gold outfit. Yeah, Maluda, Lions Den Henzo Gracie Club. So it must be majority jiu-jitsu guy here. But Parra takedown. Oh, and cuts him a short time left. 4-2 lead for Parra heading into the second period.
He hit that stand-up with about 2 or 3 seconds left. He knew what the time was on the clock. That doesn't happen at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Here.
And it's funny, I still think some of these guys are still learning the rules because they had a rules clinic before the tournament started, and there were probably 50 people, 75 people around that mat trying to, whether it's learn the rules for the first time or just, gaining more knowledge about the rules.
And the tournament's running much quicker than I think anticipated too, which we talked about these tournaments running really long. What time was starting time was 10 a.m. this morning?
Yeah, we didn't start until 10:30 till brackets, everything got, so yeah, it was a little delayed start.
So they're making great time here. They're going to get out of here relatively early. And
all these guys
Parra's very good with the leg attack so far. He should stay with that. But like you said, that 1-point escape at the end of the period, I mean, now a takedown ties it up instead of having a 1-point lead.
Yeah, a lot of these guys will be out of here just in time for a happy hour or a really long nap. Whatever comes first.
Probably a little bit of both.
A little bit of both, right? Yeah, wrestling on mat 4 right now, Seth Guth. I wrestled with Seth Guth in high school. The same age as me, might be the same guy. Currently
Spaz
representing
Wrestling Singlet. Spaz Wrestling. You ever hear of them?
Spaz, no. And that is in the red. That is Michael Sanoshian. Wrestling Seth Guth in the green. Anklet, blue, top. Yeah, I think that's the same Seth Guth I know growing up. Should go say hi to him.
You remember what high school he wrestled at?
Yeah, he was a Whitehall guy. I remember because my uncle coached at Whitehall, and I had to wrestle Seth Guth. My uncle left the corner because he didn't want to.
You wrestled him?
Little conflict.
How'd you do against
there.
him?
I think I'm 3-0 against him lifetime. He was still a good wrestler, though. He was always a kid I was nervous about, like, hey, this is if I don't wrestle here, I could lose
You had
this
to
match.
bring your A game, huh?
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Yeah, they're always a quality opponent, especially wrestling under Coach Cunningham there at Whitehall. You know, always in great shape, always going at and attacking. You know, just
still a head coach there too.
He
right?
is.
He's been there forever, and
yeah,
he's done a great job over the years with that program.
Yeah.
I mean,
and he's one of those. It's just a shame Whitehall, one of those programs that kind of got the short end of the stick with Bethlehem Catholic on the rise. You know, the Notre Dames, the Catholic schools, kind of pulling from some of those smaller schools like Whitehall. I shouldn't say smaller, but you know, less successful, I should say, maybe. You know, because they always had a few good guys, and you know, a lot of those guys left and went up to other schools.
well, you can't just say Becca anymore, right?
Well,
it's
yeah,
Faith
it's true.
Christian.
Yeah, Faith
it's,
Christian. There's a lot of them. Yeah,
It's Notre Dame. It's a bunch of schools nowadays, and that's just the way the trend is going.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, that's. I was at the tail beginning of that, where some, you know, Bethlehem Catholic was on the rise up. So, you know, those guys that were one or two good guys at a certain school would just kind of leave and go train at Bethlehem Catholic and end up being a powerhouse team there.
I wonder if they spend as much time like recruiting the smartest kids. Like, do they recruit the smartest kids in the Lehigh Valley to go to those schools?
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Either that or the best wrestlers.
Simmons and Arnold, mat 1. Simmons and Arnold, mat 1.
Yeah, they're notorious for having guys that lived in New Jersey wrestling for them, which I never understood. But I guess when you're a Catholic school, you might get away with that. I'm not sure. There's Malata still wrestling hard, man.
I'll tell you what,
Maluda.
Guth is, he looks pretty good here.
Yeah.
Now, question here is,
Uh-oh. I thought it was going to be a flying cement job there.
you, today, mat 4, you against Guth. How confident are you to go 4-0?
I don't know. I think he might be tired.
50-50?
He might be tired from wrestling today, and I don't know.
I think he looks, I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
pretty
he
good.
looks pretty good.
He does.
Last call, Simmons.
But you might be
Arnold,
right.
mat 1.
He's breathing heavy.
call,
He's had
he
a long
is.
day.
Arnold, mat
Yeah, if I
1.
knew I had one match in me, I'd go out there, but he's wrestled multiple times a day.
I think we need to get him up here and you guys have a little conversation, see if it's the same Seth Goose.
I wonder if he even remembers me. If it is the same one, I'm not even sure. Yeah, I think it looks like him, but see, I might say what's up to him later.
I'm going to go get him for you.
Oh, boy.
Reacquaint you two.
You don't need to do that.
Well, looks like he's headed towards the hallway, maybe the bathroom. Catch
Yeah.
a breather, so
Yeah.
you caught a break there.
We'll let him catch his breath.
Because I think he still has 1 or 2 matches left. And Sommers.
Bonus wrestling.
Honestly, I don't think you can beat him. Just my expert opinion, if I could say expert. I guess
think you're just
shouldn't.
trying to get under my skin, making me want that match.
I think
I
the
see what you're
fans-
doing.
I'll bet the fans would love to see that.
You know, maybe if the money's right, I'll strap on a singlet here.
So this is the third year
I think they have a spring and a fall. I think this is their 3rd tournament overall. I think they had a spring and a fall last season. I could be mistaken in that. I should probably know that, but
So not third year, 3rd overall tournament.
yeah.
How many entries today? Did you get any stats on that?
No, but last year there were 350, and I think they had close to 400 this year. So I think it's moving up.
And hopefully we can get John Bolich up here, who's the head coach for the Matt Return Wrestling
he'll be able
Club,
to answer
share
all
some
those
of that
questions.
stats with us.
Yeah. No, so actually I was mistaken. This is their first annual fall classic. Oh no, it's not. That's coming in October. So the first annual Matt Return Fall Classic is in October of this year.
They have a date for that yet?
October 21st.
Where at? Muhlenberg?
Doesn't say, but I'm going to assume Muhlenberg. So yeah, having 2 a year is pretty cool too, every 6 months, to get guys that are, you take 6 months off and get back into it.
You can't peak for a whole year straight, right? So it gives them an opportunity to compete twice a year. That's nice. So look at this. We see here on Matt 4. He's really trying to give up that leg there.
Greg McLaughlin in the red, in the blue singlet, facing Romello Leibens. That's name's cut off there.
Names. We got 3 dots there because of
Liebensberger.
Almost looks like
he was a
sort of a little bit of a Greco wrestler almost.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, giving up his leg like that. Yeah, Romello Liebensberger. I think he was a former Whitehall.
Oh, he just punched the headlock there.
Wow.
I think he was trying to get him to commit. And this has got to be awfully tough to fight.
That was a nasty headlock, but yeah, Romello's pretty young. So I think he has some fight in him. But McLaughlin really, really looking for that pin. And that's just going to get tighter as time goes on.
He's got that face covered. That's nasty.
That was good. Wow. Baiting him with that leg and then hit the old headlock.
Yep.
The old bait and switch.
It's the old dog.
Is that, what's the saying? Can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Or the old dog teaching a young dog some new tricks.
Yeah.
Huh?
That was good.
And is this your boy coming up the steps now? So it looks like it might happen, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm retired.
You got one more match to go for 3rd? One more?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Seth Guth? Former Whitehall wrestler?
Whitehall wrestler, yep.
And you guys battled it out how many times?
We've had a few battles, 2 or 3, right?
Seth, come on over. We got an open mic
Seth,
for you
get on
here.
the mic, bud. We'll talk. We'll catch up. It's been a minute.
Pretty cool, right, for you guys to reconnect here?
Yeah. That's why I like coming to these events, because it's people I haven't seen since high school and stuff like that.
Good, Seth. Congratulations. Nice win.
Thank you.
So you guys are familiar with each other?
Oh, yeah. Very, yep.
3 times in high school you guys
3 or
competed
4,
against?
yeah,
2, 3, 4, something like that, yeah.
Yep.
You wrestled for my uncle, right? At Whitehall? Was he still there when you were there?
Middle school, yeah.
Middle school, yeah.
Yeah, he was. I think he left after I was finished with middle school.
Yeah, because I think there was a time where you and I wrestled in middle school, and my uncle kind of got up and left the chair, didn't want to coach. Like, little conflict of interest there. I can see that.
Yeah. Is he at Northampton now?
He's still the assistant at the high school there, yeah.
Nice.
Seth, how old are you?
I'm 32.
32. What are you doing with yourself now?
Just working.
Working.
Being a family man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's it feel to get out on the mat?
Feels good, but I'm hurting. My knees.
Wait till tomorrow, buddy.
Yeah, my neck. It's going to be sore.
You got one more in you?
One more, yeah.
You got it in you, though?
Maybe like 40%.
Coach Cunningham would not like that.
Try to end it early, right?
Yeah, exactly. I've been trying, but it hasn't been working.
Come on, you're a Valley guy. Just hit a cement job.
Yeah.
Did you wrestle in this event last year?
No, it's my first time.
First time?
Yeah.
What made you come out?
My kids. I got them into wrestling for first time this year.
We've seen a lot of that. That's awesome, yeah.
So,
How old are your kids?
7 and 5.
2 boys?
Boy and a girl.
Girl, good.
Yeah.
She got her wrestling.
Just trying to.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
I'm trying to. Yeah. She's a little tougher than the boy at times, but. So I'm trying to get them interested in it, and they said they wanted to watch me wrestle, so I said sure.
Yeah.
And I got a buddy, owner of In the Light Contracting and Roofing.
One of the sponsors, thank
yeah,
you.
one of our sponsors, and he wanted me to come wrestle. He's been doing it, so I said sure.
Is that Ethan Lezak down there in the same shirt you're wearing? Or
Yep,
is that a different shirt?
that's Ethan, yeah.
You got hooked up with him. How'd that happen?
Bryson, the owner
Oh,
of
okay.
In the Light Roofing. So he's a former Parkland wrestler as well.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, obviously Ethan, really successful, and came here, and I think he had 2 matches and spent a minute on the mat, maybe.
Yeah, it's amazing. When I first saw him, I didn't recognize him.
Yeah, he got big, got all these tats, and yeah, definitely a different character than when he was in high school with us.
So what was your training plan for this tournament? Did you do anything to get prep for it, to get in shape for it,
Maybe
or not
did
really?
a rowing machine a couple times, ran maybe 2 miles. If I do it again, it's going to be some type
Watch
of...
some old video.
Yeah.
Drill with your 7 and 5-year-old?
Yeah.
They're probably beating you at this age, right? They're getting a lot of wins on you.
Yeah.
You can give it to them now, but not in high school.
Yeah.
Does it make you miss the sport a little bit, though?
Oh, yeah.
Kind of brings back some memories.
Oh, yeah.
Good and
Yeah.
bad, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you doing any coaching? You involved with coaching
yeah,
at the
helping
youth
out
level with
the
the kids?
The Blue Mountain Youth level, yeah.
Good.
With the kids, so just trying to stay involved.
It's hard to, like Scott and I were talking, once you've wrestled, it's hard to like kind of step away, especially if you've seen some level of success. It's like, I miss that competitiveness. I miss
That's
just
the big
being
thing.
around the sport. It's good to see guys like
And the
you.
former teammates, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of that too. And yeah, it's cool to see guys coming back. And like you said, for kids and, some guys that we're talking to, they're coaching now. So showing their wrestlers like, hey, if I can do it, you guys can do it too. That kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
So, Austin, when you wrestled Seth back in high school, 3 matches, what stands out in your mind when you think about your matches with him?
I just knew they were going to be battles. We were pretty familiar with each other. Just my uncle being one
Physically
of the coaches.
tough kid or what?
Physically tough. He was very strong, and yeah, I knew they were going to, like, if I had an off day, there was a chance I was going to lose, and I knew that about Seth. Like, he's going to come for me, and I feel like I always had that little bit of advantage, and so it kind of made him hungrier. And it's like, hey man, if I slip up here, I'm in trouble.
Austin was the goal for me every time.
Yeah, what do you remember when you competed
He was a
against
good wrestler.
him?
Yeah. Placed 3rd in states. And
What
3rd and 7th, yeah.
What did you have to look out for? This is what I know is coming when I'm
his
wrestling
shots.
Austin
He would
Sommer.
just get so low and just get in. Yeah, his quickness.
A little misdirection.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, he was quick with that.
Far side cradle on top, and yeah, if you knew that, you weren't going to get hit in it, but
Yeah.
still hit a lot of people in it. But yeah,
Well, it's nice to see you
And-
guys
and the
getting
cement
along
mixer.
up here.
Yeah, it's a good thing you're between us, though.
Because if I lost to somebody 3 times, I don't know that I would be so happy to see them.
Yeah.
No, you put it away. Once it's over, the matches are over. And you guys did you guys see each other in clubs and off-season stuff?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
329 stuff.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
used
were
to hang
we were
out
always cool with
sometimes
each other,
outside of
Yeah.
wrestling.
Yeah, run into each other. Hey man, what's up? How's it going? I wouldn't
There's
say
a
it's
lot
a
of-
rivalry, but yeah, we were still
A lot of
cool with each
people
other.
think that there a lot of wrestlers are not rivals off the mat.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Like Spencer Lee just beat Gilman in the finals, and the perception out there is that they don't like each other.
Yeah,
there's a lot of
they
mutual
get along
respect.
great.
a lot of respect for that. Yeah, because I know he put the work in. He knows I put the work
Exactly.
in.
Everyone
One
knows the
guy has to
grind.
win, and
Yep.
it's just how it is.
Yeah. So
And you
somebody
seek
better.
them out, right? You guys seek each other out in the Lehigh Valley because iron sharpens iron. You want to wrestle with
Yeah.
the best guys
Yep.
all around the Lehigh Valley. You get different looks than you don't get in your own room, right? And so it just makes you better.
Yeah, especially being close because my uncle was coaching at Whitehall for a while. I knew Seth. I knew a lot of his teammates, and I've been in that room for a while now, and just growing up knowing him, it was fun. to
Yeah, I
compete.
remember Austin from the youth days, the All-Star
Yeah.
Classic or what it was, midgets. And
the VEWL league. Yeah.
So can we get a commitment for next year, or is that still on the fence? You're going to wait and see how you feel tomorrow
yeah,
morning?
let's see how I feel tomorrow. Let's see if I can get out of bed. See if I can make it to bed.
But a lot of these times it's like it's a good sore because it's like you did something productive with it. You're not just hung over and sore.
Yeah.
You did something physical.
Well,
and
I heard you got to cut the grass and weed whack tomorrow when you get up. They should do this tournament the day before Father's Day.
Yeah.
Because then you basically have the whole day off.
Yeah.
Well, if you can milk it into a day off, then you get 2.
That's
It's
true.
true.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you're
Put
going to
the
be
kids
able
to
to do
work.
that.
Yeah.
Put the kids to work. It's 2024.
They should be working. Yeah, we were talking a little bit about Coach Cunningham still coaching at Whitehall.
Yeah, I can't
Have you
believe
run into
it.
him at all
He's-
ever, or?
We used to hang out sometimes, and I moved away. I moved out to Schuylkill County.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen him much of
Not
late.
around often, yeah.
But yeah, it's amazing what he's doing with the program again.
He's simmered down a bunch from
Yeah.
what I've seen and what I've heard. He used to be, you know, he used to be. He used to be kind of a little crazy guy, but he's simmered down, and yeah, he's still there.
Age and
Pe-
experience
people
will
love
do
him.
that to you.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, I think he won Coach of the Year 2 years in a row now, or something.
Something like that. Yeah,
He's got a couple guys going to states.
Yeah, he's really reviving that program.
And you know, a lot of times coaches will get out when their kids get through the program or things like that. And it's amazing when you see coaches like Cunningham that just continue to stick around to just keep helping
Yeah.
and helping and helping more kids.
Just goes to show how much he loves the sport too, and how,
Yeah.
you know, the passion he has for it. Yeah, his daughter was a really great field hockey player back in
Soccer
the day
too, yeah.
and soccer. Yeah, so just
We got some
born
big
athletes
boys
here.
coming out here on mat 3.
Yeah, we got finals on 1 and 2 going on. Yeah, we got good wrestling here starting the finals. We're going to see Ethan Lezak
What
later.
weight class did you compete at today?
180.
What
30
weight
and plus
class?
division.
What weight class did you compete at your senior year in high school?
152.
All right, you're not too far away from that. And you probably had to cut weight to make 52, right?
Yeah, I had a cut weight.
You're probably maybe 165, 170. You're not too far off of that weight. Looking good.
Yeah,
32 though, right?
32.
All that
Yeah,
dad strength.
that's when mid-30s is when those testosterone levels start going down, and then
So
the
getting
weight starts
close.
going up. So stay with it, man. Keep working out, keep training. Good
Yeah.
luck to your both of your kids.
Yeah, yeah. Well, hopefully they'll get interested from this. So we can only hope. All right, it was good talking to you.
Good luck to you for third. All right, so it looks like we're on mat 1 here. We got Jake Regal out here in the red. And this is a finals bout at 150 pounds. And he's wrestling Joe Innamorato, so this could be a pretty competitive bout. Although we got to stop in the action here. Not sure what's going on. Regal up 4-0 on mat 1 in the finals here on Jake Innamorato. That name sounds very familiar to me.
Joe Innamorato, yeah. See if I have any info on him. Yeah, good to talk to Seth, though. Glad to see he's doing good.
It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, Joe Innamorato, blood round at States, Stewartsville, New Jersey. Only 21, so he's not too far removed from high school.
Now, Regal looks pretty good. You know, he seems to be in pretty good shape. I remember him when he was wrestling coming up. Used to come over to the LVWC at the time.
Yeah, Regal 26 listed here, so he's about, 8 years removed now?
And very tough wrestler.
Yeah. Where did he go to college? Do you remember? Being a state champ, were they double A at the time?
Becca, right? He ended up going to Becca did he transfer to Becca?
Yeah, he was at Becca, but I know Becca was double A for a while. I'm not sure if he was in that.
Yeah, he was a very good recruit coming out of high school. Very tough. He's got a 5-0 lead here. Nice little ankle pick there by Innamorato. Regal very good in this situation, sitting to his hip.
Yeah,
we got 2 finals, 2 thirds going on right now.
Yeah, he was Escape the Rock finalist at 106 pounds against our guy Dan Moran from Northampton.
So Dan Moran on staff at Muhlenberg, right? Helping out here?
That's
They got
correct,
a nice
yeah.
staff going on over here.
They do, yeah. Dan Moran is doing very well. Former Northampton graduate, 2-time PIAA runner-up. Spent a bunch of time in that Lehigh room. Saw a few starts here and there. Yeah, he was one of those kids growing up in the VEWL league, and he was hitting like misdirections as like as a 45-pounder and hitting the nicest sweep single I've ever seen at a kid that was 50 pounds. And watching him and Darian wrestle at such a small size, being so advanced, was really fun to watch. Regal up 5-1 on mat number 1. The other final on mat 2, DeMarcus Hawley, Brayson Haas. Hawley up 4-2. There was a DeMarcus Hawley that wrestled for Deeruff back in the day. I don't know if that's the same one or not. I don't have any info on him.
Is this coming out on mat 4? Or where's DeMarcus at?
He's on mat 2 on the finals on the red mat there. DeMarcus
Okay.
Hawley, 2-time District 11 and regional runner-up, Allentown, PA. That has to be him
Yeah.
at a Deeruff, I would imagine.
Yeah, very good wrestler.
Yeah, I remember that name back in the day. Oh, yeah, I think he was a year or two younger than me in high school, but always liked chatting with him. His dad was a really fun character to be around.
So he's up 4-2 on Hawes, huh?
Yeah, Hawley's up 4-2. Regal's up 5-1. About 15 seconds left here. Looking to close it out with a mat return championship.
And we got our shirtless wrestler down on mat 3, the barefooted, shirtless.
Evan Hershey, love it.
Certainly a MMA influence there.
5 Stones Fight Club. That just sounds tough.
Oh, you see that? He's kind of tried to pull a little bit of a cradle here. He almost pulled him right on top of him here. Now there's a battle for positioning.
And that, you can see just the inexperience of wrestling there. Kind of maybe doing a little bit of jiu-jitsu technique, and luckily on the edge didn't give him any points there, but you can see the difference in jiu-jitsu and technique. And
So
wrestling.
no points on that.
And Ethan Lizak coming up on mat number 1. He'll face Marcus Hardiman. 2 D11 guys facing off each other here. I think Hardiman's split time between Emmaus and Northern Lehigh, if I'm not mistaken, with Halushak in his corner. I believe that's correct. Yeah, Lizak here, nice sweep single. But Hardiman, here we're seeing some funk wrestling here a little bit.
Yeah.
Hardiman gave up on that, though. Didn't want any business funking with Lizak.
And he don't want any of the business on top here either
Yeah.
from Lizak. So tough in that position. They didn't get backpack Lizak was the nickname going through college. So tough on top. And here you see he picks up some near fall points.
Yeah, Seth mentioned he's going to be sore tomorrow, but these guys that wrestle Lizak from the bottom position are going to be a lot more sore.
Looking to try to put some points on the board, get off as soon as you can, save that energy, and get out of here.
Get home
injury free.
Happy hour. Yep. So Lizak up 8-0 already. 20 seconds left in the first. Gonna look for another turn. There it is. Nice little cheap tilt. And DeMarcus Hawley is your winner on mat number 2. 4-3 over Brayson Haas. In the Light Roofing has a few finalists here between Lizak, we just talked to my buddy Seth Guth on that team, and Brayson Haas just got runner-up on mat 2. So they're bringing a nice little contingency of wrestlers here. And they're a sponsor. Can't ask for anything better. So Lizak takes a 10-0 lead into the second period. I think did he choose top? If he did, I'm not surprised.
Either way, it's a win for him.
Yep. I think Hardiman's smart enough to not go bottom, but
well, it might be the most harmless way to get out of this match alive.
That could be true too.
The least amount of injuries to go bottom and just go with it.
Lizak looking for a few more backs here. There's 3 more. And there he goes again. Same move over and over again. After he lets go of the hold.
He's going to pick up the tech fall. He was so tough coming out of high school. We had some great lightweights at the time. Yeah, Darian Cruz.
Yep.
Ethan Lizak coming out the same year. And then
was Zach Coran before that?
Penridge.
Scotty Parker. 2-time Lehigh All-American, yeah.
I wanted, I was helping with the club at the time. I wanted to get all 3. But I knew we couldn't get all 3. We got Scotty Parker at Lehigh.
Yeah, that was.
And we got Darian Cruz. Worked out well, but
Yeah. They were a good 1-2 punch there.
And they were all different types of wrestlers.
Yeah, 100%.
And so I was like, it's going to be impossible to get all three, but I'd have loved to gotten all three.
And amazing, Cruz was so small, he had to grow into 125, too.
Well, he moved up his senior year, so he moved up to 120 so that he could grow for the college weight, because he already he was a 2-time state champ, I believe.
I believe so, yeah.
And he figured, you know what, I won states already, so now I'm going to bump up a weight, just get ready to wrestle in college.
Ooh, Trey Cornish, big blast double off the whistle. I think he's keeping a promise of going out with a bang here. He's facing Gennaro Sermonera of Muhlenberg. He's keeping his hands down.
Oh, that was a nice sweep single. He's still relatively young here, and he's really taking it to him on mat 1.
Yeah.
Scott, did he get exposure for that? Near
I saw
fall?
the ref count.
There it
backs.
is.
There it is. In mat 2, we have Mergim Bouchatti in the red. And Jackson Glasgow, Team Canada in the green. 0-0 score over there.
Cornish was on about an hour or so ago, right? Sharing a little bit about the East End women's wrestling program that he's involved with as an assistant coach, and that program's one of the best in the Valley. Parkland with another strong girls team, but you're just continuing to see girls wrestling grow and grow and grow.
Yeah, Northampton's just started, and I think they had a 3rd place finisher this year, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, all you need is one successful girls to compete and wrestle and place at a high level, then boom, it just starts snowballing from there, right? And here's our guy Bruce over here, mat number 3.
And they're getting scholarships in college for doing it.
Yeah. Look at our guy Bruce. Nice go behind there.
Bruce Zimmer on mat 3.
65 years young.
We'll keep you informed. He was non-committal about whether or not he's going to come back next year. So this could be his final tournament here, final match.
Is he going to leave his shoes on the mat, you think, Scott?
3rd place.
Or does he even know about it?
We should have asked him that when he was up there.
I don't think he knows what that means, really.
I don't think he knew he got. I don't even think he knew till we told him he had 10 million views on social media. So mat 2 here, 6-2. Glasgow in the blue. He's going to pick up a takedown here. He's up 6-2. Did they award it yet? Yep, and there's going to be some near fall points coming as well, 10-2.
Cuts him 10-3. Cornish up 8-1 on mat 1. Oh, there's an attempted throw. And Cornish is going to get the pin. Not much fight from the bottom man. So Cornish gets a pin. He's the mat return open champion at 195 pounds. Wow, he's got some thick arms, that boy. Woo.
Who's that?
Cornish.
Oh, he's a big boy.
He's
in
strapped
shape.
together. He's got shoulders. He's got.
And Glasgow getting to work here. He kind of reminds me of a. I mean, this is going to be one heck of an Aaron Brooks out there on mat 2. Come on over, Jake. Yes, how are you?
It's been so long.
Want to get these guys over?
I see your Lehigh.
Come on
announcer
over.
now.
Go ahead, slide down, guys. Here, you can jump down here. You guys can share that mic.
Come in here, bud.
Well, we're blessed with the presence of some great wrestlers here.
Yeah, we got a great contingency here.
Sitting with 2. What's the mat return 2024 spring champions? How's it feel, gentlemen?
Oh, feels great. Feels great.
Now, you guys both won state titles in high school. How does this championship compare to that?
I mean, I think it's good to just get back out on the mat. I haven't wrestled in a while, so I think just everyone competing here, props to them for being able to step back out on the line. even though we're not in the best of shape, but still going at it.
It may have been actually harder for you guys to win this one, huh, from a conditioning standpoint?
Oh, yeah. I was dead after the first period. I was stalling a little bit. I don't know how the ref didn't call me. I was like, I feel like I should have been called 2 or 3 times because I knew I was stalling.
I haven't seen one stall call today. And
yeah,
I think
I was about to call myself.
So what made you guys come back out and wrestle here?
Well, I was coaching some of these guys I'm on the team with in the light roofing guys, and I don't know, it looked fun. Like, I like the atmosphere at wrestling tournaments. Like, everyone's real friendly, and I don't know, it's just an atmosphere I really like.
It's in your blood, huh?
Yeah, yeah. And when you get in the real world, there's not much like anything that's like competitive like this. So even if it is like a tournament like this where it's not so serious, it's still fun to get the competition, the adrenaline sometime.
And I think just the fact, competition, right? Forget why you're competing, but just competing's in your blood a little bit, right? And doing things that push yourself a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure you more tired now after the state tournament in high school, or are you more tired today after this tournament?
Oh, definitely today. I mean, like I'm like older too. I'm 26, so
yeah, my back's
I'm feeling
it most of the day.
Now you both were 2-time state champs, correct?
I was one time.
One time.
And then I won the prep states twice, but that doesn't really mean much. It's kind of a
not as competitive as the PA states.
Yeah, he'll get a good guy in the finals, but.
And so you said you're working.
Yeah, I'm a radiation therapist at Lincoln, like right outside of Philly.
Good, good.
So I work with cancer patients and stuff.
You live in the valley or you commute?
I live in Conshohocken.
Conshohocken, good for you. And what have you been up to?
I just graduated PT school beginning of April, so I'm kind of back living in the valley, just studying for my licensing exam, which I'll take that in July, and then trying to decide where I want to work, Philly or back here, so still thinking about it, but we'll see.
Good. So for those of you that may not know, we're here with Jake Regal, wrestled at Becca, and then you went to SEM for 2 years. And then Ethan Lysick, also a 2-time state champion, and Jake was a 1-time state champion and 3-time All-American at Minnesota. And I see you're sporting the Penn RTC singlet today. Would they be proud of you for the way that you competed?
I think they would, you know. I attacked at all times, so I think they'd be pretty happy, and it's also the only singlet that still fits me. So.
None of mine fit me, that's why I had to borrow his.
Now, we missed it. We missed it. Austin and I missed it during your match. Did you take top or did he take bottom in the second period?
I took top.
Okay, I was going to say, because nobody in their right mind would take bottom, you know, against Ethan Lysick. So, yeah, that's great to talk to you guys. Anything else you guys would like to share? What are your thoughts about this whole tournament in general? And, you know, it's a different concept of having tournaments, open tournaments like this for, I mean, we just had Zimmer up here. He's 65 years old.
Yeah.
Do you guys see yourself being here at 65?
We'll see how the body's doing.
Yeah, I don't know how my body will hold up, but I don't know. I love competing, so I could see myself kind of keep on coming here, wrestling for the future. So.
I honestly don't even train at all, so I feel like if I trained a little bit, I could go to some other stuff.
Well, it's like riding a bike till you hit about 30, 32. Then you got to
train. Then you start wobbling a little bit.
You need training wheels again.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's really cool that you guys are competing here, because a lot of like higher level athletes are super competitive. They don't like to enter a tournament if they don't feel like 100% healthy. You know what I mean? Because, you know, they want to win. But you guys are just stepping in here and throwing it to the wind, and it's like, it's a lot different. I mean, I'm sure you care and you want to go out there and compete, but it's a lot different just going out and having fun, isn't it?
Yeah, this is just more fun. I do this for fun. I think like when I wrestled, like competitively. It was more like it wasn't as fun. It was
Stress can get to you, right? The self-expectations, the expectations of your coaches and others.
Yeah, and I feel like I wrestle my best when I'm doing it for fun. And maybe a little bit of conditioning would have helped, but
Well, there's a fall classic October 21st. So if you guys want to start training for that, and
Type them in.
we
You
might
can
see
enter
you
'em.
there. Yeah,
I was trying
we'll
to
pencil you guys in.
Trying to get some other guys.
Now, we're making a deal with all the O-dubs, right? So you win the O-dub, you're going to share the steak with Austin and I.
All right.
We'll cook it. You guys just got to provide the one
I
steak.
feel like this guy's probably
Although
got
he
the
might
best
be in
shot.
contention over here too. We had him up earlier, Trey
he's-
Cornish. He's still pretty jacked and pretty good shape.
Quick.
So, Ethan, you went to physical therapy school. Where at?
Drexel.
Drexel, and you were competing down at Penn for a little bit with your RTC.
Go Dragons.
Yeah, I tore my ACL at World Team Trials, so that's when I was like, all right, I guess we're done competing like Olympic World Team level, and I got into PT school. It's a lot of work, so I tried to just focus on that, and then still kind of support the teams in the area, Penn, Drexel, go to their matches, and every once in a while pop in the room. So I think it was still cool to help out, and I coached a little bit on the side too, so still trying to stay in the sport.
Good. So I'm sure if somebody's looking for some clinicians in the Lehigh Valley, you guys are available for summer camps in spring. Maybe we can get you into the mat return club for a session or so.
Yeah.
Introduce you as a defending champion.
I'd be down.
So yeah, that's all great stuff, man. All good stuff that you guys are doing. And I had another question, but I'm getting old and I can't remember what it was, so I'm gonna turn it over to Austin, see if he has any final questions for you guys.
No, I'm good. I'm just happy you guys are here. It's good to see, guys from the Valley coming back and competing. And like you said, even though you haven't really been competing or training, it's good to see you guys step on the mat a little bit and compete again. It's been fun to watch you guys, grow. I'm a little older than you guys, but, it's fun to see you guys come up, and good to see you guys here again. And hopefully we see you back. I think it's a fun time, and, bring some more people, bring some friends, and we make this a big thing.
Are you going to the post-tournament social over at Volpe's afterwards?
You get proud of all,
Yeah, we like won the tournament. I think our team like 3 times. So we got like $150 in gift cards. So.
Did you really?
Yeah. So we
That'll be
got.
gone
So
in
it
5
sounds
minutes.
like they're in
Volpe's
for tonight.
money
That's
to spend.
Yeah, Zimmer's like trying to protest the OW award, the 65-year-old. He said it should be OW stands for oldest wrestler, not most outstanding wrestler. So you may have a little competition there if he tries to fight that. Who's your OW for the day? Obviously, you can't pick yourself. Who have you been impressed with?
How much
I
wrestling
haven't
have you been
really
watching?
been watching much.
Are you guys laying down in between
Probably
matches?
Seth Mendoza who beat Jax Forrest at the U.S. Open.
Oh, yeah.
That was crazy. I don't know. Probably like all these guys. I would probably give it to you.
It's kind of crazy, right? Some of these younger high school wrestlers, how well they're competing on the Olympic trials level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's just more like being
They're so
introduced to
good.
freestyle when they're younger. I felt like when I was growing up, I didn't really know too much about it. I started freestyle in like 9th grade, where I think I'm coaching some of these kids. They're starting like 4th grade, 5th grade. So just having more time to kind of build that technique's helping them a lot once they get to high
It's
school.
still insane, though, because the physical maturity that some of these wrestlers are beating at 26, 30 years old is incredibly different than when you're 16, 17 years old.
And they're like doing it without man strength too. It's just
Yeah.
all technique.
It's pretty impressive to be able to
it's
be that good
insane.
at that young. So,
Yeah, that goes for the RTCs, kind of like Ethan, like you mentioned, being part of that PRTC in Philly there. There's how many high school guys are in there every
Ladies
week?
and gentlemen, before
From
you
guys
get
like
ready,
Jordan
please
Burroughs,
remember
Brandon
that
Slay,
garbage
and
bottles,
there's 2 Olympic champs.
sandwich
right?
wrappers, napkins,
You know,
and please dispose of them
you don't get
in
any
trash
better
cans on the floor.
access to
We
the
would
sport
greatly
than that, right?
appreciate
So
it.
I think the RTCs
Take a minute to
are a
clear
big
our
part of that
trash
too.
cans. We would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
so guys, the men's U.S. freestyle team. Did you guys watch the trials?
Yeah.
How many medalists out of the 6?
I mean, I think.
Do you think we got a shot?
Ask
Well,
me-
we qualified 4 weights, right, Austin? We need to
2 more.
qualify
Yeah.
2 more.
Yeah.
First 2 weight classes. So right now, hopefully, let's assume we qualify it. I mean, we have a shot at a medal at every
I think
weight
we
class,
should
don't you
medal
think?
at every weight. I want to see how Spencer Lee and Zane do in that last chance qualifier. If they do really well there, I would say definitely a medal.
And then Rutherford has to qualify the weight too. Who's the other entry at that weight to help qualify the weight? Do you guys know?
What do you mean, like?
I think it's only
Isn't
Zane.
it's
only Zane.
Yeah.
Zane's going to be okay. Zane's
Yeah,
going to.
it's only
It's
Zane,
only
it's only
Zane.
Spencer, yeah.
You're only allowed to enter the one.
And
And
there's
we were
some-
talking about that. Do you remember Arizona State assistant? What's his name? Frank Molinaro. When we were talking about like
Yeah, he was.
a lot of the wrestlers here are still competing in the wrestlebacks. And that's been a problem, and that's why they changed their rule, which led to Srirachi getting the number 9 seed, you know?
Yeah.
But I kind of like that rule. If you default out, it should count as a loss. And that we were talking earlier about how important it is to, like, as a young wrestler, to just stay with it, even when adversity's not going your way, and fight back to third. And Molinaro entered that tournament. He lost, and he got pulled in the repetage. He could have just went home. Only they take the top 2 at the qualifier, right? So he took third. He wrestled back and battled for third. Well, one of the 2 wrestlers got disqualified for some reason after the tournament, probably some kind of,
like.
I don't know if it
doping or
was
something.
performance
It's probably one of
enhancing or
those
something
Eastern
or
European
something else,
guys.
but he ended up moving in and qualifying the weight and then went on to take third in the Olympics.
Yeah.
You know, it's a great lesson. And you guys made it through the whole tournament today, so kudos to you two.
Yeah, thank you.
Barely.
Well, we got some action to get back to. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for coming to the tournament.
Yeah,
Good luck to you guys.
Thanks for
Problem.
having
Thanks
me.
for having us.
Hope to see you back.
Yeah. Take
think I
care.
will be.
Appreciate it, guys.
It's nice seeing you, Scott.
Yep.
You too, guys. You want to get this guy on?
He wants to be on. I met you at the Moreno's house before.
Yes. What's your name?
Breeson.
Hawes.
Hawes, yeah.
I knew you. Who were you competing against? You wrestled somebody pretty tough.
DeMarcus Holly.
Yes, yeah, we were
He
watching
went
that
to
match.
Dira.
Yeah, he was tough. Really good.
Yeah, he's definitely a little better shape.
That
than
was
I
a 4-3 bout, right?
Yeah.
You were right in there.
Yeah. Yeah, it was tough.
What happened? How comes you came up short?
Exhaustion.
Yeah, conditioning.
Yeah.
That's probably the number 1 excuse we're going to hear today.
Yeah, that was definitely the biggest factor.
How was making weight for you?
Easy.
Easy.
Yeah, I just wrestled whatever I weighed. I wasn't really in the mood to cut any weight for this tournament. I did enough for that.
How was his conditioning?
Way better than mine.
Really? What do
Definitely
you?
way
Why,
better.
why is your conditioning not up to where it's supposed to be for this prestigious tournament?
Probably my lack of working out. I would say that has a big part to do with
What,
it.
do you have a real job now or something?
Yeah,
What
unfortunately.
What excuse that is, huh?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I
excuses.
feel it. I
What do
feel
they
that.
say? They're all excuses, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's got one.
What did
Spencer Lee.
Spencer Lee?
Excuses are for wusses, yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
but-
I'm not making an excuse, but
No,
No, we're just messing with you.
no, that was a very good competitor. And where did you wrestle at in high school?
I went to Parkland too.
Yep. And
Yep.
what
Okay.
year did you graduate?
2016.
And how did you do in high school?
I took 5th at regionals my senior year.
So did you qualify for states or
No,
did they
top
not?
4 qualified.
Just
Oh,
missed
just the
it.
4.
Yeah.
Dang, that hurts, huh? It's
Yeah,
like
it was
losing in the
tough.
blood round. You know?
And then the kid that I lost to qualify didn't make weight at states, so
oh my
that
God.
was even worse.
And what are you doing now?
I drive a forklift now.
Do you really?
Yep.
Good for you.
Yeah, I went to school for 2 years and then came home and just started working.
Did you wrestle in college?
Yeah, I wrestled at Roger Williams University.
Did you really?
in Rhode
Nice.
Island.
Good
Yeah.
for you.
Yep.
You're
That
back
wasn't
living
bad.
in the valley in Parkland?
I live in Bath right now.
Bath right now? Good. Good. Is this
Yep.
your first year in the tournament?
No, I wrestled in both of the tournaments last
So
year.
this is your third.
Third one.
And
Yeah.
how did you place in the other two?
I won the first one, and then I took third in the other one. And now I
So
took second
first,
today.
third. Do you see a pattern going on here?
You're hitting for the cycle soon. I like that.
Yeah, hopefully next one I'll take first, and then.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe do a little bit of exercising and training before the next one.
I've been going into Mat Return on Tuesdays usually, trying to wrestle a little bit.
Where at? Mat Return.
Mat Return, yeah, I've been going in on Tuesdays most days.
Well, and you got we just had Jake Regal up
Yep.
here and Ethan Lizak. Maybe you could jump in with those guys.
Oh yeah, I wrestled with him the other day. Didn't go so great.
With
but
who?
Lizak.
Yeah, don't pick bottom.
No, I didn't. I didn't really have much of a
That's
choice.
a form of torture, I think. that
Yeah.
The U.S. government uses against terrorists. You're going on bottom on Lizak for 10 minutes.
Yeah, not a good idea.
We'll learn all your secrets.
So, big question here. Are you going to the post-match social over at Volpe's?
Yes, I am.
You are?
Yeah, definitely want to shower first.
Looks like it's going to be a pretty good turnout.
It looks like it will be, yeah.
Yeah, we won the last one, so we got a gift card from that one. And now, hopefully, we'll get another one today if our team wins.
Nice. And you know what? Isn't it like in college, if your coach asks you, are you going to the post-match social?
No.
You can never say yes.
You say what social?
Yeah. Coach, I
didn't
got
know
too
there was
much
one.
studying to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, how's it feel being back out there, compared to being young and in shape? How does this one
Everything
feel?
hurts a lot worse.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Gives you a little more respect for those guys at the collegiate level, at high level, that just do it full
Yeah.
time. It really
And
opens up your eyes a
they're
little bit.
older than I am, and they're still doing it. But I mean, I wrestle one match, and then I sit down, and I'm like, oh, my back.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
I'm
you know,
still
it's
young, but-
interesting when you say, being in shape, right?
Yeah.
Like
There's different levels of
yeah, in shape to a wrestler means a whole new thing. Because
Yeah.
if you look at him, he looks great.
Yeah.
He's physically fit when
You
you
run a
look at him.
5K, no problem,
But
yeah.
that doesn't mean you're in wrestling shape.
No, big difference. There's a
How
huge
much were you
difference.
gassing in the finals?
Bad.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
An 8.5 after the first period.
Really?
And then I kind of coasted right there.
You need to
see
get
a lot
off
of
the
that.
forklift and start doing some manual labor for next year. If you want to get you're third, second, if you want to win next year, he might. If you're listening out there, get him off the forklift.
Or why wait till
Tell
next
my
year? There's
boss.
one in the fall in October 21st, so start.
Oh, I'll
it's
be
only
there.
6 months out.
I'll
so
be there. Guaranteed.
Take a few weeks off, let the body recover, and then boom, you're back at it.
Yep.
Who else have you enjoyed watching here today compete?
There's this one older guy. I don't know where he is or what his name was, but he had to be close to 60, 50s, and he looked pretty good.
Really?
Maybe
I
lighter.
think his last name was Shaw. Shaw,
Maddox
maybe?
Shaw. I think it was Maddox.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, maybe not
He was
Maddox,
looking really good.
You interested in an exhibition with him?
Probably not. He was like 220.
You think you can hang?
Maybe for a minute or so.
But serious question though is singlet on mat 4, the Cheetos singlet. Is that the singlet of the tournament? You think?
Probably. He's even got the nutrition facts on the back of it.
Yeah, that's a legit singlet there.
If that's the serious question, what's the non-serious question?
What's your social security number? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, this is a good one down here.
It is.
You know it. What do we got on the scoreboard here?
9-1 Meluda.
10-1, yeah.
Wow, he's lighting it up,
So
huh?
Cheetos not doing too hot.
170 calories.
Not doing too flaming hot on top. Down 10-1, but
Last call, Thompson, Clemens.
I think if you're like the worst conditioned athlete in the tournament, they should win a singlet that what were like a Twinkie singlet or something.
Oh, yeah.
Like you get the Twinkie singlet.
I think there'd be a lot of people in contention for that one. There's a lot of people out of shape here.
I know.
I think the 45 and over division should get a singlet with blue from Old School on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That would be great.
Well,
You're my boy, Blue.
45. What do you think, Blue? How old do you think Blue was in that
He was
movie?
probably pushing 70.
Yeah. Yeah. We might have to bump that up to the 60s.
I agree with you there. Yeah.
In fact, if this guy keeps going in the tank, we might have to make a singlet with his picture on it.
Like that.
For the gassers.
Yeah.
Put a gas can on it.
That's a good idea.
That's not a
Give out
bad
some
one.
free gas cans.
I like that. Yeah.
So what do we got going on out here?
We got-
Mat 4.
We got two finals
15
matches.
to 2. We're looking at a tech fall.
Looks like it.
We got big boys finals on mats 1 and 2. We got a barefoot guy on mat 1.
Did you know that this was going to be on Flow, all updated?
I knew the last one was on Flow Arena. So
It's
I knew
not
that.
live on Flow, but
No.
it's live on YouTube. Stream live.
I know that.
You made it.
The big leagues.
Yes.
Made it to the big leagues.
Do you know that the oldest, is it Brad Zimmer?
Bruce.
Bruce Zimmer,
Bruce Zimmer.
a 65-year-old. You know, he was a social media celebrity.
Was he?
They posted a view of him, right?
Yeah, the tournament last year posted a video of him warming up or wrestling, and it got 10 million views.
Oh, the United World Wrestling.
Yeah,
League.
that's that
Yeah.
one. Yep. So you've seen it.
Yep.
You just don't know because he's so quiet. He's a humble man,
Yep.
you know?
I love watching the old guys wrestle. It gives me a little hope that maybe I'll still be able to do it when I get older.
Yeah.
I think you did a great job today.
Thanks.
He's a tough competitor. You went out there and
Yeah.
you guys mixed it up pretty good.
Especially
Yeah,
if he
it
was
was
in a
good.
lot better shape than you and you stuck it to a one match, one
Yeah.
score match.
He's a little younger than you too, isn't he? Did he graduate
remember.
the same time as you, or
I think he might be a little older.
older?
He's-
Really?
Yeah.
I think he was closer to my year.
Hey,
Yeah.
he's 30.
gotta
30.
be.
So
yeah,
What
he's
year
close.
did you graduate, Austin?
I was 2010. I think DeMarcus
High
was-
school.
Yeah. So I think DeMarcus is
Jesus,
probably
I'm old.
2012, 2013 would be my guess.
Yeah, so he would have graduated before I was in high school, or the same year I was a freshman or something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
What year did you graduate, Bryson?
2016.
Nonamaker, your coach?
Yep. Yep. He was still my coach.
Now, Lysick, was he there on the team with you at the time
Yeah,
too?
he graduated in 14, and then I graduated with his younger brother. Jake.
Okay.
Jacob.
Yeah, we graduated.
He was a
in
good
16
wrestler
together.
too. He went to Drexel, right?
He was at Penn.
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 He
Yes.
went to Penn. I think he had a lot of injuries though. Pretty sure he had wrist surgery and like both his ACLs he had surgery on in college. So
Yeah, but he has a Penn degree, so that's
Yeah,
that's
now he's
something
in
else to
med
fall
school.
back on. Yeah, that's awesome.
Most of us are going to be doing something other than wrestling when we get done in college,
Yeah.
So it's important to get that good degree.
that's my favorite thing about this tournament though, is it gives everyone like an opportunity to wrestle, even if they're not wrestling at like the senior level stuff. So I like that.
I think we got another interview down here waiting for us, Scott.
Who's that?
Another interview.
Yeah.
I think he's waiting to
I
get.
should
Is
probably
that-
get going
is
soon
that
too. I gotta
him?
showers.
I think so.
All
Yeah.
right.
Oh, it was good seeing you guys.
Good to see you
Yeah.
too.
Have
Hope
fun
to
at
see you
both
back.
these,
I
but
will.
not too much fun.
Not too much fun. Yeah, I'll be back
Uber,
in next tournament.
Lyft, You're
Yep,
gonna,
we're Ubering.
you're gonna have a lot of fun. Make sure you
Absolutely.
be responsible.
Yep. All right. It was
See you
good
later.
seeing you guys. Have a good one.
I feel like we're like a Saturday Night Live skit. Like those two women that used to talk about like all the bacon and stuff.
Hey, Greg.
I'm Greg, yeah.
Nice to meet you, Greg.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
How are you, Greg?
Yeah, no problem. I'm doing great.
How you feeling?
A little worn out after 6 matches today.
Really?
Yeah.
What's your last name, Greg?
McLaughlin. Greg
McLaughlin. How old are you?
55.
55.
Wow.
I'll be there in about 2 weeks.
Oh, all right. Congratulations. Happy
Thank you.
birthday.
Yeah, I'm not as bold as you, though. I'm not going to compete, but
That's all right.
How do you feel?
I feel great. Man, it's always a long day, and I'm, tired and worn out, but that's actually a great feeling. When you wrestle hard and you wrestle great competition and you do as well as you can, it feels good to feel worn
Hard,
out.
intense exercise like that makes you kind of forget about everything else going on in life, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's good for the body. It, kind of gets your muscles in a good groove.
See, you got 2 medals on there.
I
2
do.
divisions today?
I wrestled in my age group, 45 and older. I came in second. Then I wrestled in the 18 and older open group and came in third.
Congratulations.
Thank
That's
you.
impressive.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you've had some success in your career. NCAA D3 New England champ.
I was
and a Masters National Folkstyle champ.
That's right. That's right. I wrestle about 50 matches a year. I wrestle
Wow.
about 12 or 14 tournaments. This is my second time at this tournament, and this one's a really good one. I really, the competition's really good, and they run it really well. And then, of course, having this whole television production is a nice addition as well.
Yeah, you're from Connecticut too, so you made a little trip out here. That's really cool.
I drive all over. I wrestle in Iowa, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Connecticut. I go up north to Massachusetts.
When was the Masters Championship? When was that?
That was beginning of March, first week of March, out in Iowa.
Wow. Are you planning on going back next year?
Yeah, that was the Folkstyle National Championship, which I won, which I'd been trying to win for years. I'd come in second and third, and I finally won it this year. So next year I'm going to go to the Freestyle tournament, which is in Las Vegas.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Nice little trip
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. So, it's a lot of wrestling, but keeps you young.
And you're an author as well? Is that what
I'm
this-
an author. I've written 13 novels, and I also have a memoir about my wrestling journey because after college I wrestled for about 10 years. And then I had kids, and I had family, and I had a job and everything, and I just got out of it. And I ballooned from a good normal 130, 140 pounds to 200. And so I was about 200 pounds throughout all my 40s. And when I got to the end of my 40s, I decided I can't do this anymore. So I changed my diet, I changed my exercise, I started running. At first I could only run a mile or two, and I got myself up to 5, 7, 10 miles. I lost like 80 pounds. And I got down to 125, and I wrestled in the national championship and came in second. I lost by 1 point.
Wow.
And so I wrote a whole like memoir about that journey. And the memoir ends with me coming in second because I did it 3 or 4 years ago, and I've been trying for the last 3 or 4 years to win. And then finally this year, I got through, and I finally got the win.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
It is, and you know, that's what a lot of sometimes young athletes don't realize, that it's not always the outcome
It's the journey
that
to get
determines
there. Yeah.
whether you were successful or not.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's the process.
Yeah.
Right? And if you go through the process and you do everything right, you're not always guaranteed the outcome. I mean, look at David Taylor. He
Yeah.
did not get the right outcome. I guarantee you he was doing the right things over the
Absolutely.
last year. I don't know what happened there, but there might be more to it. Maybe it's a health thing. I don't know, but he should certainly be proud of the process.
Yeah,
you
I
know?
mean, Jordan Burroughs is another one, right?
Yeah.
He was there. He's 38 or so, and he's as competitive as anybody. He didn't quite make it, but, you know, like you said, it's an accomplishment just to get out onto the mat. And, you know, here you've got a 45 and older category, and a lot of the guys my age, 55, there was a guy 60, there was a guy 64.
64, yeah, Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce. And, you know, we were all talking about just stepping onto the mat.
It means something.
It is. It's a huge accomplishment, you know, and for some of us who are 50 and still wrestling against 20-year-olds, I mean, I didn't win the whole tournament, but I was competitive. And to me, that's like as much as winning a championship.
So you wrote 14 books.
Yeah, 13 novels and one memoir.
Novels. And
Yeah.
what's the name of your memoir?
It's called Headlock.
Headlock.
Which is my big move.
And where can people get that if they wanted to buy it?
It's on Amazon. So
Amazon?
Headlock's on Amazon. My other 13 fictional novels. I write
They
romantic
can click
comedies.
your name under there, right? Under Headlock, and it'll pull up
If
your
you
other
search for
books.
Headlock by Greg McLaughlin, it'll come right up. And then you'll probably see a bunch of my other novels as well.
So your
Awesome.
novels are not wrestling based, you said?
No, they're romantic comedies, thrillers. You know, I have one that's about, you know, spies during the Cold War.
Wow, cool.
You know,
Such a well-rounded individual you are.
I have a lot of weird hobbies that, you know, don't always go together, you know, wrestling and writing, but, you know, it keeps me young. It's something to do, and it keeps my time, you know, well occupied.
So let me ask you this. You've been obviously a fan of the sport for a while. Who are wrestlers that you've kind of looked up to, that you like to root for? You know, some of your favorite wrestlers throughout your journey.
Well, you know, my favorite wrestler growing up was John Smith. You know,
just
'cause-
retired too.
Yeah, just retired as a coach of Oklahoma.
What a great press conference that was. I don't know if you saw the whole thing.
Absolutely.
But
Oh,
very
yeah.
emotional and
Yep.
you know, really cool guy he is.
I mean, he's had a, you know, aside from maybe Kale, he's had like a flawless career.
Yeah.
Like probably one of the most, him, Dan Gable, and
People
Kale
don't
Sanderson.
stay that long. Like, how many years did he coach at Oklahoma State? 30?
Yeah, since
I mean,
since
who
90.
coaches that long in one place anymore?
Yeah, in one place. And, you know, he was my hero growing up because he was during my era in the 80s.
Yep.
And then, you know, watching him as a coach. So he was always my biggest hero as a wrestler.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Penn State and how dominant they are?
I'm a
Does
huge.
Does it compare to Iowa's Gable in that phase back then? or
Absolutely.
Same, different, you know?
I'm a huge fan of Kale Sanderson's style and approach. His more like quiet, you know, don't make a big production over your wins or your losses. I like the stability that he and his team, you know, exhibit in the sport as opposed to some of the more outlandish, you know, coaching styles. So, you know, he probably has to win a couple more maybe to get to like Dan Gable, but
give him a few years because he's not stopping anytime soon.
and he's way younger than Dan Gable.
That
you
train
know.
is poof.
Yeah.
Impressive.
And their next year's lineup looks better than this year. And this year was one of the best teams ever.
Broke records.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
I think the record will be broken
next year.
The all-time national titles record for number of titles won by a
Number of
coach.
champions.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, it's not a discredit to Dan Gable. Dan Gable will always be one of the greatest coaches ever to coach the sport.
Yeah.
And Kale is just doing something that's phenomenal as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're comparable in their dominance, you know, because when Dan Gable was winning, nobody was even close.
Yeah.
And, you know, Kale's getting to that point where teams aren't close. They're losing by 100 points.
Yeah, it's. I always wondered too, because like you said, Gable dominated so much, and Kale is too. But that second place, third place team, how much better are they now than they were back then, or vice
Yeah.
versa? You know, what was the competition like?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if there's as many programs there are now, but you think Oklahoma State, Iowa, Michigan now, like Ohio
Arizona.
State, Arizona State. Like, there's so many good teams out there.
Yeah.
That they just can't win because Penn State's there. You know.
Yeah, I think Cale may have a little bit more competition than Gable did back in the day, because he had just gotten so far ahead. And, you know,
Everyone
the
else just
second,
gave
third
up.
teams. Yeah, they just couldn't keep up. But Cale, I think, has really strong competition, and he's still dominating. So it's really impressive.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have any, are you coming back in the fall here? There's a fall classic?
Definitely come back in the fall. I want to try to get a steak. Last year, I got the steak for Outstanding Wrestler.
Nice.
This year, I came in second in one division and third in the other, so I won't get Outstanding Wrestler. So I got to come back and try to win that steak.
Yeah.
How was it?
The steaks
How
look
was
good.
it? Oh, phenomenal. I took it, my family, my brother's family grilled it up like that Sunday. I mean, it was fresh, it was thick, it was gorgeous, yeah.
Thanks to Rath's Butcher, Phillipsburg, New Jersey, for those steaks.
We've been trying to weasel our way in with whoever
Hey,
the
don't
O-dub
say
is
we
to get
here.
a,
This
get
is
a little bit of
mostly
steak.
you, Scott.
I tell you, that's a huge motivator to come to this tournament, having that steak as one of the prizes.
It's just, I like unique prizes too. It's not just a trophy. It's not just a medal. Hey, here's a
Well, and if
steak.
you got a
Go
long
enjoy.
ride home and you got a sore back, you can just
Yeah,
put the steak right on
there
the
you
back,
go,
right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
the
If you
old
get a black
days.
eye, you could just ride home and steak right on your eye.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You got a big long drive back tonight? You heading back tonight?
I'm going back to Connecticut. It's only about 2.5 hours. It's pretty,
Wow.
because I live pretty close in Connecticut.
You must drive fast.
Well, you know, don't tell anybody.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, thanks for
Yeah.
coming up and sharing your
Yeah.
time with us. And I think it's great for people out there. I mean, 55 years old. Doing
Yeah.
what you're doing on the mat, competing nationally year round. That's amazing. Growing up, I never thought something like that could be done.
Yeah. And
Well, and thanks to the Mat Return and a couple other tournaments that are giving older guys the opportunity. We really appreciate it because, 10, 15 years ago, you didn't have tournaments in our age groups, and now we do, and that's great.
Yeah, we talked about it before, but the club, the Mat Return club that they're doing here, they're wrestling. It's for adults, and it's the only one in the area that I know of.
Yeah.
And it's a perfect niche.
Yeah.
You get guys that haven't wrestled in 15, 20 years coming back since high school, and you got guys that are training MMA that want to learn a little bit of wrestling to help their MMA, and
Yeah.
you see that here. It's kind of for everybody.
We see a lot of jiu-jitsu guys coming into
Exactly.
our
a lot of barefoot wrestlers here.
barefoot wrestlers, or somebody with a bare chest.
Yeah, no shirts on.
Yeah.
It was fun
But
to see.
the guys that run Mat Return are phenomenal guys.
Yeah.
I've gotten to know them a little bit, and I love what they do with their club. And what they do at the tournament, just having the production crew is so unique, and the steak for the Outstanding Wrestler, and great quality competition. This is one of the best tournaments that I've been to.
That's awesome to hear. And thanks for joining us, Greg. And
thank
we'll
you.
let you go. You got a long trip. And for you people at home listening, Headlock is his memoir. Catch that on Amazon by Gregory McLaughlin. Thanks for joining us, Greg. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much,
get a
guys.
copy, and next time you're back here, you're going to sign it for us?
Yeah, I'll sign
do
it.
that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, thank you guys. Really appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Yep.
Nice meeting you, Greg.
Yeah, you too.
Wow, we're meeting a lot of cool people here.
It
I did
is.
not
It's-
expect that.
You don't, you start talking to some people and you find out these interesting facts about them. Pretty cool.
Our guys coming back here.
We got them all waiting
Yeah.
here.
We got a line. People want to be on the mic with us. I don't know what it is.
You guys are great people.
Where's the medal?
I haven't gotten that yet.
Oh, you haven't gotten it yet?
Yeah,
Still
so
waiting. Yeah, we saw your blast double kind of right off the whistle there, and that was exciting.
You guys said you wanted something.
Yeah.
No throws, but try to.
Well, he tried to throw you at the end.
Yeah.
Kind of just laid there for the. He kind of knew what was up, but
Yeah, we're laughing about that. He tried it. I respect it.
yeah.
It's pretty cool being able to announcing here. We met some really cool people. The gentleman that was just sitting in your spot right now wrote 14 novels.
Wow.
Wrote a wrestling memoir.
Yeah, he
Come
wrestles
from
all over
Connecticut.
the country. Wrestles all over the
55.
country in these senior
Really?
level events. Yeah.
That's so cool.
I should say master level events because he's older, but yeah, it's really cool to see people like that, and, younger people like yourself that are kind of helping out. And, you kind of get the whole mixed bag here. It's a really fun event. And
Oh, absolutely.
so how you feeling after your championship? A little tired?
My
little-
knees hurt. Oh yeah, I'm going
Yeah?
home, taking a hot shower, and taking a nap for a little
Get a
bit.
nice back rub or something from the lady, maybe?
Hopefully.
That'd be nice.
Now, are Do you do any more competitive wrestling, or is this just something that was local and the opportunities here and you decided you wanted to do it?
Definitely that second part. I mean, I work a full-time job, so I'm an engineer, so I'm working 8 to 5 for the most part. And so as much as I would love to, I feel like I'm definitely still in
mechanical
shape.
engineer?
Yeah,
From Lehigh, right?
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, big reason why I went to Lehigh. But it's just tough to be able to kind of balance that and coach and then, be competitive at the level that I would like to be. So I think that's one thing that's really cool about this, and I've always thought about it, for a lot of different sports. After, you complete your career, there's still opportunities to be able to go out and still enjoy it. Like even like BJJ, for example. But for wrestling, pretty much after you end competing, you don't really get the opportunity to continue to partake in it.
Have you ever come across a club like this where it's open to people up to 50, 60 years old?
Nope.
Anywhere else in your travels?
No, definitely not. No. I mean, you'll have your typical clubs, right? And then you have a couple guys roll around with the kids, that's about it.
And usually they're coaches or
exactly.
that are getting on the mat. They're not
yeah.
non-coaches or just people looking for an opportunity to stay involved and healthy.
Exactly.
As they're aging.
Yeah, is there anything you learned about other people or yourself here that you didn't expect, or met someone you didn't expect, and anything unique about this tournament?
I feel like, especially when I feel like maybe in college and high school, there's a strong love-hate relationship, right? Because a lot of guys there, they're cutting weight, they're grinding, 10 times a week, wrestling, and it's kind of not a miserable atmosphere, but you definitely get that feeling sometimes. But I feel here a lot of guys, we're just doing it for fun.
Yeah, you get to enjoy it more here.
Exactly,
for sure,
right?
Yeah.
So you go to another tournament, it's you're in competitor mode, but here if you're laughing, say, hey, are you okay?
Did you cut any weight? Did you cut any weight for
No,
this?
absolutely not.
I always said that if everybody in wrestling would just agree to wrestle their natural weight, you would wrestle 75% of the same people without having to go through the weight loss process.
Yeah,
Like we're all a bunch of idiots.
Yep. Hey, we both weigh 180, but let's cut 20 pounds and see who's better.
Yeah, let's put the
exactly.
Let's put our health in danger just to do it.
Yeah.
And if you guys are making your way out, just a reminder, we're going over to Volpe's Emmaus.
You gentlemen have a good time up here?
I had a great time.
Yeah.
Talked to a lot of interesting people, and we keep hitting on it, but a lot of different reasons why they're here. One kid I wrestled in high school, he's here because he's trying to get his 2 kids to wrestle. a boy and a girl, 5 and 7.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they wanted to see him compete, so he's here to compete. He's wishy-washy if he's coming back, and there's guys like you that are kind of coaching, still involved, and it's a lot of different backgrounds, like jiu-jitsu guys, barefoot in the mat. I've never seen that before in a wrestling tournament, but it's really cool to see.
Austin beat him 3 times in high school, but I think if they wrestled a 4th here today, I got Guth winning by at least a major.
That's interesting.
That's too funny.
That's interesting. Yeah. I don't think he wants to wrestle. I don't want to wrestle either. But
We'll just shorten the periods. We'll go 1-1-1.
I might be able to do that. I don't have shoes. I don't have a headgear. Maybe next time.
Awesome.
I'm full of excuses today.
What was the most interesting thing that you saw here today? Anything stand out?
There was some good wrestling, some real good wrestling.
What did you think of I came a little bit later, around noon, a little after noon, so I didn't really get to see any of the girls wrestling.
Yeah.
What did you think? Because you're an assistant coach at Easton for girls high school wrestling. What did you think of the girls wrestling?
Yeah, like I was saying a little bit earlier, it's just the skill level is definitely coming up, right? It's not just basic wrestling. They're hitting advanced techniques. They're chaining wrestling together. Things that you typically see at a higher level collegiately, you're starting to see at the women's level as well. So it's just, and the fact that there was apparently last time I was tournament, there was 2 girls or 3 girls that maybe were in the bracket. But here, it looked they had some solid amount of people, probably 20 girls or so. So it's just nice to see it growing at both levels.
Some of the things, you have some of the girls at Easton doing some off-season wrestling and
absolutely.
competing. Where are they training? Where are they going? What are they doing?
So yeah, we just have practice at Easton in the Easton room. We open it up to pretty much girls all over the place. We have girls come in halfway across the state. We have girls coming from New York and New Jersey. We just try to open it up and just make it a real fun room. And of course we get high-level girls that come to Aubrey's there. And so it attracts a lot of other high-level girls. I don't typically get that competition anywhere else. So I remember last year we had one particular day, we had Buzakis coming in from Lion and Sam and Bacon, and you just get really good girls in the room.
That's a lot of fun when you get that high-level competition going on in
Yeah, especially-
practice atmosphere
Exactly.
where you don't really care if you give up a takedown or two.
Yeah, especially since it's still in its infancy stage, just the pure quantity and numbers of girls, you know, so you attract different girls from different schools. It makes it more fun because it's people you haven't wrestled with. You don't always, you know how it is, drilling with the same person all the time. And
Oh, yeah.
you just get too familiar. You kind of lose the fun of it. You know,
Yeah.
so getting new girls in there all the time, that's awesome, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we try to do our part.
Seeing a lot of upper body ties here towards the end of the day. I don't know if they're holding each other up or if they're actually looking for a throw.
Or they're Greco experts. I don't know.
Yeah, I think one guy says, "Is this a Greco match?" Like, no, this is Folkstyle.
Hard to tell sometimes, ain't it?
It really is.
Nothing wrong with hugging during the match, I guess.
Ooh, there's a nice throw.
Oh, that was really good.
they're
Amazes
showing.
me how some of these guys in their 30s and 40s they still move relatively well. I don't know how they're going to feel when they get up tomorrow morning, but yeah, it's great having you.
Absolutely.
We already know you're going to the social.
We're going.
Taking the boys with you.
Got you. All right, gentlemen.
Good to see you.
Appreciate
Congratulations on a good tournament.
Have fun at that social, but not too much fun, right?
I think Volpe owes us a round of beers. We've been promoting that social.
The heck out of them.
I know.
And those tomahawks. We're talking Raf's Butcher up a lot.
I
might
know.
have to get them my address.
Yep, we got a little picture out there going on with a couple medalists in the mat there.
There we go. I like that. Good memories here, I'm sure, for
Is that
a lot of
Lytle?
these guys.
I think that's the one guy we had up there. That's Lytle, right? The one guy.
That was John something. I don't know the last name.
Looks like we're rounding out here, huh?
Yeah, it's thinning out
Up
pretty
to
quick.
the big boys.
Yep.
Who do we got on map 4? Bauer and Lyra. Map 4.
Yep, Matt Ford, Neubauer, and Lyra.
Neubauer
that's
up
a finals
4-1.
mat. Yep, that's a finals mat. Big boy out there.
Oh, we got a cement job. That looks like that one's 35 seconds.
That's tight. Yep, that'll do it.
I mean, you're going down.
Is there
at
anything
this point in the tournament? You're not getting back up off your
Is there
mat
anything
on bottom.
prettier than a picture-perfect cement job? There's not many things out there better than that.
No,
right?
as long as you're on the top end of that cement job.
True,
It's
yeah.
Not very pretty when you're underneath.
I
Getting
may be a
choked
little
out.
biased, but you
Getting
know.
choked out.
Yeah, it's tough.
And Don Rohn was the best at teaching how to finish that, right? He had all these little tricks that he would teach you.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like when you practice your finish on a cement job, you want to practice it like you're an MMA fighter, right? Like most guys will quit when they get on their back. You want to squeeze it so tight that they have to tap out.
Yeah.
Right? Then
In a
you
legal
know,
way,
then you
obviously.
know it
Yeah,
worked, right?
yeah, for sure.
You know, and I mean that's what made me competitive. I had 2 older brothers. We'd be in the pool wrestling. They'd hold me under or do this, and I'd tap out. They wouldn't even let me up. I'd have to tap out like a second time, you know.
So you got into the sport for survival reasons.
Oh gosh, they were brutal.
I'm sure there's others out
They
there
were
like
brutal.
that too. Yeah.
I mean, they were good. They didn't hold me under. Well, maybe some people say they held me under a little too long.
Yep.
But
toughens you up though, right? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
But you know, you got to learn how to pin people, right? Like
Yeah,
getting
for
them
sure.
over to their back is part of it. But pinning a person takes a little bit. You have to practice pinning.
Yeah. That's one thing I see when I used to coach the club kids is they would get guys in their back and they wouldn't really work to pin. They would just get the points and I was like, why are you not pinning the kid? Just get off the mat. You know, what if something you get thrown, you get hurt, God forbid, or something, and changes the outcome of the match? Just pin it, get off the mat.
And when
That
you're
was
in when you're in an individual tournament, right? Like you're at the districts, regional,
Yeah.
states. You're no longer wrestling to make yourself better for the postseason. You're in the postseason. So you take down somebody and you put them on their back, you're not going to let them off. You pin them, get off the mat after 30 seconds.
Recover.
And now you didn't have to wrestle 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And so you have a competitive advantage. And I've always believed that. You get a person on their back, you pin them.
Yeah, 100%.
I always believe you go out and you wrestle to get the tech fall, and when the pin's there along the way in the postseason, you get it right away. Some kids make the finals and they didn't even wrestle for a minute yet.
Yeah, it's
They're
crazy.
so fresh.
Yeah.
You know?
That goes a long way for sure.
Now, it's hard to get to that level to be able to do that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But Penn State, they have so many competitive advantages when you think about it, right? Like, how many guys on their team only wrestled 15 bouts? They could rest most of their guys. I remember I wrestled 42 matches as a freshman. I was burned out and tired by the end of my freshman year. These guys are wrestling 15, 20, and because they're so good, they could still beat the best teams with half their lineup.
Yeah.
Honest to goodness,
it's insane.
I think Penn State could beat the whole field in a dual meet.
I think they could.
You take the best D1 wrestlers from everywhere except Penn State. You know Kirk Levesque and Brooks are getting bonus points.
Probably, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And they had, they have 4 or 5 national titles this year. 6 finalists.
All right,
something like that, yeah.
We have our first outstanding wrestler.
That's insane.
Outstanding wrestler, here we go.
Outstanding wrestler for the novice division.
Novice division.
Taking first place at 180 pounds. And also taking third place at the 18 plus 180 division. We have Brian Pabone.
Yeah, we're wrapping up the stream here. We got one more match, it looks like. It says it's in overtime, but it says it's 5-1, which doesn't really make sense, obviously. So I'm not sure what's going on. Might be a clock issue. I'm sure Gimp's all over that. And we're going to give one more shout out to our sponsors. Got to pay the bills around here. And first sponsor is two takedown at the end.
Did he get it? I know time was running out there.
No. Ref did give it. And that's the match. Sponsors quick in the light roofing, your residential roofing experts servicing in Lehigh Valley. Get a no-cost roof replacement estimate today. They were the 2023 Mat Return Fall Classic Team Champs and sponsor. The president is a former Parkland wrestler who actively participates in Mat Returns practices. Shout out to Matrix Performance, home of the Mat Return Club. President Ty Marks is a former Northampton wrestler who works with elite athletes like Saquon Barkley and Ryan Crookham. Rath's Butcher and Deli, Stewartsville, New Jersey, since 1997. Owner is a former Phillipsburg wrestler, actively participates in their practices, provides the OW Tomahawk Steaks we keep talking about. I'm hungry thinking about it up here. Penske Truck Rental, moving truck rental, made simple. Moving can be stressful. Renting a truck shouldn't be. When you need a truck, Penske delivers. Volpe Sports Bar, we keep mentioning them. They're going to be the host of the social afterwards. Provided gift cards to the team champs. Head over to the social after this event. LVWC, all the LVWC wrestlers and head coach have done clinics at Mat Return. Special thanks to them for their time and experience. Good luck to Darian Cruz at the Olympics this year in Paris. Transcend Finance, thank you to them. Trusted Profit Advisor, Myers Catering. Call them for all your catering needs. They can make anything happen. Muhlenberg Wrestling, women's wrestling, thanks to them, starting this season, 2024-25 season. And thanks to Matt sponsors, Emmaus and Southern Lehigh. Scott, I think we're ready to sign off here. What a great day.
It was a great day. It was a lot of fun. I never announced a tournament like this in my life before, so it's pretty cool.
Really cool event. We've had some really cool people, interesting people of all walks of life. Really blessed for that. You know, thanks to Mat Return and team for having us here. And I think it's time to sign off, Scott. Any last words?
No. For all of you that viewed in, I hope you enjoyed it. Please share some your feedback with us. And have a great day, everybody.
Yep, we'll be back in the fall, October 21st, for the Fall Classic. Thanks again. And I'm Austin Summers.